Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh.
To
Oh.
have a little, we gotta have a little
Hey,
understanding
hey
with each
guys,
other.
hey, what's up? What's up? Here we
Okay.
go. We'll start this all over again. Shouts out to Hippie, shouts out to Investing Out the Blue, shouts out to Sugar Love. We fixing to start this. We're gonna restart this live because there's a lot of things that was said that we really need to like address on. So let me just go ahead and get it started.
I love who I am. I'm loving me. Look in the mirror. Unapologetically love what I see. Love who I am. I am invincible. I am a fan. My curves and my features, God makes no mistakes. I am successful. I am what it takes. I'm bulletproof. I'm a 100 proof, and I love who I see because I'm living my truth. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
All right. Oh man.
I
Oh
mean,
Lord.
it's
You
about
know
that time to go home. If you want to go home and be with them, you know you can.
man, you
That's what
coughing
I'm
like
saying.
you got
It's
the
almost your time to go. So if you
oh,
want
Thought
to,
I was muted.
start on your way, that's
time.
fine.
Your phone.
You got to be
Listen,
there.
Blue, your phone sound like got a little static on it. Let me see. Say it again.
It does. Hold on. Let me see.
Leave and come back.
Let
All
me
right.
see.
So we're talking about stuff on my panel, and so we decided to like restart it and really like come back and really do it the right way. So we just said, you know what, we're gonna just actually do a thing just talking about this whole situation because we were initially talking about, Hezelio and or Heasley. I don't know why I want to call his behind Hezelio. We were talking about Heasley, we were reviewing that, but then it got really real, you know what I'm saying? And we really said, you know what, we can't just do this and have it just be a connection of that. We have to like, you know what, give this its own thing. So we're here, and one of the people that came up during that conversation was Blue, and he was talking about his situation when it comes down to being a male and some of the things that have happened to him being touched by women growing up. You know what I'm saying? So we want to give his story justice and not just let it have it be a part of like another thing and just like a tail end of something. We felt like this is a story that we need to like really focus on and like and discuss it from his own experience and really talk about this. So let's get into it. Blue.
Yeah. Definitely. Peace. Peace. Peace.
Right. So where we were was is that, you were talking about as a young boy, you growing up in California and how
Right.
things were going down. So let's go into it.
Yeah. So this the area that excuse me, the area that we lived at um is known as like the blade or a strip. You know what I mean? So you see a lot of like, it's usually a lot of prostitution, you know what I mean, going on up and down. And so just kind of seeing stuff from like you could pretty much say like kindergarten on, you from prostitutes giving oral sex, and literally throwing up everywhere in a car. I mean, broad daylight while we rollerblading to, coming home from school, and it's prostitutes flashing it, flashing me from the balcony, like crazy stuff, you know. So like kind of having that, and then I think partially too, um, I guess kind of, I guess when you kind of activated, I wouldn't even just say being, being in gangs. I would say just in general. I think when you just kind of outside, you kind of typically gravitate towards older people, and so kind of watching them and how they move, and then like even like the discussions that they have with you, like, oh, you ain't even getting no, you ain't getting none yet. Um, Different ways, different forms that they'll say. I mean, a lot of it is probably just too vulgar for YouTube, to be honest. But you know, even like seeing that, and then getting to a point where I was even in an environment where I was around, able to be around older women. It would even just start from um, how to give a woman oral, you know, properly, and whether you doing that from behind, what's the best, like all kind of like different stuff like that, until it graduated into actual intercourse with a lot of these women, and so well, with these same women, and I think partially part of that is, and I never viewed that as anything that was wrong until I viewed it upon looking like, damn, I wouldn't like the things that I heard growing up and was said to me. I probably try to kill somebody if they said those things to my son. And I think a big issue in how we raise, and I think one of the things that we kind of look past is, so even some of the experiences that I had at a young age, 12, 13. Now at this point, my appetite is different, but being still in school, the people, you still have the same uh, um, access. You know what I mean? Because I'm still in school, so I'm still amongst people in my pool. The difference is that the girls amongst my pool, and maybe not all, because some of them probably had similar experiences too, but a lot of them weren't probably as advanced, and so even things that was learned and applied in certain even fetishes I even still have now is probably, a lot of that is probably attributed um to people I interacted with as a youth. And I think part of the issue is that is making sure that we got a culture where um we not encouraging, what I mean, like the youth in general, whether it's sex with amongst each other or with somebody older, we just not encouraging it in general. Like amongst the boys, just as hard as we are on the girls. And I think we see it from the women on both sides. I think the women do a good job of holding it down, because a lot of the stuff that happened, even though I felt like and this is where it kind of gets tricky, because in some way I felt like it was cool, but I had to at some point knew it wasn't okay, because I knew not to tell my mom. You know what I mean? Regardless of that. So
Wow. So what we were talking about before was the fact that Javon had mentioned the fact of child M. You know what I'm saying? as a man, as a boy, what I'm saying? And he was talking about that when he was 8 years old. He wanted to feel women's faces and flirt with them a certain way, and he thought he wanted to feel something. And then once he found out what it was, he realized he didn't want to feel that no more. So, do you think that that's the same in your case, or do you think it was more or less like, different? What would you say?
I say it was a little bit. I say it was a little bit different because yeah, it wasn't something that I didn't want anymore. It was something that I kind of that I ended up, I guess, kind of craving, and so that kind of turned me into like a prey amongst the girls that was my age. You know what I mean, at school. So I would, and which would mean that I was still kind of chasing that. You know what I mean, in a way, in a lot of ways.
So you're saying a prey or a predator? So you think that you were chasing it for the women, or did this turn you into a more of a predator, or you say a prey? Why would you say a prey?
Well, the reason why is because even at that age, and we being the same age, or even if they was even a little bit older, if they ain't exposed to what I've been exposed to, and I was exposed to something that was done by somebody that preyed on me, then it's righteously still being the same thing. You know what I mean? Is even if it's somebody your age, you know what I mean? It's still the same thing because like part of the reason why they exposing you to it is because they've been exposed to it. You know what I mean? So it's regardless of how you look at it, I was still hurting people. You know what I mean? Based off of
So that's like a situation, like basically, he's not saying predator because at that age, like he was preyed upon, but he ended up liking it. So the girls at the school, was preyed upon the fact that he liked it, and he was able to keep getting what he liked. Is that correct, Blue?
right,
Okay.
right.
I'm gonna mute up because these damn children getting on my. It's summertime. I'm listening though, baby.
No, that's
And
right though.
at that point, does it teach you is being that the brain head and the other head are two different heads, right? One can think, the other one cannot. One cannot. Once it's in action, you cannot cut the other one off. I don't care how far you think your way out of it, right? So
Right,
did it teach you that like there is no love and feeling connected with it, is just sex? So 'cause I know a lot of times, a lot of when they have a lot of different women, because this
right,
thing have happened to them, they lost the connection to just having the sex, right? So that's why they can jump from woman to woman to woman to woman, and it's
right,
hard for them to, because it was never your first experience wasn't with somebody you cared about.
right,
So that's how it always become. I ain't gotta care about you. So you see what happened? I got all this done. Wasn't no feelings and emotions there, right? So does that carry you to keep doing? Like, how does that happen after you get it? Being that there's no love, nothing. Because technically, it's like you had it. No, she don't care about you. So how can you equate feelings and emotion with a woman when after that you just okay, bye, right? Same thing how women feel. Technically, do y'all men feel like that? Like, how does it feel when you just like a piece of got used for a piece of meat? Even though you may say it's a bag, but it was a piece of meat. So how
right.
does that make you feel moving forward with men? Like, hey, then this is what it's about. Then, like that's you can break that down any which way you want to.
Um, it's a little. I think in multiple ways. I think in some ways it felt like certain times it was just what it was. but it was times though where my heart was into it. So it was, you know, like I genuinely like the people. So I wouldn't say like, so it's hard for me to kind of see the disconnect there. But I will say like viewing it now, I've been able to like I've been fortunate enough to have actual like real, real connections, and I think part of it is due to, the different like direction I took, spiritually, and actually meditating and just working on stuff. But I think I've been able to kind of see it more, now. And I think I've learned though too over time, like the difference in what you feel, like the difference in the connection and where it's at. I think it's, I think it's always two different ones. It's like you got like more of the physical one and the high that you kind of chase, but like intimacy is kind of different because it's kind of like in the mind. So finding that without like in a lot of ways you could do that too without physical touch. So I think being able to see that, like I've been fortunate enough to see the difference, but I could see where somebody would get lost, like if they never been able to see the difference or experience the difference, where they can
Yeah.
kind of get lost just chasing the high of, well, this is just sex and I'm not connected.
Because
So
I
You
mean,
mind if I
I just
kind
touched.
of ask you like a timeline of okay, do you mind telling me at what age that happened to you, like your first experience that made you say, okay, like this is cool, like I like this. You remember at like what age?
Yeah, I was like 12. I
And
was like
how
11,
and
12.
how old are you now?
33.
And at what age did you realize that like it wasn't right? That
Um,
what had been done to you wasn't right, and what you had done to people wasn't right.
Probably like 29 or 30.
Oh damn!
no,
And
it's
you
usually
33
about that
now?
time. Yeah. I,
Okay,
the,
so that's a lot of years to like
yeah.
have that
Yeah. A
built
lot of
up.
men, when they realize it's there's,
Hmm.
because remember, a lot of them blanked it out of their mind because to them,
Yeah,
so a lot of time when I spoke to them, like when their marriages was like messing up, or they kept going at
yeah.
it with their women and they couldn't, and then we start talking, then they start, telling their story,
That's I
and it.
couldn't imagine like 12.
Mhm.
I that's like I feel for you like so I that's why I'm not too much on your ass about what you felt like you was doing at that age, but
Mhm.
like I couldn't imagine that. Like I have a 14-year-old and I don't do sleepovers, none of that. And y'all gotta come over here. Y'all want to go to the show? We going. Like because you can trust who's at your house,
But I
but
think
when
he
you
was
send your
raised around
kid,
the same time that we was, right? So you know,
huh?
Yeah, but
he was raised around the same time we was, and we know them parents was not watching us like that, and they were,
nah,
they
we
were.
was
Well,
a little bit more
that's what I'm
outside.
saying. Like, it's easy to fall into the crowd, but well, you don't, well, Auntie. I grew up in a strict household, so I didn't. Sex was not, like I lost my virginity at 18, got married, and got pregnant, and
Right,
because I wasn't into that. That wasn't my thing. I was in church, reading books, double dutching, jacked like little kids. I grew up playing on the payphones, playing knock knock nigga. We was kid. I grew up like a kid. But
right,
I
right.
have a 14-year-old son, and I just couldn't imagine somebody doing that to him. And that's why I guess like I'm very protective. Like they make fun of me. They Mom can't do nothing. You always gotta come. You always gotta watch me. And it's because I'm here. I hear stuff like this, and it's like I couldn't imagine from 12 to 29 dealing carrying that burden. You know what I'm saying? That's a long time. Like I'm thinking you about to say you like 25, like it been 5 or 10,
Yeah,
but it's been a while. So, I'm not gonna get on your ass like, oh, you know what I'm saying, because I get it. And it's a good thing that you realize and and you working on it and you come to term with what happened and what you've caused as well.
But let me
Right.
tell you something. He's also been married, right? Haven't you been married before?
Yeah.
So imagine like that how much this situation even affected him being married, right? So he's married to a woman, but he has this thing, you know what I'm saying, that happened to him at a young age, right? And he's trying to be in a committed relationship with someone, but still has like this trauma
Mhm.
of the past.
Yeah.
And
You know,
how
a
can
lot
you
of men
be
don't
in a
talk about
marriage
it.
when you haven't even addressed the trauma? And do
Hmm.
you know how many probably black people, black men are
Yeah.
dealing with this trauma of being molested at a young age? Whether it be whatever, because the men like, oh, you know you got to go on ahead and get your stripes, bro. And you don't know, it might seem like ha 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 ha. They like laughing, ha ha ha.
Hmm.
Y'all, he got it. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
there's
even
whole
around school, making fun of the kids who, and I'm not saying that that was something I did, but like even I heard it. You know what I mean? Oh, he ain't getting nothing. He ain't doing like even putting pressure on other people. You know what I mean? Around you to do stuff like that's a culture that kind of got to get that we kind of that's the side of the culture we control. You know what
Let
I
me
mean?
ask you.
As the men.
Let me explain something to you. As a kid, right? Knowing that this is an older woman, I don't know how much older she was of you. Do you think that more women should be responsible? Same way we hold men responsible. These women need to be responsible too. I don't care if a man said go do what the look. Like you are, they are still the adult.
Yeah, I think that's the hard part, and I think that's where, for the most part, it'd be kind of hard for us to actually to say that. But yeah, that's the same. It's the exact same problem because even if it's done to a boy, then like regardless of who you hurt, when you hurt people and then you send them amongst other people they around they age, you gonna see like you can tell the little boys or the little girls who've been exposed to stuff by the way that they play with the kids on the playground. You can tell. You be like, hey, hold on. Yeah, you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, you know what I mean, will and back. And a lot of the times that ain't just them coming out of nowhere. That's what they've been exposed to. That's why when people are panicking, like, oh, they teaching uh, gay marriage or whatever in the schools, or
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
don't like, regardless of what type of anything it is, it's dealing with sex, and any sexual conversations that's gonna be had with my kids should be had by me. So
Right.
it's like I don't want to see my kids. I don't want my kids watching a man and a woman kissing.
Hmm.
Neither a man and a man, a woman and a woman, or a man and a woman. Like none of that is like healthy exposure at all.
Do you think it's an injustice done by older men to even put y'all in that type of predicament? But then these are the same men that say, well, men need to be providers and love you. Like, it's like what they saying what a man is supposed to be, but not, but they damaging you at the same time. So they're giving you two different messages, and then the woman is picking up on the two different messages, right?
Oh yeah.
So how do you feel about the elder men, the role that they played in doing that? But then these are the same men that you need to get a job. You're dusty. I mean, because of these things, a lot of Pookie and Ray Rays were Pookies and Ray Rays were now birthed. After you
Hmm.
done spoiled this child, now they have became the Pookie and Ray Rays. Now you want to talk about the Pookies and Ray Rays when you put them in that exposure. So how do you feel about that? Like
Well, a lot
the
of
men.
these dudes that is talking. These is
Mhm.
dudes that a lot of the guys that is even doing this talking is dudes that are picking up the girls from high school and dropping them off and all of that. Like, you know what I mean? Around the time school let out. Like she done been there the whole day. Like a lot of these dudes is those dudes in the first place. So And when you look at even when you look at the problem that they say in the community is the child birth rate and being birthed to no fathers and all of this, 50% of the birth given to kids that are that kids are having, that adolescent 50% of adolescent pregnancies are by adult men,
Yeah.
and 93% are repeated by the adult man of that
Mm.
50%.
So
So
I want to know, how did it make you feel that instead of teaching you how to paint and, and do electrician work and stuff, how
right.
over sexualized they was? And do you feel like how did it make you feel? Like, I mean, I'm glad you became spiritual and you, but a
Right.
lot of guys have
Oh,
not, and they thinking that's all they continue their life is just sticking and moving everything, right?
you, you know, me and my cousin was like literally, you know, we be laughing sometimes when we like look at our kids. Cause now looking at our kids, they around the ages that we was, and we think about where we was mentally, and watching our kids, they real kids. Like, you know
Mhm.
what I mean? They don't. And he even talked about one time, you know, like even when he took his kids to the park one time, you know, with the homies, and he was like, his kid, a real kid, and his homeboy kids is like they want to do fighting and all of that. He like, my kid want to go play. He was like, my kid over there playing with the Mexicans. He didn't want to play with the black kids.
Oh,
He was like, I don't even. He said I don't even feel it. And then even thinking about us back in the day, like some of the kids that we grew up with, they fathers was like gang members and stuff. So it's like, why would you be like, I could never have my son out there, and I wish somebody would give my son a weapon or drugs to move or any of that. You know what I mean? That's crazy. So you look at like the example and the culture that's set, that shit is like a detriment.
So did they have you moving drugs when you were a kid, and then
mm,
maybe part of that was the
get him
SEX
to tell on
aspect?
himself, right? Get him to tell on himself, right?
Yeah,
God,
there's a lot of
I'm
God,
the
people
real
that
DJ
This
Khaled.
is
I'm like
getting
the real
you know.
crazy.
new DJ Khaled up in here.
It's getting crazy.
She
I'm
was
yeah,
like,
with the
hold on, let me.
Vlad.
I'm
that's
up
how
here
She
we
be
making
with the
some
pushing it.
Vlad
spaghetti. I'm like,
That's how
TV.
we pushing it.
I'm like, stay put, stay, bro. Don't be no pookie right now.
I'm real glad. Okay.
You can
I
say
say this
other
though.
young men in the
It's a
community.
lot of kids. Yeah, and I say that it's a lot of kids that walk around 8, 9 years old, and they got a firearm on them. You know what I mean? And sweating to use it
Mm.
because you
Mm.
early at that time, and you know you try and get your name. By
Or,
15, he gonna wake
or
up
you,
if he
or you
makes it
owe
to
them
15.
favors. Or you owe them favors. So now, oh,
Right.
they looked at you. They looked out for you in the beginning. Hey, you little
Ain't
bro.
that what happened with Boosie? Didn't he have a little 14-year-old guy that was like a
Yeah,
sass?
that's what I was talking about. They posted all on the share room and all that shit. But I'm gonna tell you like this here. My son 14, you said once they hit 15, let me tell you something. I'm gonna bust him in his shit. Yeah, I fight
Right.
my son. I tell that boy, let's hit the neutral round. What's up? You gotta square with me. Cause I ain't playing with you. Don't be out here acting like your mama was a crackhead. You got everything. Don't if you ever make a song about me saying you struggled and your mama was a crackhead, bitch, we gotta fight. Cause
Another
don't
good number
you,
this record.
you don't have no reason to turn to the street. That was always my thing with my children. They don't have to ask nobody. They don't have to depend on nobody. They don't have to have nobody saying, "Oh, you want this? Come over here. Oh, I do it for you." None of that. I just spent
But see,
$500 for my baby to go see Future. If he play with me, I'm gonna bust him in his shit.
but
He got
see
a
what,
full scholarship. I don't play none of that shit with him. I
but
knock
see,
his shit off,
but see where the
and
problem
I'm
come
admitting
in.
that.
No, where the problem come in at, right? Like you got such beautiful parents who don't play that mess, right? The problem come in is you can't be around them 24 hours a day, right? And some of the kids, it'll be that day where maybe their testosterone is up or testosterone is down, maybe something, and they will be sitting in the spot, right? And they'll go, "How you feeling? I'm stressed today." and that one little puff this, everything you taught the child to go down and now goes out the window, right? That's the sad. That is the sad. I see it.
All right, so
A
here's
lot.
the question, Blue.
Yeah, I was just finna answer.
Oh, you sound like a robot.
Wait, so I got a secret for the parents. I got a secret for the teenagers. Get the $39.99 Norton plan and put it on their phone, and even when their phone die, you can see where they at, how fast they going, everything. My grandma called me one day and said, "Why is y'all going 59 degrees?" I'm like, cut your phone
No,
off. She still was able to see it. Yeah,
No,
I be
no,
still
but
tracking
no,
it like
but that's
ain't
a
hold on,
great
nothing.
hold on,
point. That
hold on.
Sugar Love made a good point about how
They
they
are
get you high
where
first.
they are
and then-
where they supposed to be. So you would know where they're at. Like I said, they will be sitting in a spot by themselves, right? And it could be a day they're not feeling right? And it may be that thing that, oh, puff this or take this pill or drink this drink, right? And then the part about it is what the parent can't stop. They might like it. That's how a lot of kids started smoking
All right,
weed,
so let's
right?
get into it,
That's how a
Blue.
lot of kids, right?
Wrong.
It take that one kid that wasn't raised right, who mama don't give two F's about
It don't
them,
even have to be no kid,
but
though.
it just so
Probably any
happened,
adults,
right?
though.
It
That's the
take
part that's
when they
crazy.
see you,
Because
when they
how did
see
the
you,
kid get
right?
it? Right. So the kid, right,
And
is
it
around
takes
adults.
one
And
time.
adult, like say, well, you know, you need to like get your wings or your bingo.
Right, or this might make you feel
And
better.
next thing you
You'll
know,
cheer
like,
up. Even if you taught them all about drugs, it's just that at that moment they was feeling a certain way. They
let's
wanted
talk
to get
about it,
out
Blue. I want to
of
hear
that feeling.
So
Go ahead, Blue.
I believe you have a story about when it came down, and you probably was given something. Because I got a story my damn self, so I want to hear your story.
I'll say this: like the way that you can solve these issues, that like the best thing that you can do is give them the best knowledge as far as because you gotta have foresight. And what I mean by that is sometimes you get caught up in a position where you will allow things to go too far to where you don't even feel comfortable now saying no.
But
You don't feel
sometimes
comfortable
they are,
backing up.
I got about like 500 stories, right? Remember, I deal with kids, right? And I seen kids come in, right? When I have my little programs, they were regular kids. And then the next time, I'm like, where did marijuana coming from? And when did you start? Right? And then they talk to me, right? And some of them parents work hard, their parents do so good, but now they potheads or now they want to drink. It took that one time. Like some have said, I tried it, I didn't like it. Some, your body may like it, right? Your body, it agrees with whatever, it agrees with the body. Now they want more, right? So that's another thing too, right? It's like hard, it's like really, really hard because you're not around your kids 24 hours a day. So that's why you have to snoop on your kids, right? You have to really snoop the best way. Once they do it, it's hard to stop, right? But at least you'll know and you could talk about it. But when you have men do that, and then on top of that, they're introducing you into the sex life. Like, how did that go when you wasn't thinking about it? And then how did it come to you with the women? Like what day you wasn't thinking about women, and then they like, hey, you need to get your stripes. Like, how did that take place?
Yeah, to be honest, I think a lot of the kids I grew up around was kind of probably abused because I can remember probably even as early as like preschool, like kissing and holding hands, and then even kindergarten and first grade, second grade, all of that, playing hide and go get it and all of that. So I think a lot of it was a lot of us probably at that like around just the circle I was in probably had them issues. So I could say for sure at least kindergarten.
Wow. So when did you wasn't thinking about?
Wait, what you just said?
Yeah, he's right.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
About kindergarten. I
Oh,
seen it. There's
Yeah, I
women
had
that
a homeboy. He lied, and I still remember his story to this day of how he had sex with 100 women in one night, in one day, 100
what?
girls in one day.
How was he?
Yeah, we was like probably like first grade.
What?
Hey,
Yeah.
hell no.
They used to play that. I remember that game. You run, and then if you tag the person, you got to give them a kiss. I remember them then. I was like, you ain't
We
kissing
was
them.
we
But
was humping and everything.
right, I
We,
remember
Oh,
the kids doing
right.
that in them days. That I remember. But when was the point where you was a virgin,
Hmm.
and how did that first experience? Like, was it with you them bringing a woman to you, or they gassing you up to have women? Was it a woman that you liked, or did the older woman she propositioned you? Like, how did that take place?
Yeah, it was more like space and opportunity, like because I was like, I think we had it was like a party or whatever. I was at. I'm probably the youngest at the party, and then everybody was kind of getting
How old
into
were you?
their own spaces. I
How
think
old were you?
at this time I was like, yeah, I was 12. I was
God
12.
damn, poor baby. So all y'all at a party at 12 doing what? Go ahead.
Yeah, drinking, smoking, and you
So
know,
wait, if you 12, who introduced you to the drinking and the smoking?
uh, well, it had to be the older dudes because we can't. I would say, well, yeah, it would be the older dudes. I mean,
So
we
they was not
would
right.
sometimes we would have to fish, but even when we would fish, like we would call it fishing, we would stand out by the store and wait for somebody to come through and buy you something. But and a lot of times those would be, you know,
So did
once you
they
seen
sort
one of the homies.
so these older guys sort you out because you didn't have a father, or you had a mother father, because they could still search you out if you got no parenting or parenting. They don't care how they get you. So was it like, yo, hit this, or like this, or did they just pass it to you? Like, what was that experience for your first puff and your first sip?
Well, really, it was kind of actually the person who passed it to me at that time when I first started like smoking. And I think even drinking, the person that first passed it to me was somebody younger than me. But we was at a party with nothing but older dudes. So the first party, like I probably ever went to, and I probably like 11. We had snuck away. I was supposed to be somewhere else, but we kept riding our bikes. I think at this time, we transitioning from like riding our bikes and skateboarding and all of that into like our whole circle was like transitioning into gang members. So at this point, we like picking a side at this point. So it's like
So who got to him first?
probably probably the OGs most likely.
Was it like a family member, or just guys outside seeing y'all little young guys outside?
For some people it'd be their family, but for some people it just be the dudes that see us always trying to hang around and all of that.
So what again, same thing I said, was that first pull and you was like, I like this, and you continued, right?
Um, yeah, based off of what they
Mhm.
told me it was gonna be like, yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah.
that's what I always see what happened. It's always that first one and get in your system, and then you're like, well, I want to try this again. Okay, so now you're still 11. So now you're what they done. These older guys done had y'all smoking the marijuana. Now, when did they introduce you to the alcohol?
Probably around really the same age. Like at this point, they both kind of go hand in hand. That and
So
you know
was it one of the what was
sharing
it
a
one of the
40
one
bottle.
was it the one with the alcohol that you tried it and you felt good? Was it the throw up and you saying I'm doing no more? Then okay, where's the next bottle? Like which one was that with the
Nah,
alcohol?
and that's what's crazy. They kind of all go together. So it
Uh-huh.
was like, here, cuz try this, and then hit the cigarette. You know what I mean? So once you hit the cigarette and you tried the beer, it's like, oh shoot, you kind of like that. Like, oh, okay. Like I'm telling
So
you, cuz like with the
now
cigarette with the beer.
now you got the feeling, right? You got the marijuana and you got cigarettes and alcohol. You did a lot at 11 years old. All right. So now
Yeah,
you
we
now,
was
now
tripping.
you don't moved up to the age of 12. So
Right,
now they start they start inviting you to parties now.
right. I'm
So are these
officially like
old
at the
well, I know
parties.
12-year-olds ain't having no party. So the older guys are inviting the younger guys to the party.
Right, right.
So when does the girls come in?
They automatically at the party. Like there really ain't gonna be no party without them there.
So these older guys, what do you think their ages was?
Um,
Or did they even say
at,
their age?
probably at this age, they probably got me like by like 10 years from this age. So like
I mean,
probably
you
some
12
from
and
like
about
the
22.
20s, and yeah, and then it's some, not very many, but it'll be some that like older than him. That's even
At, at any point in time, did they ask you your age?
nah,
God damn.
not for real.
They just go
Nah,
from bad to worse. Right? Just go from bad to worse. Right.
nah.
So
Once you out the off the porch, it's kind of already like and you outside now. So
okay, you at the party, these 20-year-olds see these 12-year-olds, you're a big 12-year-old, small 12-year-old, like or what?
actually, nah, I was probably let me see. Yeah, I was small. I probably didn't hit my growth spurt to like late, like ninth grade. I want to say maybe. Well, I think I hit like 5 feet tall.
Hey,
Like,
easily, y'all. What's up, my
yeah, so I was
brother?
kind of smaller.
All right, so at no point in time, I got you. I'm gonna email you. I got you, easily. Thank you for coming in, my brother. Right. So at this point, you're 11. I mean, you're 12. You're 11. You was a kid. Now you're a whole grown man by 12, right? You've been smoking. You've been drinking. Nobody can't tell you nothing. Now,
Right.
before we get back to the party, how is your relationship with your mother? How's your household relationship? Like, did she smell it? Did she know it? It was sort of like, how did that
Nah,
go in the household?
nah, because I mean, and so my mom was like she ain't going for nothing. Like I ain't never seen my mama like really cuss or none of that. She ain't never drunk or smoked. So it was that ain't something that I could have did around my mama, and it's something that I knew I had to hide. So at these times I would be gone long enough to where she couldn't tell until the point where I got caught the first time.
She didn't smell it.
Nah. Cause I would kind of have everything kind of set up. Like I would never smoke and be like back home in a few hours. Like I might be on like before right around the time it's getting dark if all fails. And then if
So,
I'm out at night, then I ain't gonna come home to the next day. Like I already then said where I'm at. It's already been confirmed where I'm at, and then we
so,
just somewhere else.
so basically, being that she never smoked, she never drank, she didn't know when you were high.
Right.
Because
I, I
baby,
think I think she would have like the moment I got caught around her high, and I don't know how it was. It was like I think she came home early. I was expecting her to be gone, but she was home, and so immediately as soon as she looked at me, she already knew. And I might not even been high. I think I was drunk, but it was yeah, it was bad. So it was like I wouldn't even come around. Like I wouldn't even come home if I knew I was gonna be. I rather whatever trouble I was gonna get into for not coming home, I'll take that instead of coming home. And she
so
smelled it. She could tell.
what time was you coming home? You should have got in trouble either way for the smoking or coming home. You're 12 years old. What time
Yeah,
was you
no,
coming home?
I was gonna get in trouble. That's what I said. I was gonna get in trouble either way. You know what I mean, but I'll let her know where I'm at. Like, yeah, I'm staying here. I take whatever the punishment. I'd rather take the punishment for being out or not coming home than take the punishment for her saying I was high. So I
So
waited out however long it took.
what time was you coming home?
Uh, well, it got to a point where if I came home before after like 8 or 9, I couldn't come home. So
See, that's a bad mistake mothers make, and I'm glad you said that because black mothers, I ain't gonna say black mothers, but mothers do that to their sons, not knowing that they lead their kids to be out in the street even more. That's like soon as a child turned 18, I don't know where parents get this magic idea that they are men and they're grown. Like they don't realize you didn't teach them nothing. Like you didn't teach them how to budget. You didn't take them shopping with you. Like a lot of things we didn't teach them, but now they grown and you better go get a job. Not knowing like parents don't realize. Just like when you was 18, they want to throw you out. They want to throw you out to the wolves. And he's a man. He could no. Gotta teach them these things. So being that she already set this up at 12 something, well, if you ain't home by this time, you're not coming in. So of course you don't want to come in anyway, because you're having too much fun doing you, right? You got the drinks,
Right.
got the marijuana, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I'll pass on that. So now that leaves you in the house from whatever you guys are doing. That leaves you in the house. So while you're liberated, these older women are liberated also.
Right.
So at
Right.
a certain point in time, they sitting next to you. Like, how did they groom you? How did they get? Like, how were they acting? Were they acting like you were kids, or we all here together? We don't care about you.
Nah. Because at this point, I mean, at like around this age, you officially kind of like you earning you doing what you got to do to earn who you are, and so like it ain't more so about age, it's more like your reputation. You know what I mean? More so than what your age is. So the more you kind of the more you do, the more you kind of get recognized for it, and you
All
know,
right. So
I guess they kind of see that as a little attractive.
when does she pull you in the room, the closet, the bathroom? Like when does she now? Come on, baby, let's go. Like did it start like foreplay before like touch? Oh, you so cute and touching on you at first, and oh wow, and then
Yeah, dancing, and then we dancing together and all that,
mhm.
and then like I'm in the bathroom, and it was like at first it was like we kissing, and then it was you know
And then we
then it kind
know
of happened.
that y'all full of. I mean, she knows you are full of uncontrollable testosterone, right? So of course it's gonna be very hard to say no. Right? The testosterone just bing, 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 bing. You have a lot of it. You have a
Right,
lot of it. And you don't know how to control it yet because you're not supposed to, right? So now you
and at
know.
this point I've been lying already and saying that I've been getting it, so 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 I've already so of course.
But
Which
she,
I think she probably had an idea. I ain't no shit,
no,
but
she did know. She's 22. Like she been around the
right,
block. You know if it's somebody's first time or have they been getting it by the way that you're with her. So she would know this ain't now he ain't got no experience. She ain't gonna let you know that, right? See,
right,
this is why women like this need to be stopped. But so now what does she do? She pull you up in there. So as the pants start going, it's like she makes the
I'm
person.
sorry, Sugar Love. Did you send the okay extra large? Okay, you said that. Okay, I'm late. Sorry. Keep going.
So it's like this when she gets to the pin, she like starts rubbing that at 12 years old. And you ain't growing but so much. God damn. But it still doesn't say to her stop because you're still not a man yet. You still got more growing to do. And it's like she still took advantage. Like, did she play with it? And then she used her mouth first so you really couldn't stop because there's no way you know what to do. You've never done it before. So she has to guide you. So
right.
how was she guiding you?
No, I like it was more like I was kind of while we was kissing, she kind of pulled me where I could kind of feel where she was, and she was like, she asked if I could feel that, and I was like, yeah, and then from there, I think I gave oral first though, and then
How would you know how to do that? I would
So
like to.
Blue, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Like how can you give that first? I would like to know.
I had like that was like my first actual like actually like having like penetrating sex, but from like when I got like exposed to actual like oral sex, it was probably like a year or so before, and
Was
then
that
so
another older woman or a younger girl?
yeah, that was an older woman, even older.
Wait, so the
How
prime
did, so
example,
go
like
back
if you
then. How did you get exposed? How did that
Oh
happen?
my God, that's terrible.
Yeah,
wait,
go
I have
ahead.
a
Uh,
prime blue. I
God.
have a
yeah.
prime example of what you're talking about. Remember a couple remember like a year ago, Blueface's mom went viral for saying she taught him how to do, do, what you saying?
Mm,
That's why I say
yeah,
that
I
I can
forgot about
see,
that.
literally what you were saying because these celebrities get out here and admit to this type of stuff. Blueface's mom admitted to teaching her son how to do oral.
All right.
Boosie got his son oral
Well, hold
from
on, hold
a
on, hold
stripper.
on,
You
hold
know what
on.
I'm
I
saying?
want
So
to.
that's like a
She's
prime
not another
example.
Yeah,
girl.
but
And
It
let's.
his mom
worked on
said,
him.
what?
Well, hold on. Let's get back to him. That's Blueface in them story.
No, no,
How?
I
how
wasn't changing the subject. I was just saying that was a prime example of how
yeah.
it's
I
so easy to
Yes.
happen
I
Yes.
heard of it.
Terrible.
What the
It's
hell was going on?
terrible.
in the
Okay.
community because it's
You
tough.
you you skipped that part. How did you get to the part where? How old was you when the older women? Like, how did you feel with the going down there? You know, you ain't never smelt that before and all this other stuff. You didn't know when she opened, like, what do you do? Like tell me how did they how did that grooming go? You
Yeah, I
skip
think for a while we had kind of like talked about it, like that's what I was referring to earlier. We was like talking about how you supposed to eat, and you know had I ever ate from the back and all of that.
God
And
damn.
if
How
you
old
do
was
that,
she?
that's what's gonna make these girls go crazy, and all that type of stuff.
What?
How old was she?
Probably probably like mid to late 20s.
And how old were you?
Mid to late. He was 11. Because remember, this
Yeah, I
happened
was
at
like 11.
12.
Lord, oh hell
That's
no!
why
You
he's
in mid to late 20s?
yeah.
What?
Yeah. So, well, okay, so when
Where's
that
your
took
mother?
place,
Where was your mama? What?
Blue, are you comfortable talking about like the details of like in specific like because I want to ask you something, but I don't want to violate you at all.
No, I don't. No, that's straight. If it's something I don't feel comfortable answering, then I
Right.
just
And I will
yeah,
respect
let
that.
you.
Um, because it has to do with do you have kids?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
So what you going through, what you went through, and I'm not trying to change the subject. I just want to know before I forget. What precautions do you take to protect your kids from being around those type of people or going through what you went through or
Yeah, the,
a lot of people around them or like what do you do to prevent that from to your kids?
the freedom to like the front door is they don't have that freedom. You know what I mean? Like the freedom to be able to go out without us. You know what I mean? One of us present, or the freedom to be able to, you know, we at work and you out hanging. But that's why we never work the same shift anyway. Like one person, we always work opposite shifts. So one of us is always, around in the first place. And just
Yeah.
making sure that they stay kids. You know what I mean? The friend,
mhm,
and another big deal too is the friends that they had, like who they allowed to hang
Right.
around, and making sure that these ain't people that's been hurt. You know what I mean? So that's like,
Right.
all right.
it's a lot of
Yeah.
that.
All right.
That's
So
good.
can we
I appreciate you answering that because I never want to violate people kids or have them speak about. But that's what's up. That's what's up.
now you and this older 20-something-year-old woman, as I obviously she's one of the older friends, girls
Right.
that's around. So she starts having this conversation with the 11-year-old, right? So
Right.
at that point, you should be scared or nervous, right? Or she talked you into it that you want to do it because it
Nah,
sounds like you're talking that
nah,
sex talk.
because I think like I said, even when you go back to like kindergarten, and like we talk like as if we had already had this type of experience. So at this point, now I'm kind of like I'm more so excited because I'm kind of playing dumb, like I don't know what's going on too. And then so, but I got a feeling, as long as I don't say too much, this might happen. So I'm kind of excited at the moment. So I'm engaging in the conversation.
All
Like
right, so
I'm a
that's
willing
the
to
thing where the other guy says, "Well, you kind of wanted it to happen, but didn't know exactly what you were getting into."
Right.
Oh my god!
All right.
Oh,
So after she done teach you this, so you wanted to show your skills, you wanted to show that other young lady, even though you haven't did that. You all that's I know, you really don't know, still don't know what you're doing, right? But I know a little something, right? So then you even got to even go on into that, but then she goes to taking advantage of you.
right.
All right. So after that experience, like shit, I'm gonna knock down a couple of more, right? Hey, I'm the man. Right, you got tired
Right.
of the bathroom. She got tired of doing it in the bathroom. The tired of
Right.
I know the showers. I tired of the shower. I really got to do it. And there now, her being an older woman, did she something like what she was saying? Did she offer any? Because this is very dangerous. Because you young and you don't really known about STDs or anything like that. Because thinking it
Right.
can't
Right.
happen to you. Did she say put on a cap or no?
Nah. Nah.
So not only did she violate you, she risked your life. Because
Yeah.
you're not thinking
Yeah.
maybe she could have something. She with all these grown men. She drunk. I don't know how people she did it because that's you're not supposed
Not
to think that far.
and not only that though, too, other people
Right.
because
Oh,
now people know I'm saying other people that were around my age because now after this I'm really kind of
So at that age, was it just that one woman, or were you having relations with
yeah I had a few
multiple
like
women managers do? Or
right as time goes on like even like the girlfriends my age that kind of made fun of me would make fun of me like are you really like older women. I always usually had like dated like but and it was a lot and I think some of it was because I had insecurities about like my skin and stuff and it was like older women that kind of always like without me ever even saying something they just be like you got really beautiful skin and this and
Mm-hmm.
so
that
yeah,
they
you
would
and
come
actually
in.
do. But no, I wasn't talking
So
about like the age. I meant like when you were 12 and you said that one woman who you didn't use a condom with. And
right
when that happened, were you having sex with when excuse me, I'm sorry. Were you having relations with other women at the same time, or was it
No,
like
this is first
afterwards? Or
time. This is first time.
nah that's my
oh,
first
This
time
is
okay.
first
Yeah,
time.
so
that's my
after
first
that, was
time
it
like
like more
officially after
okay?
penetration like I have been doing other
Okay.
stuff where I would like so from the time I first gave oil, like I have been and it was girls that was older, but they wasn't that much. They was like they probably was like, 14, 15. So I was like, kind of giving them oral and stuff like that. And then so I get to this situation, I actually,
So after that, do you feel like the king of the world? Are you gonna conquer stuff, or you like what the hell just happened? Like, what was the afterthought?
yeah, I mean at that point, like, you come out the bathroom, everybody kind of like just
Oh,
realize where you been at. Yeah. So it's like, and who you
oh
been with?
man, oh man.
So I'm trying to hold in my smile like I ain't nothing happened and all of that. Like, nah. And everybody like, cause I ain't never been no bragger, so I ain't like, like, yeah, I
How
just
would
got
you
a
know? That's your first time. You're only 12. You don't know
yeah.
yet. Right? You
No, I'm
don't know
saying
yet.
I'm saying at that time I ain't never like I'm saying I ain't never been a bragger. So even at that time I was like, you know, I just act like, that happened.
wow.
They was asking, I'm cheesing, I'm kind of smiling, but I'm like, nah, bro,
Yeah.
ain't nothing happened, bro. We
I'm
just
King
talking.
Kong in
So
this motherfucker.
maybe that's what they're talking about. It's a badge of honor. So therefore,
That's exact. That's
that's
what.
what Devon said. He says a
Yeah.
badge of honor. Like do this, right?
But in
I like down like a 50-year-old. You know what I'm saying? It's a badge of honor. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason
So
here.
after that, right? Is it a one-time thing with her, or it's other older women, or now you want to show a little something to the younger girl. Like at that point, where is your mind is at? Like you want, like, oh, I want to keep doing this, or I don't think I want to do this no more for a while. Like, where is your mind, or
Right.
how?
Well, I think that's the danger part is because I was like
Mhm.
kind of going back and forth.
Right.
So like
That's what I want to talk
like
about.
now I like I got a girlfriend that's actually I go to school with, and well a few girlfriends that I actually go to school with. So, but then you know they can't. They got curfews and stuff, so they can't be. I mean, I got a curfew. I just we all got curfews,
You
but
don't make me
we're
spit
on
out my
little
ginger ale. I do not
Not the
like that.
ginger ale.
but
Yes, Bert.
So once you
You
start
don't make me spit that out my mouth.
introduce that,
Not the ginger ale.
Yes, he did. And
right.
it's the good one. The fruit. This one
So
is the
did you
fruit
end up
flag.
introducing them to some new stuff? Because
Yeah.
I'm like at this point I'm sucking toes and all kind of stuff. So it's like
So
I
like,
used to
that
was
go
you
to
time
South
ever?
I was
Did
like,
you ever
Florida.
feel like embarrassed or ashamed or like
nah, I was bold about it. Like I was early bold. Like
So
you
at
weren't
that time
embarrassed at
everybody
all?
was
You was
like,
like,
oh,
I do what I do. I
I
like
don't
what I
eat, but
do.
yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
shit,
Okay.
okay,
because remember the
You was
guy
cool with what
all
you
of that.
did. Hey,
the
you
Yeah,
gotta
guy
respect
I
that.
still done it.
the guys made them feel good, right? So
Right.
at
That's
this
what I was
point,
saying. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying
it's
I can
still wrong.
understand where
I
he's
got you,
coming
sister.
from. Cause that's
Well,
how he, like
that,
he
but
said, he was.
Uh-huh.
You said you would come
Teasing.
outside and see hookers throwing up and stuff.
nah.
That's kind of crazy, you
All
know.
right. So
But
at
at
that
that time, most people would deny oral though. Like most men, I mean, like most of the boys would never like be like, yeah, like they would kind of be like, nah, I ain't never gonna do that.
all right, so after that, you like, oh, right. So now, what you learn from her now? See, this is where the catch-22 coming in. Is how the teenage girls come up pregnant, being that he was exposed. He didn't use a Jimmy, right?
Nah,
So remember, he's not supposed to. He's 12, right? Certain things are responsibility. They're remember their mind and their brain don't fully mature to 25, right? They may act like it's mature, but it's not. Because how we know? Because you ain't 25 yet. You're gonna see it's a big difference, right? I'm quite sure you noticed a big difference, right? So certain
right,
things containing responsibility and stuff. So now you got a girlfriend. I know you're still probably hitting them older ones too, but now you're introducing it to her because now you want some more, and now you have to. So
right,
this is where somebody's 14-year-old come home pregnant, or somebody's 15-year-old come home pregnant. Because I always tell people if kids get like that, that means somebody older did it to them. So you may be hating these little boys, but something happened to these little boys. Now they want some more from your daughter. That's his age.
right.
So, because again, he's not thinking about, oh, well, this happened. This don't want to happen. You ain't even thinking about STDs, but now you have to introduce it to her.
And even when like you never really think about STDs, but even like the pregnancy, how you view pregnancy at that point in time,
Mm-hmm.
especially when you think you like in love and all of that, it's like
Mm-hmm.
you got it planned out. Well, you really, you know what
I
I mean?
know.
You really ain't
We,
got you ain't
we
got
all
no
been that
plan at
age,
all.
baby.
But
We all
it's
been
like,
that age when we how they say you think you know it all. We all been that age.
yeah.
And then
So
that's what creates more. And this is why people like you need to vet better. So I said stop telling women that because number one, when they're young, it's hard to vet. They're the same age, right? They don't know. But there's a
right,
lot of people who have their kids, like some of them have it at 16, 17, and 18, right? And girls never figured that for him to even how did he even know that? I don't think no young girls. The guy like probably knows my first time, and we gotta figure out how do you know these things and where to go and how to do it. Like a lot of girls, because again, it feels good to them too, right? Feels
right,
good to them too. This is how teenage pregnancy come. This is why I keep telling them girls that I be with these stories because it's gonna be more single mothers out there. You're gonna blame these boys, not men, because in your mind they are men, but you're looking for a responsibility from them that they cannot give you. Right? They can't give it
That's
to
fact.
themselves. They cannot give it to themselves. And this is why parents have to push this. And even so, then go get your kids on birth control. You may not want to, but you know what? At least you know I can't be around you 24/7. Soon as they say I got a little boyfriend, or if they stay in that shower an extra minute longer than what they used to, take their ass directly to the doctor. Cause that so or you went from guys, go get in the tub for little boys too. Little boys too. Like, oh God, got cologne on. I'm like, oh shit. Cause see me, I don't be letting nothing get by me, baby. I don't let nothing get by me. Right, you smelling extra good. Hold up, what's going on? Right, that's how
Mhm.
Yeah, that cologne ain't for nobody.
Mhm.
right, hold up.
I
It
got
went
boys.
from
I got all boys. I know what
it,
she talking about.
it went from Canada. Your face thing. Get in the tub. So wait, hold up. You smelling like a whole Macy's window. Hold up.
Mhm.
Right. Where you get
Be
that
wanting to take 2-3 showers a day. Like, bro, what is you? You ain't that dirty, and you running up my water bill playing with me.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, but the same thing with the little girls too. But on the mother's behalf, they be a man. Like, no, he's just the same age as you. Like, they legally can't work a full-time job. They legally ain't got nowhere for you to go. And they're legally supposed, not legally, but as men, they're supposed to poke around. Right?
So here's the question though. How did that affect your relationships from that point forward? Did you
Right. Right.
Yeah, that's a good
women as
question.
an object of
Mhm,
sexual like desire, or
mhm.
did you ever be able to like actually love a woman? Like,
Yeah.
is there like a blockage of being able to love because of
Mhm.
the way that you see sex from an early age?
And
A
you
lack
high, you drunk, you
of
rolling with the big boys.
actually like and do the act, or is it like a thing where it's like a routine? Like, okay, well, smoke some weed, then get it
Or
in.
did you introduce
It
her with
asked the
weed and stuff, young man?
Nah, I never.
I
I ain't
asked
gonna lie. None of my.
that one,
Nah.
but I asked a lot of questions in that one. But I'm gonna say this: it has to affect you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was a blessing that you was able to be married at some point. But I'm imagining that
Mm.
partial of being married, right? And then if that broke apart, then now you have more, of a disdain, whatever. Maybe you said, you know what? Let, let me. I'm gonna let you speak for yourself. Go
But
ahead.
you know what? Let me just add on to that. Did you having a girl at that point, and then you with these older dogs? That did that play a part in you wanting to have one woman, or you never had one woman? You just had a girlfriend, but you were out there. Because sometimes your homies, nah, let that be. We got this one, we got that one. You'll come to the party, so they constantly
Right.
got girls. Like, so it's
Mhm.
really hard for you to step off and be the one good guy now, because you with the homies, you're partying, you're smoking, you're drinking,
Right.
you're nice.
No,
So
I was always like though a hard lover. So it was like it wasn't that. It was like because it was just like it was just something to do. My feelings would be involved. Like I didn't want to lose one, regardless. And then it was just kind of I don't know. It was a weird type of ordeal because I guess I always kind of was popular from either doing stuff, what I did in the streets, or also from like playing sports and doing other stuff, talent shows, all
So
that
how do
stuff.
you love like that? Like she was saying, like how did it affect your marriage? Like, were you truly in love with your wife? Was it, or
the
was it?
girlfriend, the girlfriend,
Oh, the girl, yeah, the
you with the
girlfriend, or
girlfriend,
No,
the
he
not
long, whatever long
no,
term
no, no,
relationship.
no. He was married. He had a
Yeah,
wife.
yeah, the wife. That's what I'm saying. Whatever that was, like the long term. Were you
Right.
truly in love? Like how did that go? As far as like love, like could you really love
Yeah.
her, or did
No,
you really
yeah.
love her, or was it?
Yeah.
You had other women on the
Like at
side, or
nah. At one point, and I want to be careful how I say. Like I think sometimes shit
did
happens,
you charge her?
and you think like it's just certain like I did, and then it's certain stuff that I felt like I could that I lied to myself saying I could get over and I couldn't. You know what I mean? So it's like, and so, and when you don't, the way you kind of express yourself is kind of unfair. You know what I mean? Like the way you be looking at people and stuff like that. It's just unfair. So it wasn't that. It was more so of me like because at the time when I get into this relationship, I'm 17 and I'm in a whole nother state. You know what I mean? Like from where I grew up at.
Oh wow.
So
Okay. So that was a.
so I
How
haven't
long
been
did
in
the
this
marriage last?
relationship since up until probably like a couple of years ago.
Oh, okay. So. I mean, that did. You don't have to answer me if you don't want to, but did you cheat on her?
Nah,
Because it's possible to love someone and
right.
kind of cheat on them still, because like you said, it was just a feeling for you. It wasn't like love or what. Sex was just sex to you.
Right. Right.
So you were faithful to her.
Nah, I never cheated. I did dumb shit like,
Hold on.
you
How
know,
old was
Okay.
you when you found the woman that you wanted to marry? That'll clear this up. How old were you then?
17.
You were 17. Yeah, that was a long time.
So from 12 to 17, how did you get out of the I just want the one woman because they got all these women around you, you going to the party. So how did you get out of that? Like was it like
Well, at that time, like by the time I was like 17, I'm not hanging as much. Like,
okay,
cause
okay.
like by that time, I'm kind of looking at stuff like I'm looking at the big homie stupid and everybody like sending me on. You know what I mean? Just you kind of start viewing stuff a little bit different when you get 17. So I'm like I'm still hanging, but it's a little bit less and less. So by the
Yeah,
time
because it had
I
you
get
you
out
had
there, I
you
kind of had
outgrew
all
it
my
because it
fun.
had happened to
Yeah,
you so long, right?
yeah, partying like used to go
Yeah, so
partying in
at an early
Tijuana.
age you was ready to
Uh,
like boom, get on up out of there.
in Tijuana, they don't ID you for nothing. Like you get into the party I mean the clubs at whatever age. So we used to be in Tijuana going crazy, especially before they start
Mm.
making you have an ID to get across the border.
You was in
Uh-uh.
Tijuana going
You
crazy.
heard him?
Yeah,
That's what I said. You was really
Wait,
going
how old was
wild.
you in Tijuana? Wait,
I
wait.
said,
TJ
you
going
said,
wild.
All right,
How old was
so
you in Tijuana? Hold on. How old was you going to Tijuana?
17.
Nah, younger than that. Probably like 13, 14. I
God
was
damn.
there before they
bro
changed the
said he
law.
was crossing the border.
What
All
He
listen,
right,
wasn't playing.
listen, like
Jesus
okay, we be
Christ.
having these little boys and we let them go to Tijuana, like bro.
No, he just
That's-
went. Remember, he couldn't
Nah,
come in at
you
a certain
don't.
time. They couldn't come in the door. So he just took his
Yeah,
ass to Tijuana.
you don't say you going to Tijuana. I'm finna
You
go
don't
see a
say
movie. The movie gonna
exactly.
probably run late, so I'm finna go stay at Timer House after that. I'm gonna be with my
Oh no, this is
homeboy,
great.
oh
What?
my
and then we off. We crossing the
This is
border.
this is bringing me flashbacks of getting my ass beat. I got
Oh,
hold on.
hey, it was so many times I just was like, you know what? I'm gonna take it. I go,
Hey,
tonight is
look,
worth
it
it.
doesn't hurt
but
anymore.
you were able to still get married, be in love with someone,
Right.
still have children out of love. It
But he's
didn't.
but, but
'Cause
he's still
I would think that
17.
something like that happened
So
at such an early age.
no, but he's still not a man yet. He's still just 17. He thinks he's a man. Right?
Right.
He thinks he's a man. He's not a man yet. Remember, the man brain don't fully develop to 25. So he think he got this. So now, if I'm not mistaken, he's falling in a lot of pitfalls because he thinking he's a man, and then she's thinking she's a woman. Right? They thinking these are two adults, but neither one is 18 years old yet. Right? They're still kids.
Well, I'm 17. My wife at that time, she older than me, so I think she was like maybe 24 or something.
So it's legal in your state to get married at 17?
Uh, I think in Alabama it was like 16 actually. No, we didn't get married though. Then we have been together since we were
All right,
17.
so
We got
that's not
married
your wife.
like
Okay.
a few years later. We got
Right.
married probably when I was like 26, but we
Right.
have been
So
together since I was 17.
right. So at this point, your body is still changing. So how is that change? How is the change for you? Like, because you got pressure, you got the girlfriend, you're a single man. then you was out there in Tijuana, and then you was with the homeboys, right? So at this point you're
Tijuana
starting.
go crazy, bro.
I know, right? So you're 17. Okay, you say, okay, I'm going to do this. But what are some of the pitfalls? Because you done lived your life so
Right.
fast, so young, and you done did a
Yeah.
lot. So how was that on your psyche?
Yeah. So at that point, it's two things. Like, so I'm when I first moved to Alabama, and for not even just first moved there for a long time, I was probably like depressed, probably under a lot of depression,
Mm-hmm.
because it's I went from a place where everybody knew me to nobody knows me. So it's like, and I spent a long time working to get my name solid, and so it was like I get to this point, and now it's like boom, whole nother place, and
So
then
it
I
started
become
off like,
homeless. And so
okay,
it's like, yeah,
right, because I knew you wasn't taught the responsibility yet, right? Because you've been free willing all this time, right? So
right, and then
now the responsibility kicks in.
it's
Damn, I
on
got
me.
bills, I got this, I got to learn how to keep a job because you've been doing what you
Yeah,
wanted to do for so long. Now this kicks in. Oh shit, I'm a man, right? This what men
right,
do, right? So now that kicks in because you thought you knew what men do, but now no, now you get the other side of what men have to do, right?
right.
So now you're homeless. So you and her, correct?
No, I am at this time. I hadn't. Let me see. We was. Let me see. I had met her. We was talking, but like before we like officially like get like that, I become homeless like towards like the end of the year, because like towards the end of the year, my mom and them moved back, and so when they moved back to California, I had like so many days to either pay the rent there or find a spot or whatever. And so,
And then being that
uh,
you thought you were grown, you didn't want to go back with
right.
mama. You thought I can
Well,
do this.
I
Right.
couldn't. If I would have been able to find a ticket, I guess I could have. But she was saying I would have had to find a space. Like it was something that where I just because I really the whole time I was ready to come home because
That was the
but
time of once you turn 18, you're out the house
yeah.
immediately.
No,
But
he's still 17 at this
yeah, I'm
time, right?
17. Yeah, I'm
He's
still
17 at
17.
this time. He's not even grown yet. So technically, he was supposed to go with her. But what happens is that she already set in his mind that he is grown. When the one she said, you can't, if you don't come in at this time, you can't come in at all. That's all his mind needed to hear for him to do what he wants to do. Right? So she got used to him not coming home or whatever. She forgot that he's still her responsibility. She's still supposed to take care of him as a mother takes care of a child. So she think he's gonna do what he want to do. He out there with them boys. I know what he had. So, but she didn't. So
Well, I'll say this though. I did after that time goes up. I did have a choice though to go stay with my auntie, and so I did go and stay with my auntie. And it was just I didn't. It was a certain. uh I'm real prideful. You know what I mean. So the moment I kind of feel like I'm in your way, I just I do what I got to do. So it was like and whether I might have been I'm not gonna put just put that on. I might have been reading into something that wasn't there, but I got to a point I felt like I was like in the way, and so from there I just I went on ahead and I decided I just do it outside. So I had I was able to I was kind of hustling a little bit, so I had a little change, and at that time it was winter, so I was just loading up the dryer with quarters and loading up the dryer with quarters and just running the machine so it stay warm in the laundry room. I just sleep in there, boom, and then dip out during the day.
Oh my God, really?
Uh,
Wow. Man,
yeah,
how we do our little boys, man. How we do our boys.
straight.
You
But you know,
never,
Alabama though is
oh, you just going out here and just get it how you live, and you know, and then he's out, she's out there. We wouldn't do that to a girl. So we need to really like reevaluate how we treat our little boys. That's not right. And that
definitely.
affects how even they have kids and treat our grandchildren. We have to be very careful about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But when did you have that dark space, right? When you started realizing what happened to you, because you did say you realized that it was wrong. Where was you at when you started reflecting, right? And thinking,
Um,
oh shit. And then you was able to break away and be a better man. But when did you realize, damn, this shit like, and she was like, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So
yeah, I actually, I think I was like, I probably was drunk or something, but I actually, I went down the list of everybody I talked to that was like my age or whatever, like that I went to school with, and was just kind of apologizing to them, like, you know, I'm sorry, whoop the whoop, you know, I don't know, I just one day I was just kind of sitting and just thinking about what I had went through,
mhm.
and when I was thinking about what I had went,
Oh no, he dropped.
I think his phone might have died. But man, that story right there.
It's a lot of them, DJ. We're gonna do more stories. Like, okay, my brother back. Okay, bro, you started writing. I heard guys say that too. It's crazy. But okay, go ahead, finish with that. Can you hear me, brother Blue?
Hello.
I think you on mute, Blue.
He might be in a place that the sound's not working.
I think that's him. That's you.
No, that was me. Uh, I'm gonna take you off and bring you back on. All right. Hello, Blue.
I mean, until he get that fixed, right? That is a. Oh, okay. This is this is a big thing that we have in the community, right? This is why I cannot understand where these grown men, like, knowing how things started. You back, bro? Yeah, I can hear you. Hello?
StreamYard is acting crazy.
I
Yeah,
hear this.
all
I
right,
hear
can you hear
Because
me?
you
exactly.
keep dropping me.
All right, we
Oh, we
got you.
can
We
hear you
got
now.
All right,
Okay,
so
perfect.
you started writing letters to all the women, all the women I've loved
Yeah,
before.
yeah. Uh,
And
and
finish
it
with that.
really kind of I actually had started meditating, and so I started meditating on like, I kind of get a little emotional, self reflect on a lot of stuff, and
He's breaking up now.
and
Have
I thought,
mercy.
I mean,
You breaking up, bro.
it was hurt, but people that I hurt, because I kind of looked at it as, regardless of if they was like the same age, or even those who was even a little bit older, like, so a lot of them and some of them wasn't like hadn't experienced a lot of different stuff that I kind of opened them up to. So I kind of was feeling like,
Oh no. So as soon as we get to the transformation, here go the devil, right? So we get to the transformation.
The
This way it gets.
StreamYard doing something weird. Blue, when you come back, go stand by the front window. Or go stand by the Wi-Fi box. Stand right there and talk to us. We are talking. We need you right now. We need to talk. We getting somewhere. Come back up and go stand by the Wi-Fi box. Don't move. Don't walk around trying to find no chicken and shit. Don't try to go to Tijuana on us. All right, we back. Stand by the Wi-Fi box.
Here we go.
Right.
Don't get
There you go, my
She
baby.
said,
All right.
she
Is
said,
it getting it?
Back in.
she
Let's
said,
go.
she said, don't go to Tijuana.
There's
Crazy
Wi-Fi. Definitely bad. Come
girl.
stay over here on the side, on this side with the good Wi-Fi. And
I'm
yeah,
Straight
glad I
up.
didn't have no ginger
go
ale
by
in
the
my mouth
window.
when you said that. I'm
Oh no,
lucky.
he said go by the window. She said go by the window. Go by the
No,
window.
she said don't go to Tijuana.
She's walking
no
around too
stream
much.
because no, I ain't gonna lie though. StreamYard is tripping because they kept dropping me
They
and
do
shit
that.
though.
They
It's
do that though.
StreamYard.
Okay. So
Yeah, it's
now,
StreamYard. So I'm just messing with you, bro.
now, you know, now you start having a reflection. Now hold
Right.
it. What made you had that reflection?
I'm meditating,
Hmm.
like actually, starting to do shadow work. You know what I mean? And kind of deal
I
with
mean, this
what I
was
felt like.
naturally. This was a natural feeling, or you
Now
wanted
this
to do
came with like a shift in spirituality,
it.
and
Okay.
so during that shift, now I'm like understanding the role that I play. Now I'm like looking at stuff, and I kind of see everything outside as like a projection, and so now I'm like dealing with shit that's making me insecure, and things that make me self conscious and all of that, and just in that process, I mean, you got to deal with whatever trauma it is that you
Mhm.
might have went through. And so, I did that, and then doing that, like I said, like whether it was, people that was my age or older, I felt like I was kind of viewing not only just like for me hurting myself, but also seeing like, I mean, how I was hurt, but also seeing how I hurt them by, exposing them to stuff that they probably would have never even, experienced. Like, and that's what I was saying. Like, in a lot of ways, I kind of feel like I created appetites for people, that they probably wouldn't even have, and that probably fuck them up to this day.
Wow. And I'm glad you brought that out too, right? Because this girl 304, girls this, girls that. And they don't know a woman did it to you and you did it to another woman, right? So, well, again, when did you realize when you're going through that you is the one actually who needed the apology? Or did you think I'm the one? You speaking to them? Did they take it upon themselves to apologize, or did they just accept your apology? But technically, you were the one who needed the apology.
Well, the ones that was like I never like the ones that was older and stuff. I never really kind of kept in contact with them. Like the
Mm-hmm.
people I like kept in contact with was like people I was like I went to school with and stuff like that. And those was like people I engaged with. You know what I
But
mean? Like that was like the group I felt like I hurt. You know what I mean? Like the
but
people that were amongst my age.
right. But when did you know that you was taken advantage of? And at that point, did you feel, you know what? Hold up, I need an apology too.
Yeah, and
Even though you couldn't get it, but I'm saying, was that ever the thought?
it wasn't necessarily an apology because I think in a lot of ways it's still kind of a from like a man standpoint, it's still a biased outlook on it.
I mean,
So
in your mind, in your
right, like,
mind.
but yeah, even there though, it's still like a biased outlook because like I can I say I can say being I'm a victim, but
No, you were.
it's like it yeah like I said like the culture, what I mean, it's still like understanding what all of that means
Mm-hmm.
as an opposition to like the culture is like kind of hard.
What do
That's
you
why I
mean
say
when you
like
say the culture?
Mm-hmm.
Can you
because
elaborate on like the culture?
Yeah. Yeah.
like even like from even walking out of the bathroom, even how like the dudes was and how the older dudes was, and what I mean, like you know kind of like, oh, he finally he done finally got it. I'm like, I been, what I mean, I ain't even do that. Like but even how how they referred to it, like
Okay, so you're just speaking on like the badge of honor that you've been talking about,
mhm. Right,
basically.
right,
Culture
right,
is that so-called the uncles and the older kids and encouraging you to lose your,
right.
you know. Okay. Okay. Well,
All
yeah.
right. So after that, and you made the phone calls, right? I know you still made a lot of mistakes. Now, what did that do at that point in time of you running the street, doing what you want to do? So obviously, Mama couldn't stop you, right? Because you did what you
Right,
wanted to do, right? So at
right,
this point, that makes you feel even more as a man, and there's something about it that even though she probably was hitting you or whatever, she was still scared of you, right? That's why she rather you stay out the door, right? Because she's scared of you at
um,
this point. So how is your
no, I think
temperament?
she more disappointed. Like,
No,
I think she,
I am a mother with a boy.
right,
I'm telling you how women feel. At this point, she's kind of scared because she doesn't have control of you, or you would do what she
right, yeah,
say, right? You would
right,
do what she say. And after the first couple of beatings, obviously she should know this ain't getting nowhere, right? You still gonna do what you want to do, and I ain't fighting to her. I ain't fighting no
right,
man, right? You got the testosterone kicked all in and everything, right? So,
right,
and then she don't have your father to call to say, come, jack him up or whatever. So she's kind of scared now because she doesn't know if you're going to now jump in her face, right? That's the most
right.
painful thing a mother can feel from a son. Like when we in
Yep.
control, do that, right? When the mother
Yep.
is in control, I do this, I do this, I do that. That's when the mother is in control. But once she feels that she lost that control, she gives you the power,
Right.
right? So it depends what type of mother or son that you have. So how does that do with you? Like, do you have a temper? Are you short fused? Because your mother feels, in your mother mind you short fused or whatever. She ain't feel like going through this with you. So she's gonna stand her ground, lock her door, ain't got to deal with you, right? And you stay
Right, right.
outside. She knows where you at, so she know you safe, but she's still scared at the same time, right? So how was you as a man, right? As a young man, and how was you as a young man? It was like, was you wondering, you gonna respect me? I'm a man. Like how does that? Because you didn't
Nah,
mention none of that. How was your temperament?
yeah,
Because
that
you're
was
not
like
listening to your mama,
because
so I
um,
already know you're not the nicest guy.
well, like that's the thing. I'm I was willing to already. I already made the decision that I was gonna take the consequences. So the chastisement and so it ain't like I'm not even really like tripping on that.
So
But
how
it's
did you
like
treat the women?
uh actually
Because
I
I
think
Wait. Before, wait. Can I ask you how, like, growing up before 12 as a kid, like, how, I know you say your dad was, what you say, military or jail or something like that? He was gone,
nah my
right?
dad he in LA, yeah he was in LA. He had a family up there.
I'm gonna
But
say
I'm
this.
saying you was raised with just
I
your
know his
mama, right?
mom is
Yeah,
very
I was
involved.
raised with my mama.
So
Well,
how
let me
was
say
your relate before you was 12, before
right.
this happened to
Times
you?
has changed now, DJ. I'm talking
no,
about
no,
then.
we just did the show with him about the dark side, and his mom was in the chat.
Yeah, he's older now. He's
No, this
maturer.
was like 2 weeks when we did the show with
No, I'm
him.
talking about the
He was the
relationship.
no,
No,
I'm saying
DJ. I'm
he was
talking
the
about
one that was no. Listen, we did the dark side, right?
right.
His mom was the first one in the chat, so that
Correct.
Right.
tells me that he's close
Oh,
to his
see,
mom.
I don't know. That's
No,
all I'm doing. I'm just asking
no,
how was your
right.
relationship with your
We're
mother. That's
talking
all.
about
Yeah,
I
we
wasn't
back
there,
we
so
never
I
then.
don't
had that
know.
type of relationship.
Right. We're
Like
talking about
No,
I'm
back
no, I'm
still
not
then,
saying
not
like
high.
that.
now.
I'm not even saying like that. I don't even think. Nah, I'm not even going
No,
there. I'm saying like,
Yeah.
did y'all
mother
get
never stopped
along? Was your
loving her
mother?
son,
That's
but
all. That's
he,
yeah, yeah.
he,
Yeah. I wouldn't.
he
I would never say that. I think
like,
that.
of
Like
course she
like
loved
my
her
I
son,
ain't
but
no I
at that
ain't
point in time, just like our parents, when we
yeah
was when we started, how they say you started smelling ourselves. That doesn't mean
Yeah,
they don't love us. We
Oh
all put
yeah.
our parents through something, is what I'm saying, DJ.
yeah.
So
I
back
was I
then,
was
that's one of
smelling
the
it,
things to put
smelling
like one
myself,
right.
but it wasn't. I didn't. The way I expressed it though wasn't like I was never aggressive to my mom. You know what I mean? Like it was because at this point I'm still hiding what I'm doing, so
Okay.
it's not really like I'm not like blatantly like
Yeah, so
I'm
that's
you
all
know
I
what
was
I'm
saying. Like
saying?
at home, when you
Like I
with
come
mama,
home.
you mama's boy,
Yeah,
you
I'm
helping
not.
your mama,
When
you
I'm
help
with
you
any
doing what you're
adult,
supposed to do. You're not
He
really
ain't not
messing up at
following no
home.
rules
You
uh,
just
though.
really messing up with the girl.
even
That's
He
what
ain't
you
was
e-
at
know.
home. He out
even
there with
even
the
at
homies.
school, like if I got in a fight or trouble at school, you gonna get in trouble. They're gonna be like, nah, he would never. You know, what I mean? I ain't. I knew how to.
Oh,
You
you were
know,
sneaky.
like I ain't gonna be like all out and all of
He a
that.
Scorpio.
Chilling.
All right,
Oh, yeah,
so
you were sneaky. Okay,
right, so
mama. So mama ain't know nothing about her baby. Her baby was an angel.
she knew
Ah.
no, cause baby didn't come in at the right time, so he stayed
Mm.
out. All right.
Yeah,
So
she know,
at
but
what point
she
in time
you know.
now that you're older, now when did you start saying, hey, I want more? I want to come into the knowledge, like to because I want to lead up to like where you at now. So you with the women, because you had one girl going at you up in here, right? But at what
Right.
before you even got with the woman, take the woman out of the equation right now, right? We
Hmm.
just so now you're starting to meditate, starting to realize, okay, let me say sorry to whomever. Like, was it somebody who made you like maybe it was a show or something that was talking about knowledge? Did you just want to start seeking? Like, what made you want to change and start seeking like knowledge? Like, who was like the first person that you watched or heard from that was opposite from them dodo birds when you was
Right.
younger?
Um, it's crazy. I like I've always been interested in like the details of stuff, like getting into like reading about. Even I've always been like a nerd. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's just I was, I had two sides to me, and but it was like trying to have that discussion. It's kind of hard to leave the other person out because it's like that's kind of too what kind of led me even into like the space. So it's like
Cause
needing a
maybe
place to be able to have the conversation and be in a space where I can be challenged,
right, but
on what I
what
thought I
made you?
knew.
Because some men might think I asked you that because some men may think I want men to know also like you can get up out that space and come into a different space.
Hmm.
So when we was like I got to leave these streets alone. I'm not doing this. I want to be the nerd now. Like some people
Yeah,
they may have sore like this person or Bobby or whatever. Like what? Because who was who was it you connected with, either on a video, real
yeah,
life, or
probably the
whatever?
Israelites. I think at this
Okay, the
time, probably
Israelites.
the
Okay, let's go.
Israelites is what bring me out. Um,
Hmm.
they hit you with the Deuteronomy 28 and
Which is
68,
true. Which is true.
you know,
Uh-huh.
and they had a whole lineup. So coming out, um, you know, hearing that,
So you became an
um,
Israelite. You started
at,
following.
yeah, at first I
Wait,
was just kind of like, I would kind of listen and then like go back and because they would put
What's
out a lot
camp?
of the precepts.
What's camp?
Um, it was crazy. Actually, Sakari was the
I
well,
used
no,
to like Sakari. I love me
yeah,
some Deke.
yeah.
Sakari, no, I
I
love me
grew up with
some
Gorilla
Deke.
Hebrew.
Get out. I've been trying to
Uh,
catch him when he sneak on
okay.
up here. But Deke, I
that
love
would
me
have been
some Deke.
my
That
group
other one,
because
Rashad, he has grown up on me
mhm,
though. Rashad grew up on me. But
right.
and that do Deke. But okay,
So
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 you
so
was
so you
sorry.
so that's what you
And I know them. What I mean, like I know a lot of the dudes I recognize in the Sakari camp from,
Hmm.
what I mean, like that
I
used
remember
to
when it was just
be
them.
outside.
Hmm.
So a
Hmm.
lot of them dudes real. real deal dudes that didn't change their life for real,
Yeah, because
like
he was in
dramatically changed.
Shakari was in a gang himself. Remember?
Yeah,
Uh,
most of them was
yeah.
former gang member, like reformed
Hmm.
gang member. Yeah, so it's like kind of get into that
So you
now.
started
I'm
seeing
like,
Did
them
you
on the
ever
street?
so was you ever Jehovah's Witness?
no,
No,
nah.
you was
I was in
and
a relationship. I was with somebody that was.
uh, so
So
you
like
saw them.
your kids are that's they
Yeah,
follow the mother's religion.
pretty much.
Right.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah,
you don't follow
that's
that religion.
total
Well,
opposite
not to talk
Nah.
down
of an
on you. I don't have
Israelite.
anything
That's
against
a
that.
total opposite of the Israel. I don't know how y'all do that. Right? Two
Yeah.
different
Yes,
doctrines.
because I'm kind of
Two
confused.
different
Yeah, that's why I
doctrines.
was asking because I don't,
Uh-huh.
but
Good question.
I'm
Well, that's where it led me on to YouTube, like to actually start engaging on YouTube
Mm.
because having a, and I get it, like I don't totally disregard like when she met me, I was 17, and at that time, even for years, probably all the way up, I don't think I got consistent with nothing. You know what I mean? So she dealt with me being inconsistent probably till I was like 23, 24.
Wait, she was 24, right? You were 17, she was 24.
Yeah, yeah.
did you ever used to go to hall with her?
Honey, that was not being
Nah,
inconsistent.
nah, I never went to all.
Oh,
Wait.
okay.
No. Hold on. That was not being inconsistent. You were being 17.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
no shit. Yeah,
don't even,
you
no, don't,
17.
don't even like sit there and say that you were doing something.
Right.
If you're
Yeah,
17 and she's 24, and it's a big because 17, you're still in high school. She's
it's supposed to be. Yeah,
a grown
And
woman.
he
She probably
and
has an
he
apartment. She
and he
probably
got
doing her thing.
he got 7 more years to
right.
catch up to her mentally. He may think I'm talking about because it's fully
Yeah,
developed. So
don't
he got
don't ever
right,
beat yourself out about that.
right,
No,
right,
no.
right, right, right,
Yeah,
right.
because he said that y'all didn't even get married till you was what, 24, huh? 25. What you
Like
said?
probably like 20.
So
Probably like let me see.
how did
Yeah,
that
probably like
take place?
26 or
If she's a
27.
Jehovah
Yeah, so
Witness,
she show you 26, 27. She so 17 and 24, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 7 years older than you. And then so now you are 26. She's in her mid 30s. Like
He
give
but
it
33 though. So
how
they
do
just
they
you
allow
ain't you wasn't
her?
married that long. If you got married at 26 and you 33 right now, y'all ain't
Yeah,
stay together a long time. No, I
But
ain't
how
no
did
mind.
that take place if she's a Jehovah Witness and y'all to them you're not even
Yeah, that's
close?
what I don't understand.
Did her
yeah. It
family
was
shun her or I didn't get
well,
married at the Kingdom Hall? So how did this take place that they don't kick her out?
Right.
right.
'Cause I'm
Well,
really confused.
you know, it, like I think the person who actually did it, I think was like her uncle. They not I don't think they Jehovah Witnesses. They regular pastors. So that's who actually married this. And then but
So she's still your legal wife now, legally.
as of now, yeah.
Yeah, because I know
Yeah,
she's still legally your wife. Okay.
yeah,
Remember, I said the key word legal, but technically
yeah.
you're still legally married, right?
Yeah,
So
right.
again, I don't know how that's going down. If
but
she's in a Jehovah Witness,
was she a devout Jehovah?
yeah.
This thing is devout.
Uh,
Was she king
um,
or
nah,
deacon?
nah, nah. Cause I like her family is like deep in, so that's like how she
Yeah,
was
so this
raised.
Yep.
I
He be
from what I know, from I don't know too much about it, but if Jehovah Witnesses, they follow like all the guidelines of a cult, and
hmm
I don't want to offend anybody in here. I had one experience and it just really shined me away. It was like I had a friend, she couldn't celebrate nothing. Like I
nothing.
bought her some lip gloss and shit for her birthday, and her mama like went crazy. And then once I got older and when I went to college and I started studying all these different religions, kind of got the same guidelines as a cult. So that's why I was wondering, like, I see just seen somebody put in the comments about a Jehovah Witness, and I was just wondering, I don't want to offend you. Don't I don't know how it works,
So,
So
but you
with
honestly,
know,
her being a Jehovah
here's my
Witness
question. Here's my
now,
question
are
though.
you shunned from her in her life and your
yeah. How does
children?
that work?
Are you shunned, or are you
Uh,
not shunned because you're never a Jehovah Witness?
nah, it's more like
Go back by the Wi-Fi box.
Oh yeah, you sound like a robot.
You got to
shit.
go back by the
From what
Wi-Fi
I
box.
know, from what I know about Jehovah Witness is that it's okay for a person to be married with a person that's a non Jehovah Witness to be able to cheat on them if they are not following the doctrine or they're not like into the church. So
Yeah,
therefore,
what more so happens is that the the while I'm learning and thinking I'm bringing her along, they giving her information to combat me. But
They
the
can't out
problem
outside
was
of
they wasn't
Israelite.
giving her information that was
Hmm.
even
They
like
can't be Israelite.
close. It was bad. Yeah, it was
They
really bad.
cannot out. They can't. I done seen them tear their asses up.
Yeah,
Right?
it's not even
Yeah, so you
close.
already had like a deeper understanding of
Right.
what you
People
were
with
like.
them
You knew that
Israelites,
wasn't true.
Jehovah Witnesses,
Right.
not a chance trying
Mm-hmm.
to debate them at all. Well, baby, it's not so
But
cute.
who,
Mine.
baby? Because mine's sleeping. Oh yeah, I put mine
Mine.
to sleep.
I'm over here changing them up.
oh, birds
Look
cage.
at the little baby.
He
Oh,
mad.
I'm just little around.
Show us the baby. Please show us the baby. Oh, baby.
You know how when
He.
they be newborn and they be
Oh,
doing them little girl. Glad I ain't
Mm-hmm.
having no more kids. I'm done.
I'm so hello.
He trying to turn up.
He sounds so cute though.
oh,
Give
I
him
oh.
some
got you.
kisses.
How
Hold
old
on.
he is?
We ain't hear you kiss him or nothing. Give him some little
Uh,
kisses. Talk to him.
That's
he
why I say, yeah,
he
give him a
he
look.
he gotta get his
Yeah.
butt clean first.
Ooh. He done made a bomb, huh?
Wait.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Little poo poo. What Eddie
He
Murphy
done had a
said?
blowout, huh?
And
No,
not,
Eddie,
and not
Eddie
stop,
Murphy said
stop,
it's the
I ain't
stop
gonna hold you. Them
playing.
babies have a blowout on your ass. If you,
Stop
I'm trying to
playing.
tell you.
Stop
that
playing
shit'll be
like
all up
that.
their neck. You be like, what the fuck?
Sometimes, as soon as you close the diaper on them,
Hell yeah, they wait till they get nice
like
and
what?
clean and be like, fuck it, it's on.
Here
I'm
comes
like
that
really?
baby. I like how them
Eddie Murphy said
Louisiana.
as soon as they say you look at the little baby, it's so premature or small, and they be like, oh, the little poo poo, little poo poo.
Hell yeah, they be
Mm-hmm.
pissed. They be shitting like grown ass men. I'm what the fuck? We ate some steak and
Mm-mm.
mashed potatoes or something. What the hell? Nigga,
I'm trying to tell you.
All right, so now you with the Israelites, and now you okay. Now you at that point, you're getting older, you're wiser. You decide they're not for you, correct?
Time. Yeah, time is. I come out of the New Testament. First, I come out of the New Testament and I
Mm-hmm.
become Old Testament only.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
so,
when did you? What was it that said, "Oh, this is they are not for me"?
I heard a conversation of a dude um, talking about one of the prophecies that Jesus had fulfilled not being fulfilled, and and after I heard that, I could never find it again. Like I don't know how it popped up in my mentions, but at that time,
Mm-hmm.
I guess I wasn't signed in on YouTube, so it wasn't in my history, so I couldn't
Mm-hmm.
find the video. So
Mm-hmm.
I just decided I was gonna pull up all of the prophecies and start comparing them and researching them.
She said,
And
"I'm
so
fat, just saggy. I'm done. I'm done with you, hippie
no,
woman.
no,
I'm
the
done.
comments. I was talking to the comments. I was like,
I know,
I done
but
heard that baby.
I be reading the comments, and
You know, how
she
you would
said,
be like, oh, the baby's
she
so
said,
cute. I'll watch the baby
just
for a couple of
sagging.
hours, but you gotta go home. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Because, baby, I
Well,
breastfed all four of mine. Now my
your
titties sag
titties
out.
is
I'm fat. I
your
ain't having no
titties is
more damn
already
kids.
down there, so you good.
Hell yeah, as soon as the baby shit,
They're
I
already
call,
down.
hey, look, come get your baby. The baby
straight
is shitting
up,
everywhere. You gotta
You
come get
ain't
this
you
nigga.
should at least you ain't got to hold the baby up. Now the titties already down there. You good.
for real.
Them niggas drop. You take that bra, them motherfuckers drop. Like,
Well, you know
You
what,
drop like when you about
Girl,
when
you
your
telling a
stomach
whole
drop when
nother.
you about to go into labor,
Who
girl.
you
What?
tell, girl? Who you
man? I'm
telling,
from a
boy?
whole nother like time frame, like little baby boo boo and all that
All
stuff.
of us
before
got titty
puberty.
problems and shit, right? But let's get
These
back
little
to
boys with the little
all of
poo
us got the
like,
swing. I doing the New Jack swing and shit.
Girl, and I breastfed
Ain't nothing
all
wrong
of
with
them for the
that.
first 6 months. Girl, look, I ain't having no.
She said, I'm
man, I'd
fat.
be like, well,
She
look at the
Yeah.
said,
little
I'm
booty with the
fat.
little boo boo
My
coming out,
titties
little boo
fat.
boo coming out.
Girl, for real, girl. Everything
All
on
I
me
gotta
just
say
droopy.
is you was going to send me a cash. You was going to cash at me $1 for my ginger ale if I had to spit my ginger ale out, girl.
Wait, what kind you got? You got because you know I ain't gonna listen.
Girl, I
My
take
grandma,
all
my
flavors.
grandma
I
and them
don't
be talking
discriminate.
about me because I always drink ginger ale.
That's right. I don't discriminate. I take any
But
kind.
guess what? I don't get sick though. Yeah,
I don't know.
I drink the Heineken ginger ale.
that'll solve it.
Girl, bye. All right. So
All
now
ailments, you know what I'm
you
saying?
read something, right? And about the has not been um fulfilled. So then that's what makes you start double thinking where you're at. The messages that they were saying, Blue. I hear our little baby stop
Right.
crying now. Uh-huh.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I started after one of the questions I was raised, I heard one of the questions raised, and
Mm-hmm.
so um and after I heard the question raised, the answer that dude gave, I ain't like the answer. I kind of felt like it was a little weak answer, just listening to the whole argument. And
Mm-hmm.
um, so I started looking up. I pulled up. I couldn't find the video no more because I wanted to see if I could find the full debate, and
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't. So I just looked up. I put all of the prophecies up that was supposed to be fulfilled, and I think it was like 300 and something. And I just started going over them one
Mm-hmm.
by one, and then
All right, all right.
that from there I was like, So I kind of viewed the New Testament different. So then I just turned Old Testament on, and
All right. So let's keep on now. Let's keep on with your journey now.
Now, Old
Remember,
mhm.
Testament, honey, we about to like be stoning bitches and everything. We about to fixing the
yeah, but
marriage.
I mean,
Well,
Black
nah,
women.
Nah,
no.
you know
See,
what?
you
I'm not
can't
the
do
thing
that
offended.
is,
unless you in your own land.
see,
Wait, but
the
Blue,
thing
before
is,
real quick,
mhm.
sugar love. Let me ask you this real. I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead,
it's
baby.
gonna be quick. Before we move on to that, I don't know if I heard the answer or not, but since y'all dated for a long for how many 7 years before y'all got married, were
Right.
were you in disagreement with Jehovah Witnesses before y'all got married, or you didn't like participate at all, and it was just when you got married, it was like, oh, this what you are. Like you didn't know, you didn't
No, like it wasn't
know.
necessarily like that was an issue because the disagreement with Jehovah is it's not that many places. It's a few places. So a lot of the strictness that they have, some of the same things apply like to like the Israelites, like the holidays
Mhm.
and
Okay.
birthdays and
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
you know
Oh, okay.
the
Here's a question.
where but what I was expecting was a chance for somebody to like grow with me or because I was continuing to like I'm not a seeker of just like being comfortable. I seek truth.
Right,
So even if it
Mhm.
makes me uncomfortable in what I believe and what I feel, if it's the truth, I have to come to grips with it.
right.
Here's a question,
And
right? So
Right.
you're 11, you getting it in all the way through, right? Then
right,
get about 17, you done had all this experience behind you. Then
right,
you get 17, you meet this 24-year-old, right? Now,
right.
it was she like not doing nothing, or was she still wild with it? Because this is what I'm saying. She a Jehovah Witness. What did y'all
Mhm.
take a vow of celibacy until you got married?
No, no, no,
No,
no. It wasn't nothing like that. Nah.
she was screaming. I keep telling people religion and however you good as a parent, all that go out the window when God be like, "Oh, baby, you look good," or something like that.
Yes,
All that go
baby.
out the
Yeah.
window. That's
She
why
not,
I
yeah,
tell.
hello. She better speak. Hello, hallelujah.
That's why I tell parents
Them children don't listen.
Always, if you pray, just pray and be thankful. Just be thankful, because sometimes it's not all just you. Sometimes if you believe in God, God was with you, right? So you're not too much better than the others, because some is terrible parents, crackheads and everything, got beautiful kids, right? God was with them too, right?
Right,
A
but
lot
I'm
of people,
saying, like,
a lot
hold
of
on.
people are not thankful, but she was out there creeping. Okay, she's
I'm
not
gonna
with the
say
little
this.
young
I'm
boy.
gonna say this because he didn't got into the Hebrew Israelites and the Jehovah Witness at some point. Like, did y'all like have any like I would say like, because sex is a big part of religion, right? Where it comes down to how you see it, right? So you
They're
have
supposed to have been married first, but it didn't happen that way.
right.
She
So if so, you're 17, she's 27. Y'all don't get married till you turn 26, right? So y'all just
Right.
all through all that. So, but there's this religion that's in the middle of it, right? And I
well,
don't.
technically it's
Uh,
not, because
not really.
he's so well experienced, because he started since he was 12. He knew how to get that.
Y'all used to go like door to door and stuff.
Say just get
Like
that.
y'all was that type. Like y'all was into
Hold
it
on,
deep, deep.
hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Mhm.
I'm asking a real question here.
And I'm saying a real answer, being that
Oh,
he's
what did
already
you ask, DJ? I'm
experienced.
sorry.
He's already experienced, so he would know how to get it. He knows the charm. He know what to do for, like, he got.
He might know how to get it in, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, because he learned all this stuff.
He would know how to persuade her. Put it like that.
Okay, there.
Okay. He
Okay.
knows how to
He,
persuade her,
so
because he's been doing it for a while.
he been
He's
he
not a
Right.
new jack. He's not a new jack. Okay.
come to him
He's not the average 17-year-old.
how
Nah,
to do it.
not at all.
So here we go. So because this whole conversation is about young men and older women, right?
Right.
So if
Right.
he
Right.
has all this experience and he's able to woo a Jehovah
Well,
Witness,
she's
whatever,
still supposed to be older and say no, but because she's still the adult and he's still the
these
child. Mm-hmm.
like to
He
me,
wasn't even supposed to be looking at him.
not because even though we're getting into Jehovah Witness and all this other stuff, we're still like we still gotta like actually focus on the point of the fact
Mhm.
that he was 17 and she was 24. And so now, even now, he's 26 and she's 35. He's
Yeah, so I don't think the subject has changed. We just kind
no,
of going through his life,
more
But
older.
I wanted to ask you what your question was, DJ, because I didn't hear you.
Right. No, so what I'm saying is that the more older he gets, the older she gets.
Right.
Mhm.
So it's like, so I want to like draw that dynamic, right? So
Yeah, but I mean, he said till this day he still likes older women.
But
So
it's
even
not
though
what she like. At any point in time, did she realize that she's an adult and you're a minor? I think that's what DJ is trying to get to.
thank you.
Or
okay,
she just didn't care.
Like at some point, right?
okay, go ahead, Blue. I'm sorry. Okay, I get
At some point where okay, let me. So I don't know exactly everything, but I've heard like stories about what's going on in the situation with him, right? But if she's like she's older than he is, right? If he's 33 and she's 40 years old, like hello, you know what I'm saying? Like to me, it's a weird behind. It's such an age difference, and I don't think I think it's weird that this person has occupied 17 to how old are you now?
33.
33.
You're 33 now. So some 17 to 33,
Yeah.
that's a big occupation of your life, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Am I like just
I
imagining
mean, no. We can all agree that
No,
it's
that
kind of
definitely
weird,
is.
but it's his reality. So we
this is
just kind of walking him through it, like talking about it. We all agree that it wasn't right, and it is kind of weird, but he's just telling
that's
his reality,
very
No, but
and,
real.
and it happens. He's
She
not the only one.
she
right. But the only thing that bothers me,
undivided attention up until 17 to probably like 26 until he got divorced with her or like
well, they're still legally married.
30.
Well,
But
that was 30. 30 we've been separated for like 2.5 years.
Yeah, but
No.
it's
Right.
something. No, but I have to say legally. Why? Because
Yeah, yeah, no.
any woman that is messing with you, they
still
cannot
married.
help.
Y'all
They
still,
can't help you. She will be the one they'll be calling.
if
If you
anything
go to
happens,
the
Right.
hospital, any decision that has to be made,
Yeah, she's
and
next to Kim.
she is next
Yeah.
kin, right? So
Mhm.
all these women have to know that. But the thing to go back to the subject, and I'm glad DJ did say that because it willed me back in. It's a shame that women think it's okay to mess with a minor when we would have a man's head. If that was our 17-year-old daughter and you're a 24-year-old man,
hey,
see,
saying.
it's not acceptable. That's so at any point, why does women think it's okay to be with a minor and have no thoughts about it? Like, did y'all ever have that conversation when y'all first met?
When we met, she asked how old I was. I told her I was legal.
Okay, once you
That was
find
my
out that
answer.
you're not legal, then what?
I think by that time it was probably. I think she probably was like already emotionally attached to me at that point.
Or
So she
pregnant,
didn't.
right? Or pregnant, right?
Nah, she didn't get pregnant until later. We probably about
So
right
that's
before
exactly what I
a
thought you
year
was
before
gonna
we got
say.
married.
Steven,
Just
right? So,
just y'all know how female y'all know how y'all had got the aunties and say, oh, y'all little fast ass little girls or hurry cover up and da da da. They don't protect the boys like that. And I knew he was gonna say he
Right,
lied about his age
right,
because when we used to lie about our age, by the time they find out we not even I ain't saying me, but just in general. By the time they find out you're not legal, by then they already so-called fall in love and oh, you only got a year left before you're legal, so whatever,
right.
whatever. But I knew he was
Now,
gonna say he lied about his age.
now,
But I ain't judging you because I'm saying
but
it's
now,
women, the girls do it too.
now,
Right.
what I tell the both of them, right, the ones who I'm with, right, I don't care what a girl tells you or a boy tells you. You want to see ID, right? Because what happens is at 17 years old, you're a boy or girl, and let's say your parents find out, and let's just say you got mad at her one day, even though you're not thinking like that, but girls do think like that, and things don't go your way, or she want to leave, you can call bait. She can go to jail. See, people play with their lives, right? And that's what a lot of girls do to these men. Show me your ID. No, don't tell me nothing. Right? Them things that used to work back in the days, but now people are
Yeah, that's
bitter,
what I was about to say. That back in them
right?
days, ain't nobody asked for ID.
Right. But these days I train them to do that because that's how a lot of men end up
Mm-hmm.
in jail. And there's
Mess
nothing they can
around and
do
catch a
about it. Right.
statutory
And right.
because you done got mad,
Mhm.
so now you won't go. Y'all had a fight or
Right.
a fuss or
And
whatever.
then all reality, she is still in the right to do that because you didn't do your due diligence as an adult and act for ID or listen to the conversation. Like, no, why is that her favorite song? Like this came
And
out
then
since
now
then. Or
you gotta
right,
realize Blue was
right. So
grown
to
since the
protect
age of
yourself,
11.
right? But he could be
So
whatever
it
he
wasn't
wants
easy.
to
It
be.
wasn't hard for her to like you feel me? Like I feel like maybe
Believe me.
he was
But
already into that, so it
no,
wasn't hard for her to
no, I'm not going
just
back
be
to
like,
him. That's done already. I'm saying
yeah,
moving forward. This is what I teach kids so they don't get trapped off. I don't care how advanced you are. Come see me next year, right? Because
yay. That's why I said that's like
because
a part of the grooming process.
right. So
You catch
moving
somebody when they're young like that, they gonna be under your wing and under your programming for a long time, man or woman.
I see a lot of people, but when it comes down to men, women abusing men, like they need to be. Even though I tell these women too, remember the little young boy, back for some ID because some of them he may have been a stronger guy, but some of them it messes up with their psyche because when they realize that's not the first experience that they wanted. Yeah, with the boys and stuff it sound good or whatever, but now it makes them where they can't really get close or be full, like be their full self around women, because they already got on this persona of, hey, I can get it, right? And that messes up a lot of relationships until they do something like what he did and started to meditate and start to think about it. But a lot of guys do not realize they were molested neither, because they thinking, hey, I'm a man, but not knowing that these women got over on you. They are wrong. And we could talk about it for one way. For the men, we could say the same thing for the women. Doesn't matter if the young boy cares. It doesn't matter if the young boy thinks it's a badge of honor. It doesn't matter what he thinks. He's still a child. He's going to do what childs do. Think, hey, it's like I got that lollipop or I stole that cookie. They ain't see it. Ha ha. I'm going to go get another one, right? It's up for the parent to say, I'm not leaving the cookies up there. You ain't going to get it, right? We got to start putting more pressure on just things happening to children, period. You know what? You want to be fast? You want to be experienced? You better experience what a 7-year-old then, damn it. And don't come to me.
But
right?
I'm gonna say this too. Okay, listen. You're 17. She's 24. You're 24. She's 30. Whatever the hell. I'm bad at math. Bottom line is that
Just add 7 years.
now that when you guys break up, right? She's in the comments like, he's not that good of a person, and he's not. Well, honey, you got him at 17.
Is that her? First, see, that's her.
Huh?
Yeah.
That's the same girl?
Yeah, that's her.
He was in the comments when we first interviewed him.
I know, but we don't know who she is. We don't know how many women he have or had. Shit, I don't know. I didn't get all that personal.
How the hell can you be talking that bad about how of a person he is when you guys started your relationship? He was 17, you're 24.
But see, a lot of women do that, right? They're looking for this man that is a child. I see it all the time. This is what you want. Even if at that point he's 26, his mind just matured at 25. He's fully mature. Because remember, he can't even buy alcohol at 18, even though you can. But I'm just saying legally till 21. So
that's the point I was trying to make. Is like, dude, bro, it just clicked in my mind that this is the same person that was on the chat. He this, that, the other, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm glad you caught that.
Wait, hold on now. Wasn't it the first person? Wait.
Right.
You was with him when he was 17 all the way up to now, and now you're trying to beam him down.
Right.
But you got him when he was an adolescent.
Right.
And so everything that he is as a man.
Wait, hold up. Hold up.
That's what I said. Yeah.
He is right now. It's based on the relationship you had with him because you got him at that point. So you can't get mad at him. You know what I'm saying?
And nothing. Absolutely.
So wait, the wife be on here like beating you up and stuff?
No, I knew who she was. I didn't know that was the same girl. Like, DJ pointed it out. I didn't know to DJ pointed it. I didn't know that was the same one. God,
well, I don't know who she is, so I don't know who y'all talking about. That's crazy.
I don't know.
That's so crazy right there to come out and want to try to bash somebody that you literally groomed. It's crazy to me. That goes crazy. That's crazier. That's crazier than Tijuana, bro. Like, what the hell?
You groomed the guy at a young age, and then
how dare you? I was staying fucking high and like not. I was staying fucking high and like I would be in Bali like Russell. Like, what the fuck? That's weird. I wouldn't even show my face. No shade. I'm sorry, Blue, but I got to read her because she got some motherfucking nerve. I'm sorry. I don't care. That go crazy.
Give me a warning before you talk, please, because you all made me spit out the ginger ale.
Me?
Give me a warning because before you make me spit out my ginger ale. I was just
you must got the fucking 2-liter. What's going on? That ginger ale ain't.
No, I don't got the 2-liter. I'm gonna get the 2-liter right now. I'm messing with your ass.
No shade. I need to read her because that's crazy.
Like, bro, you groomed him.
Well, you can't read it now. That's
a part of the process. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's all a part of that grooming shit. Like, bro, that's just like I said. They only talk about it when it happens to the girls. Like, oh, she's 17, dude was
Uh huh.
24. They got
Mhm.
mad. They got into a fuss. It don't
Mhm.
just happen with the little girls. Like and then but you that's low key a form of victim shaming for you to come on here and try to bash a nigga. I mean a
Yeah.
man. I'm sorry. I'm from the hood. My
Absolutely.
bad. Bro. I ain't
No,
trying to
you
call
right,
it.
sis. You
But
right, sis.
that's
Mhm.
weird. Like she gotta get read. I
Well,
need
you
her
can't.
cheek. Now I ain't gonna do
No,
it
don't.
because she
No,
got
no, no,
kids.
don't
Now.
do
I ain't
all
gonna
that.
do it.
Yeah,
I
don't
ain't
do
gonna
it.
do it.
You gonna
But
cause
she
a
wrong
big
for that
old
because
fight
that
or
is a form of
argument.
like low key victim shaming.
They
Like
want a little. They
that's
want a
weird.
little piece now. But yeah. Yeah. Don't get her now.
That's
Don't
all
get
a part
her.
of that process, and that's
Just had to
crazy to
put
me.
this
But
whole thing together
I
and
don't blame. I don't feel like you. I can't say I can't feel like you did nothing wrong because you felt like you was doing what was the pro. It's just it
He
was your
was still
life.
a
It's what was
kid.
handed
He
to
was still
you.
a kid, right?
It was that's what was handed to you. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you took. Damn, bro. Who the fuck is this bitch to come on here and try to say something about you when she shouldn't even be speaking
Because
about you?
right about now she's about 39, 40, correct?
That ain't right.
Depending on
But
her
I'm a,
birthday, she hitting
well,
40. They're 7 years apart.
but he lied about his age though, no shade, and that's how it happened.
I would think.
And by then, I guess like he said, they had feelings, they was in love, whatever. And I guess
Yeah,
she
but
probably felt like,
she
oh well, you only got a couple of more months for you
but
turn 18 or whatever.
no.
sometimes
We
just
not gonna we
sometimes
not
they
gonna
Which is,
lie
I mean, which
around.
ain't an excuse. I'm not using that as excuse at all.
Yeah,
So don't
but
take that.
at the end
once
of
he
the
found
day,
out what his
once
real
she
was,
find out,
shit. Like, bro,
she
like
still know it. Once she finds out,
she gonna try to like
Yeah.
she
have
still got the same 17-year-old,
to do
right? So
Right. Yeah,
that
I'm not
right,
saying that's
right.
the
So
excuse.
whatever
I'm,
she
I'm not.
told
I'm not.
whole
right,
listen,
He
even
was a
though he
child.
lied,
like
even though he
what happened
lied.
was from that's almost like the prison system, right? You go to
Mm.
prison and you get out at 26, and then a man want to be 20, want to act like he 18 when he get out because he last time he experienced life was 18, and now you want to say, well, you wrong for that. How you gonna be like this? Like, bro, like I was in jail for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right, but the thing is, regardless of what she thought, once she finds out the truth, it doesn't take away they're 7 years apart. When you got him, he still was 17. Now she got to go back in her mind and excuse him for a lot of shit, right? It was her job. It was her job to say ID. It was her job to see. The thing is, it's easy to have caught him in a lie. Let's go to a bar or let's go here. Because if we both grown, then
No shade. We be
if
going
we're
to
both
Tijuana and
grown,
shit. Why we
right?
can't go to the
No,
bar?
no, I'm
Oh,
saying right. No. I'm talking about regular places. If we grown, I will have them go places. Like, I mean, if she likes to go out to nice places where they have to ask for ID, like there's ways you can catch them lying, right? So
mhm.
unless she didn't do none of that. But at this point, regardless of how he got over, how long did it take for
Yeah.
you? Let's get to that question. How long did it take for you when she found out you were younger than what you were?
blue.
Yeah.
And remember, I'm still, even though she ain't here, I'm not talking about her no more. I'm just speaking about the situation. It just happens to be her. But I don't want him to get no trouble. Right? I don't want no more arguments, no more nothing. Right? I don't want the mama coming in here, no nothing. But tell mama we say hi. Tell
I'm
mama
sorry,
we
no,
say
that was
hey.
mama was not
Hey,
last.
mama girl.
Tell mama we say
Mama
hey.
was
She's
in
probably
the
on that
last
phone.
chat we did
Probably
with
on that
mama
phone
said,
right now, tearing his ears up, right? But we ain't talking about you. Just happen to be. We ain't
I
talking about
I
you.
think that blue. I don't know. Maybe we didn't hit a nerve. I don't know because he ain't saying nothing. I don't know, but
He could have no, he was changing the baby and stuff. Maybe getting the
oh,
baby
Blue walked away from the Wi-Fi box. Come back, Blue. You know, the worst sister. I know my shit keep dropping, but Lord, come back here, Blue.
man, I mean,
I'm sorry. I ain't mean to read her. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue. I wasn't. It kind of triggered me. I ain't mean to read her.
he fixing to come back. He gonna come back. He just
He gonna
came.
be back.
I'm sorry, friend. I'm my bad.
I already know he going to. All right.
Mic check. Can y'all hear me?
1 2 1 2.
Jesus, I've been talking the whole time.
Oh, you
Oh,
have. Listen, we've been going.
Yeah, yeah. I can't tell my mic open, huh? Yeah, my mic was open. I'm like, damn.
I
Oh
thought I was
God.
in trouble. I was like, I'm sorry, sis.
Nah.
So do you hear what I said and how I broke?
Okay. The question was how long was you with her when she found out your age wasn't your age?
Oh yeah.
Was
It
you
was
still seven? How long?
yeah, I was still 17. It was like
See, he was still
couple of
17.
weeks.
Thank
See,
you.
My mom, yeah, she
He
had
was still
called, and I think my
17.
mama was was
my
was kind of
shouts
going
out
off
to
on
mom.
her.
So ain't no feelings there.
Damn, what the fuck's going on? Mom was like, no, he only
Yeah,
said,
my mama wasn't digging that
So
at
so
all.
you hit her with that thing within a couple of weeks. Blue. She said feelings is there. What you think? Huh?
That is not funny. Why would you say that? What?
yeah, I'm not trying to picture like no little
This is crazy.
Well, listen, she's one said she was in
And
love, she didn't care.
Blue,
But
right? He don't give a fuck. He
what
answer
made her
everything. I
what
fuck with
made her
Blue. That's my
didn't
nigga.
care? Well, listen, you know what? If it doesn't sound good, then it should never had happened. Right? This is life.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about
and
life.
then
So
and
you
then
got
later
if you
on,
want him to man up, if you want him to man up and do, then baby, you got to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take a lot of responsibility
But I
too.
mean, he seemed
Yeah,
like he been like he speaks maturely. Like I mean, you could tell he grew up before his time. Cause you know he speaks intelligently and he's he's not emotional. Like you know, most
Oh no,
men
he
would get
got
on
a
a panel
whole
for 2 hours and
no, he
speak
got
about
a
their
whole
traumas and stuff like
no,
that.
he got a
Like Blue ain't
whole
ducking no bullets, and I fuck with
no,
Blue.
Blue got a whole thing coming up. That's another. We did a whole show with him. What he doing now? He got a
Woo!
whole head. He got a whole head on his shoulder. Highly intelligent,
Yeah,
right?
I could
So
tell.
right,
right?
but this
But
show
in
ain't
the comments, it was
right,
him.
And I
And
right,
appreciate him for coming and you
right,
know, most men can't do this for 2 hours
right. Blue got
intelligently and without getting all emotional
but yeah, but
or
hold on,
cursing somebody out or you know, just stuff like that. So like I really appreciate you, you know, at the end of the day.
Blue
If I have to click out,
movement.
it's
the
because my
whole
man about to come home and I gotta finish cooking. But I just if before I leave, I do want to tell you, I appreciate you for coming up here and handling this and you know, I don't pray or anything like that, but I'm gonna send love and light into the universe for you and you know, I'm thankful that you came and expressed yourself so intelligently. And you know, thank you.
and I want to say this real
definitely. I
quick,
appreciate that.
Shay, and I'm gonna say this is that the whole time we were doing our live, guess who was in the comments? You know what I'm saying? She was there. And we even changed how we were dealing with him based on this woman that was in the comments,
No,
right?
I didn't
Now
ask
this
it
whole woman,
because
hold on, I want to say this.
I
The
didn't
whole
because I didn't
woman,
know who she was.
right?
I just knew
So
who
because
she
we said,
was,
well, ain't you
but I'm
married?
not keeping
We
count
got
who
pissed
she
off at
is,
him
right?
because he said, well, you know, yeah, I'm married, and now we going in on him because he's married, but we don't even know that he was married at 7. He was with this woman from 17, groomed all the way to like 26, and then she's up in the comments at like 7
But then
years older than
you
this
ain't had
guy,
to blow her up
trying to
though.
control him and all this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, and then I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like I'm sorry. I just don't you know because he do have kids with this woman, so I kind of like you know I ain't want to read her. It just kind of pissed me off real quick.
But
I'm sorry.
you can't do
So
that.
I
You
don't
can't do
want to
that.
like get you know like I say we talking about the situation, not you
Right,
know
right.
I don't want to do too
Right,
much because you got
right.
kids by this woman.
I would
So
say is
I do want to be
And that
respectful
still his
of
wife.
that.
it's his wife, and he
Just
do have.
simply and yeah, that's purely why. That's it. If you ain't have kids for her, I would read her. I would
Nah,
give her all her
yeah.
tea because I'm petty. Like I'm very petty, but I ain't gonna do that because I got respect for the children. I don't play with no children.
He did the right thing as a man to marry her because she had his children and
No,
they
but
were building a
but,
family and this, that, the other. But
but
right now,
long
okay,
as she understand, she can't complain. She can't say, "Well, he's a man now." No. That takes time. He is a man now. He is making a movement now, but we ain't talking about that. But long as she knows that you got to take some of that what he give you because you created it. You still knew that boy was underage when you got him. So, not like I tell every young girl, what do you want them to do? I know what you expect them to do, but what do you want them to do? It ain't gonna happen with your expectations,
and,
right?
Right,
and there's
right.
no slight on her because I understand it. It's to fall in love with a guy, and even though he's younger, I understand that. You know, I don't understand. I'm lying. I'm lying.
Yeah,
No, no,
uh-huh.
no, 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 no. Take
I'm
over.
lying. I
Take.
ain't
Hold
never
up,
felt
hold up.
a nigga
He
like
Take
that.
said,
over.
nah, wait, nah.
I'm lying my ass off. Like, oh yeah, I understand. No, I don't
He said,
understand.
nah, I don't get it.
But you know what I'm saying?
Wait.
Yeah, but
This what happened.
right,
Hold on.
you're right.
And he was
Wait.
like
Hold on,
He got
20
y'all. Real
trauma.
quick. I
He
say.
does got trauma,
let me
and
say
he
this. And he
does
was
got
like
toxic.
29
But did
and
you hear the man's story? Did you hear the man's story? What did you think? He
That's
got
what. Hold on. That's
abused
what I'm about to
since
say.
the
Take
age
over. Like
of 11.
you. And that's what
Do
I'm
you
take over.
understand
Hold
that?
up. You made the
did they
statement.
have those conversations? Like even like you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when I was 11, this happened to me. And did she hear that? And what did she say? Like for me, I would have been like, oh, like it wouldn't have had never happened, first of all, because 17 and 24, I wouldn't have like be
No,
fucking
but
around with 17.
I'm
But this my
saying
thing.
he
Hold up,
just
y'all.
said,
Take over
mhm,
saying, "Oh, you protecting the woman as you should." No, I don't protect no woman. I protect kids. I'm letting that whole slide because this man out of for him because he
oh
got
Lord.
kids with her. I mean, I ain't mean to say that like that. Man, look, I'm
I
from the
can't
hood.
with
That's how
you.
we talk. I
I
don't mean no
can't with
disrespect.
you.
But at the same time,
You
no, don't
good.
make it seem like, oh, we just protect women at all costs. If you doing some wrong shit, some fucked up shit, I ain't protecting none of that shit. Only thing I'm protecting right now is them kids, cause this man ain't have kids.
Oh, she
Okay,
said she
that's
ain't
the only thing I'm
talking to
protecting.
you
And
or
yeah, he
about
got
you.
trauma, but you gotta look at what been happening to him. Like you can't just judge people. I'm not,
Right.
I ain't trying to say like he didn't do nothing wrong,
Blue,
but he was
blue,
a
okay,
child. You can't blame a child
blue
for
got
doing
trauma.
wrong.
Blue
And you
got
can't blame a child for how they grow
trauma.
out. They be a product of their environment, period. That's just who we are. That's how everybody. If you grow up in a home with a fucking doctor and a lawyer, you're gonna grow up and go and be, you know what I'm saying? If you grow up in the hood
Maybe.
watching bitches sucking dick in a car, you might not end up too well.
No, you did
That's the
judge
reality
him.
of some shit that be going
No,
on for
hold
real,
on.
for
No, no,
real.
no, no, no.
So
Hold on.
to
She
democracy.
did judge him by saying that he's toxic, right? She
Yeah.
said, she
She say
said,
blue got
Girl, you ain't talking about me because you don't know me.
no, she
No,
said
no.
Genesis.
And
Other
I'm not
I
being
Genesis.
think,
toxic. I'm not
hold
being
on,
I
toxic.
think,
I'm actually
Wait, it's not.
respecting this
This
man
ain't even
and
about her.
giving
It
her
ain't
and
even
giving
about it.
girl look.
Right. It ain't even about her.
Anyway,
We're
yeah,
talking
because
about
girl,
him
you'll
right
get red
now.
real quick too. Anyway,
uh,
Right.
I think the point she was talking about was back when y'all was referring to when y'all how the interview changed for me based on her, and she was saying it was because y'all was protecting women as y'all should.
right.
right.
But
And I
we're
said
Hold
no,
on.
protecting
I
women
don't
though. But
protect
we
no
never
woman if
protect.
she doing wrong. I protect
We're talking
kids.
about the
You have
man right
kids for
now.
this man. I mean for this lady. So that's what I'm saying. Like, don't make it seem like we just protect women at all costs, whether they doing wrong or right. No, I protect children.
But I'm gonna say this, right? So she said blue got trauma, but he toxic too. And we all got some toxic traits. You know what I'm saying? And
Exactly. Everybody got some
you
toxic
know,
traits.
I don't got no listen,
And ain't nobody perfect.
I love God
Not
Knox.
even you.
She been like supporting the channel. Shouts out to you.
Hmm.
Okay, okay, is it okay? Here she didn't came up. Okay, here we go. All right.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's not even,
Hey,
you
what's
know,
up, God Knox? Is that GTO?
take over.
Hello?
Yeah, so I wasn't when I
What's
said
up,
that
God? No.
Genesis. What I said, I was talking about Genesis, and I was saying that as a good thing, like about like y'all was protecting the women first because y'all didn't know anything about Blue initially. I'm not saying that y'all protect women first, period, but I'm saying as women, yeah, we see that somebody was going through something with this man. I thought it was cool, and even me and Blue had a conversation about it, and we were just laughing. So no, I'm not saying that y'all, always put women first. Now that y'all know what happened, now y'all correcting it. And I said, what I'm saying is y'all shouldn't feel bad because y'all doing as y'all should as women. Period. right?
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I
See,
was
okay,
saying. I
okay.
wasn't talking about the other lady
So
that
that's what I'm
made the
saying. It
comment.
comes off sometimes when you typing stuff in the comments, it may be a misunderstanding. So
I know I
that's
wasn't
why
even
I don't
talking
really
about
like to do
you.
the
I was
comment
talking about
thing.
Genesis.
Yeah,
I was
yeah, yeah.
talking
That's
about
what I'm saying.
Genesis
So that's why I'd rather
because
you come
they
up because we was kind of
redirected the show and
confused.
they wanted to make sure that, they wanted to make sure that Blue wasn't like some crazy ass, cheating ass, weird ass nigga,
Oh,
which is
yeah, 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 yeah.
understandable. You know what I'm saying? Which is a
Yeah.
lot of those type of men in the space. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So y'all vetted
Mm.
him the correct way is what I'm saying, because
Oh,
you do
okay.
have the nature boys and the stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the comments after that situation was like, "Oh, he's starting to sound like Nature Boy, and why he can't establish the family." Like,
Who said that?
So I'm like, I'm talking about the comments in general. Like, a lot of people was leaning.
Was this like on another panel? Are you talking about another
I'm talking
panel?
about the first interview. I'm talking about the first interview
Oh,
with Blue.
okay. I didn't
I
see that
never
one. I'm
had. I'm
sorry.
just saying, like, y'all handled that very in a very professional way, in my opinion. And now y'all going back, and I feel like the discussion is right. But I was talking about me personally. He was toxic to me personally, or whatever.
Oh,
I was just talking or whatever. I didn't mean to
But
be
now,
shady, but I'm
but
just
now
saying.
you
Oh god
understand.
damn.
But now you
oh,
understand
you
why,
saying
right?
Blue? So,
Yeah.
so how you know Blue
Too much
toxic,
love for
girl?
you. Too much
You
love
can,
for
yeah,
you.
you can, girl. So how you know he toxic? Let's talk about it.
No.
I
Listen.
don't want
What's
to
the
get into that
thing?
because
You know
I've
Blue,
been
that's
down.
your friend.
No, I don't want to get into that though, because like it's just messy,
Right,
and like
right,
people on this
Oh.
panel said, like
right, right,
I would have
Mm-hmm.
to drag Shay into it, and it was just real petty. But
right.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know about all that.
like I had to put a lot of stuff on private. Blue haven't put the shit he said about me on private though.
I'm
But
gonna say this. Anybody that have been groomed from 17, doing it at 11 and 12, gonna be toxic. Period.
Mhm,
They might have some good head, but they might be toxic as hell.
mhm, mhm.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Girl,
Hey,
now why
hey,
you
hold
gotta
on
play so
now.
much?
thank
Hey,
you, Ma.
it ain't just the head now. Wait a minute. We ain't
Now
gonna
she did
shortchange
not have to
me.
throw that hook,
Nah,
that
I
punch
didn't
like
say
that.
nothing this time. I didn't say anything
They
this
might have
time.
some good head, but they toxic. Like what? She ain't
I
lying
didn't
though.
say
I
nothing
promise
this
you, the
time.
best head come from a toxic nigga. I'm sorry.
Oh
Listen,
boy.
most toxic
The
niggas are
best dick too. That's the fucked
Oh.
up part
Well,
about it.
it's not. Well,
toxic
he
niggas are the
started at
best.
My baby
11.
daddy's
No, no,
still
no,
toxic, and I
no.
love him to death, and we
He
ain't together.
He started
The
at
best
11
sex
now.
come
He got
from
a lot of
toxic ass
experience.
niggas.
He started at 11. What you expect? He got a lot of experience.
Uh,
He started at
Okay, you sound
11.
like about
man,
you got
hey,
more
What would
experience
you
it's
than I
no
expect?
got.
gay.
What would you
This nigga
expect then?
he got more experience
He
than I
got
got. I'm
practice. He was
47. Like this
practicing
nigga is.
since he was 11. Damn it.
Y'all retarded, man. I'm about to mute up. So, Sugar say, what the fuck
He
you say?
already had damn near 8 years in, girl. What you
No,
talking about? You ain't getting no amateur. He don't started at 11.
listen, all he had to do was practice this whole time. Just
He's
practice,
practiced.
practice,
That
practice.
he wasn't toxic. He was experienced.
Okay, that's gonna be the new word for it. So should I call my baby daddy and be like, we switched the words? Okay, we got a new name. Okay, gotcha.
This
Wow.
age is
God
experience.
damn it.
So baby daddy.
Okay. I can't with y'all. I can't
Well,
with
yeah,
y'all.
I'm sorry. That was a misunderstanding. Take over. I see when people type it in the
Yeah, no,
comments.
I would.
You know
I
how it
don't think
is.
that. I
Yeah.
don't think women perfect or
That's
whatever. I'm just
because
saying I like how y'all vet, all y'all guests here.
oh no, we get very thorough, good
Yeah,
interviews here.
we don't think everybody is a fucking
When we
nature
in
boy.
interview mode, and
Yeah.
I go by what they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but when we give me and DJ interview, we start from the rooter to the tutor, right? And we go all the way back so people could get an understanding about the person, because sometimes people may think they don't understand men have trauma too, right? Because even though they don't talk about it, either they don't want to admit it to an 11-year-old, that is trauma. To a 12-year-old, that is trauma. I don't care how good it made them feel, but psychologically in their head, you just took them out of their childhood. So they're no longer a child. So that will sort of kind of leave them in arrested development.
I have a whole string on that.
I just want to say, I just wanted to show this. I just wanted to show this real quick because I just want to put this in perspective. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think people really understand, you know what I'm saying, what happens in this whole situation. So I want to play this.
saw that.
She was with this man and she was sitting on top of him riding. And she said she had gotten into a groove. So, you know, she might have gripped his head or she might have put her hands on his shoulders or locked them around the back of his neck. So she made sure it was just like a horse. She had that saddle and she had the rope so she couldn't let go. And as she got into that groove, she's sitting on him, she rocking and she rolling her rhythm and she had just forgotten where she was. She got into a deep state of euphoria because she said the dick was good. But it's the only problem, though. She said the dick was so good that as she started rocking, she just got into it, and all of a sudden, she said something just hit her, bam, all upside his head, just slapped him. Dick will make you slap somebody. So y'all need to remember, that's what I'm trying to deal with, the fact.
Excuse
I don't know what that. I've seen that before.
Excuse me?
What that got to do with this? I don't know what that had to do with this. I did see that before.
I don't know either.
No, I've seen that before. I did.
It was funny and shit though, but she was like, she was into it. She said, you heard, huh? But hey, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, but as I was saying, right, the purpose of this video, right, this is about trauma, right, about Black men going through trauma, right, but they call it a badge of honor, but it's really trauma. I don't care if you're a boy or you're a girl. Trauma is trauma. They just handle it differently, and it's easier to mask when you are a boy. You can mask it because they told you it's a badge of honor, and they're like, yeah, and they pat you on your back. But now once you have sex the first time, you no longer think like an 11-year-old. You no longer think like a 12-year-old because you already went through that sexual experience. So now that is trauma because your body didn't have a full chance to grow up. And then especially it being done with an older woman at the age of 12, right? That a lot of that is not talked about. And that is what messes up a lot of men, a lot of their relationships, and it would make them toxic as heck because a lot of things that he should have been doing, he didn't get a chance to do that. So that will leave them at arrested development because now they think they so far because they had sex, but they're really behind because everybody has to go through stair steps. And he jumped a couple of them steps.
Right.
I don't know what this got to do.
What drives a woman to toys?
Because, like I said, she needs the vagina penetration. A lot of women are hooked on having clitoral stimulations. You have an outer orgasm with your clitoris, but also you have inner orgasms inside the intravagina, inside the vagina walls, hidden G-spots. And every woman's G-spot may be similar, or some women may have more than one G-spot. So some women are actually hooked on coming. I mean, it's women that can be at work at their desk. They got the Jackrabbit on. They said, well, it's a part you can buy, hooking onto your clitoris all throughout the day. And you could be having orgasm. That one of them I know they call I knew some girls, that was their favorite partner. That was their favorite best buddy to keep in the pocketbook.
But see, when I was a little girl being raised in the country, Jackrabbit jump from here to there.
Yeah, we ain't talking about the rabbits out.
Jump. I ain't talking about no real rabbit. Jump. But a rabbit in nature jump from here to there, just constantly moving.
Yes, and they say that they have taken that same concept of the rabbit jumping from here, mechanical jackrabbit for the clit. Some men, they have so much heat and intensity in their penis that you can feel it radiating through their clothes, or just to touch the penis, it's on fire. It feel like it's fire underneath the skin. So a lot of women start going crazy. They actually think, because all penises are not created equal and they don't hold the same level of intensity. So if it's one hot like that, he has the energy, he knows how to work his hips, work his buttocks, and really twist her and bend her
Girl,
like a pretzel and give her the gratification she needs, she's going to be hooked and think that that's love, or a deeper root level. She's going to become sexually, mentally, and emotionally attached, although he ain't no good. And this other man she with provides for her, take care of children that ain't even his. That woman will still sneak and get that penis power from him. But what she doesn't realize is we have to deal with our attachments and separate the love, the orgasm, and the penis. They are separate issues. Because if we're at a
Wow.
lower level of it and we hooked on the penis power, and this man won't even buy you some shrimp from Long John Silver's, and what that plate, what, $2.99? But he can give you a mouthful of sperm and a rectum full of sperm, and he won't give you no light bread. It's like we have to see what our issue is, because a man like that doesn't respect a woman. Yeah, he'll hit her, but if a man is having sex with you and he had the opportunity to be with you, or he's an ex, so that means he had you before the other man that's providing for you could get to you. And all he's offering you is a side of penis when he can sneak in and out your man bed and out your man house. That man ain't got no respect for you, and he know you don't have none for yourself. But because you're so hooked on him and you hooked on the penis, you will sacrifice and sell yourself out to let him come in the back door, or let him come at lunch, or come in the dark, when your real man that don't have the same penis power is handling all the expenses. So a woman thinks she getting over and think, oh, that's the best sex. But she really playing herself, and he playing her, because it ain't about her. It's about his ego and about his penis and his testicles and how many notches he can get up on his belt to brag about. Remember, ration that out and laid that out for somebody else and bent them over and talked to them too and
So
spanked them.
by writing,
Having the PhDs and master degrees to put on my wall in academia, but I have a master degree in being played by men, used by men, told everything I want to hear to get me in them positions. And I am, to be honest with you, I'm just going to be real about it. I'm very upset by being made a fool out of and we're about to close.
Anywho, right? We could have said that could have been another whole show, but that was great advice. But we just took it.
No, that was good. That was good. I never heard nobody break it down like that. That was very detailed.
Yeah,
But
well,
she told nothing but the fucking truth.
we're talking about the man right now, right? This is his time.
And I would say this is that, like, okay, when you have a guy that has like been experienced for such a long time, they know the woman's body at that point because they've been experienced very long, and they know how to work the walls and hit the middle, and then blah, 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 blah.
She
So
forgot
even
what
if you know,
she forgot one thing, right? She forgot one thing, but I will talk about that on another show when she plays it again. Because hopefully, when we do another show, she's
play
gonna
it
do-
again, play it
we're gonna-
again.
not she got what that because I've seen that before, but she forgot one thing, right? But do you have anything else you would like to say about the toxicity of the man having toxic, and how a lot of women don't seem to understand that? Is that because y'all don't talk about it, y'all don't express it, or maybe you don't feel like you were violated?
Did you work the
Because
walls
they tell you
middle?
it's because they
Work
told you the badge of honor.
Right, and that's the the badge of honor part and the culture part of it. I think
It's not
it,
culture. It's just it was their culture, but it's not culture. That means everybody will be doing it.
well, no,
Everybody's not doing it.
no, I wouldn't mean it's the reason why, because it just got to be, you got to have enough people under the same ideology in order for it to be a culture. So that's why I call it that, because when you because this ain't even just a problem amongst us, it's a issue in general, like globally, because some even the abuse that you see in other countries, a lot of it is the viewpoint of how um uh is how sex is viewed as a when a boy or a man is having it, as opposed to a girl or a woman. And so that's
But do
something that
but
Yes.
don't see the part that messes it up is it has the same effect, right?
mhm,
It makes both sexually promiscuous, but then
right,
that's when the tables turn, and now the women are called all type of names and
right,
304s and this and that. But y'all still keep the badge of honor when both were
or
violated,
both were guilty.
right?
See,
Both were
and
guilty. So at one point, the woman, the
mhm,
older women, don't get into no trouble because she violated the man.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
they look at the men as dogs, and he should be arrested, and that's statutory bait. And then the tables turn, and then now the woman, the younger woman, is looked as a bad person because both now are sexually promiscuous because now they want to keep having
mhm,
that feeling because it feels good. That is all trauma because
right,
you're
and
not
keeping
doing
that alive.
right, because now you have now equated sex without feeling or love. It's just getting in, getting yours, and getting out, right? And I see you when
Right.
I see you, right? And that's what happened to a lot of females too, right? But
Because
that
even if you
doesn't mean
look globally, there's no like look at how how cultures treat the males globally. That's not there's no repercussions righteously for like or no shame for like a man having sex early. But if you look, they make sure that they add some type of stipulations on how that changes that woman. You know what I mean? The woman that's having sex early,
now
or
both have
even
changed. It's just
mhm,
that with the man, it comes out as him being called, "You're a dog. You ain't no good, right? And where you at? How long you want to be? You out there with some woman?" So that's where it
well,
changed
that's here
for the
though.
man, right? That's the
That's
change
here though.
because, that's because y'all already equated sex without
Right.
love because it happened to you. You didn't love that lady when you was that age, right? But it still felt good. So you want to it doesn't matter how you feel about the person. All you know is you're feeling good until you get older. Then you equate, oh, I got feelings for this girl, right?
Right. But no,
It's
what I'm
different,
saying too that even that the ideology of being able to say you a dog, that's women giving pushback on this side
right?
because
Yeah, because
you
men
go
Right,
brag
that's
about cheating all the time,
right.
right?
And
right.
so when
But
Men
women,
brag
you
about it.
right? But women don't equate it to whereas it's trauma, right? We just got our mind on what they're doing to us and how we're feeling. We never stop to think, why is that man like that, right? And we don't understand.
Even still, men have a proclivity to not even see what happened to them as trauma.
Right,
So we
because
can't get past. Hold on, we can't get past his what he's doing that's toxic, right? If he can't even recognize what's going on with him, a lot of men, you bring that to their attention, what happened to them, and it's like talking to a brick wall.
now
You
at that
cannot
point,
get them.
listen,
Sometimes it like, and I'll admit, you find I'm saying, like what I said in the chat about Blue being toxic, it takes a lot for a man to admit his trauma now that I'm really thinking about it,
at,
because
at that
I have
point,
to unpack that, because Blue is a strong male. A lot of males is not going to do that. But at
but
the same time, most men, though, they have a proclivity to not even really acknowledge that. You cannot fix the problem and move past it, man or woman that's in that relationship, until the man acknowledges that he actually went through some type of trauma. But
no,
go ahead.
listen, sis, at that point, even if it's coming, if it's unhealed trauma, right? Then at that point, you have to make a decision, right? Because you're still messing with the unhealed person. You cannot fix it, regardless of whatever that's still on him. Just like
Oh, no,
if
I
a woman,
definitely agree with
just
that.
like
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
so you don't have to go back and forth and deal with that's his job to do, right? Your job is to say, you know what, he's not healed, and because he's not healed and he's not recognizing it, I have to leave him alone. Just like if it's a woman, if a woman is toxic, see, choices we make too, and we cannot. We and the women are in the job of saving, or people in the job of saving. No, that's for them at that point to save themselves. We keep staying locked in, trying to be that ride or die. Not you can't do that when
Honey, we can
somebody is
No, I
unhealed.
agree with that. I feel like women need to walk away from a lot of these traumatized men. You definitely speaking my language because it's no going back and forth and until the man actually steps up and go to therapy or whatever. Sometimes men just go to
But
therapy just to get the language and
don't hold
weaponize
it
it.
against
But
them.
I'm saying they need
we
some
try
type
to
of
be fair.
healing though.
Don't hold it
try to be the
against
therapist.
them.
We try to be the healer. We want to be the one because we want to be
Yup.
the person that takes them out of this situation and down the
Yes.
we
And
want to
then,
be the person.
but then
So
that would,
we
but
have to
now,
get rid of hold on, we have to deal with our own
right,
psychosis
right.
that would imagine us to be a therapist to a situation we have no idea what this person's going through, and we got our own trauma that we're dealing with. This is
Yeah.
what the problem is with relationships, period, and that's why we're on YouTube airing out all of our personal relationship problems. Oh, the black man and the black woman. No, what really is that we're both damaged and we're trying to fix each other, and we don't have no fucking like fucking psychological way. Like we don't have no like fucking professional like accolades to even like be able to say, okay, I know what I'm doing when I'm like actually talking to you.
No,
Like
you got
like
to.
when
You
you
have to.
telling me that this
You
is not
have to.
happening to
No,
you,
you have to
when
leave them.
when you're with your mate and this mate tells you that when he was 17 he went through this, when he was 11 he went through this, we want to try to pretend like we are the therapist of this whole thing, and bottom line is we aren't. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
And we need to
right.
like say, you know what, we maybe come on babe, let's go get like some help about that.
Now you can't
Right.
hold it against them, right? Because that should give you peace, knowing that okay, he went through trauma. Do not hold it against them, right? But wish them well, right? Wish them well, because see, in return, if women don't do that, then they turn around and get sick, right? Because people who are sick now make
say
you
is
sick,
that's why I
right?
say
So
so
now you
you.
end up with the high blood pressure, or you end up could either have a heart attack. You
Right.
end up
the
you
way
end up with one
relationships are
stress,
now, what will happen
right?
is that you can find into your loved one about what happened to you, and then they use it against you in an argument. And that's the problem, is that you're
Yup.
confiding in a person that's not a therapist because they're just as damaged as you are. And you know what, at the end of the
They're
day,
gonna make you more damaged.
you have people, you have men that been touched on, you got women that been touched on, and then they get together and try to like make some a relationship happen. Where did they do that at? Both of y'all need therapy. Go take y'all ass to a therapist and get y'all shit together and get it right, and then y'all can come together and create a relationship. That's what the problem is, that we shun therapy. We shun psychological help. We don't think it's like something that we need because I don't know why we are the race that don't feel like we need any fucking psychological help, but we've been the most traumatized in the whole fucking situation. We need psychological help. We all do. You know?
Yeah, a lot of things
Right.
happen to a lot of us. Yeah,
Psychology. We need like fucking therapy. We need like counselors.
but if they don't go get it, you have to wish them well. Because if you choose to stay with somebody that is unhealed, being that you have your own set of problems, they're gonna make you even more sick. Stress kills.
And I'm gonna say
Right.
one thing
Stress
is
kills.
even if you cannot find a psychologist, there are spiritual healers. There are people out there. If you're really
I was
into
just ready to say that too because people sometimes go to the therapy and then sometimes they'll use like therapists. I've seen like abusers and people with narc traits. I'm not saying like Bluewood. I'm saying like I've seen people like go to therapy and then they'll use the language and they'll use it to like manipulate somebody that they're with or whatever. So sometimes spirituality is like the best route. Like sometimes those spirits that
Whatever
get you in
helps.
line, you don't have no like I'm talking. But I was just saying, like I said, sometimes in spirituality, you don't have a choice but to get in line because like I know DJ Genesis, I think you're into E5. Once those Ori have your head, you better live your life on the straight path. But they'll tear that ass up. And some people need that type of discipline or whatever, or that's the only way for certain people.
The shit I'm
Whatever.
into now, let me tell you, the stuff I'm into right now spiritually, you better get it to fucking together. You better to get it together. Like,
Exactly.
it's so goddamn like hardcore, man.
Yeah.
So much pressure on that shit, like, man, because it ain't nobody else. It's like you. Like, it's the whole thing is about you. Like other religions, it makes you focus on someone outside of you to say, okay, well, so and so help me. There's no fucking help in this situation with the religion I'm in. You help yourself, get your fucking shit together, shut the fuck up, whatever the fuck it is wrong with you. It's like the most brutal religion I've ever like experienced in my life because it's like, dude.
Oh, I know. I know.
Well, you know, but whatever road you take,
deal with yourself so hardcore,
right?
You have
But
to do your own issues so hardcore that there is nothing outside of you that's gonna save you from anything. It's like, bro, like I can't be like, oh Jesus, I Jesus, or so and so.
But ain't nothing wrong with that neither, right? Whatever.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there's wrong. What I'm saying.
Whatever. I'm saying whatever.
No,
you
Shigala, let me
do.
finish what I'm saying though. You don't have to like interrupt me on that.
Well, you don't want to talk about Jesus. I'm like, well,
No. What I'm trying to tell she mentioned my religion. I'm saying that this is what my religion is. It's like it's very, very like about self fucking accountability, so hardcore to the point where there's nothing outside of you that's gonna save you. So you better save yourself. You better speak up for yourself. You better fucking not take some bullshit, not like fucking or else it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And it's a very tough road. You know what I'm saying? Versus I wish I could say, okay, Olodumare, can you help me? No, there's nothing that doesn't exist in my religion. It's like you did this. This is your problem. You fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And it's not saying that the stuff is the wrong way, but I'm saying that she brought up my religion. So therefore, I'm telling you that my religion is about 100% accountability for anything. You're gonna fucking suffer the consequences if you. Even when I start talking about, you said don't talk shit about this, that, the other, whatever. I suffered the consequences. There's no fucking thing you get away from in the situation I'm in. The religion I'm in, there's no getting away from it. You did this, you suffer the consequences. That's it. And you feel the karma. You did this, karma immediately. Okay, all right, my bad. So what I'm saying is it's not taken away from other religions where you do have something outside of yourself to say, look, Jesus, please help me with this. I wish I could say that I had that in this what I'm into right now. It doesn't exist.
True.
It's all about you and get your shit together. And that's it. So, all right.
Yeah, especially since like meditation, it really does change like the chemistry of the brain. Like it makes everything more calmer and stuff like that. You thinking clearly and stuff like that. Like, so it's all types of ways. I just think that people should take every avenue available to heal because it's a lot of trauma that people is going through.
Like I said, whatever road you would like to take, whatever you need to do, you need to find your way to get out of that trauma, or it's going to stay with you, right? The next thing you know, you're going to be 50 and 60, and keep going through the same stuff, right? Or find a way to deal with it. Maybe sometime your way of dealing with it could be helping other people, right? That is also a way of healing.
Right?
Don't
do that. Trust me.
No, trust me. Sometimes it works because now
we're talking about light therapy, maybe. I mean, volunteer work. Charity work.
Everybody mechanism is different, right? Some people, when they help others, while you're helping others, you're also helping yourself, right? Because now you see somebody going down the road, just like if he see another 11-year-old, let's say he happens to go to a friend's house and he see another 11-year-old with some 20-something-year-olds, he's going to get that kid up out of there. Am I right or wrong? or would you let that kid let
Exactly.
what happened happen?
Nah,
See
hell
what happened
nah.
to him.
Yeah,
Right.
that
That
Right.
is a way
nigga.
of helping
Yeah,
somebody
that is
else.
something.
Right. So
But
Right.
I
I
think
was helping people too. Remember Sugar Love? I thought I
no,
everybody.
Genesis.
Genesis.
Maybe
I'm
I'm.
saying, like I said, wherever worked, maybe that did not work for you, right?
Right.
Remember, everybody, they whatever you could do, but a lot of people, like if they fully into it, right? And technically, even though you could have got burnt, that don't mean you didn't help people. They just didn't appreciate your help, but you still helped them. So you did your job.
Did I
You
really
did
help?
your part.
Did I really
Yeah,
help?
no, you really helped it. It just was unappreciative, right?
I don't mean to laugh.
Right. So don't take that from you. Help is help, regardless of you receive a thank you or not, right? You still help them. Now, how they come or go afterwards is up to them. But you always feel good for what you do, right? So it's however how
I
you feel,
wish I felt good for what I did. I'm over here still pissed off. God damn it.
Well, but don't take it away from yourself. You know, you may not like the
I
outcome
mean,
of it,
I don't know.
but
I hate the. I'm sorry. I am like bad news bears right now. I'm sorry.
no, I don't think so. I think you're working out like everybody else. Everybody works because every day you learn something, you go through
You
something.
know what
It's
I'm
never
learning? If
you
if
never
you
fully
ain't
got
getting
it,
none of
right?
it, don't do it.
You never fully got it because each day is new twists, new turns, new storylines. Just by being born, right? So just like people 60 years old going through stuff,
I hate.
70 years old going, you gonna go through shit till you ain't here no more,
Am
right?
I wrong? Listen, Sugar Love. So if you
Uh,
ain't getting, this is what I learned. If you ain't getting out nothing out of it, don't do it. Like
no,
period. Like,
I
I'm not
don't.
gonna
I
fucking extend myself too much further to where I am giving so much I don't have anything left to give,
well,
and then I have to rely on that person's kindness to give it back to me, and hope and pray
well,
they're gonna do it. You know what I'm
that wouldn't
saying?
be on them. That would be on you. You have to set boundaries, right?
Exactly. So I'm like,
But again, when you let me tell you, I've done the same thing, but I also know whatever somebody do to me, I get it back. I get it right back, right? Because I changed my way of thinking. So when I say I'm getting it right back, it comes right back. Right. So maybe that's how you gotta think it. Not that you done me wrong. I'm like, hey, you can keep that, but I'm gonna get it double. I'm gonna get it triple. See, that's how you change your thinking. So when the universe gonna hear what you're saying, universe gonna say, I feel so bad, I feel so bad. Universe go by what it hears you say, right? So when the universe hear you say, oh, I'm doing bad, or I'm doing poor, that's what the universe is gonna keep you doing bad, it's gonna keep you poor. Now when
you
you say to right now, when you say, oh, okay, I want that back, universe, double, triple, it's gonna come back to you double, triple.
And it was crazy.
I'm just
I
tearing it up.
and it's crazy though because I was actually downtown one time and I had got paid for doing an event, and like not even a few seconds after I got paid, while we was walking, uh, uh, it was a dude that walked by asking for food or whatever, and I just gave him like $20 or whatever, and she was like, he just gonna take that and go and buy a beer, and I was like, that ain't he's regardless of what he do with it after I gave it to him. He told me he needed food, and I gave it, but and to me,
Yeah.
even if he did go and buy beer, like
That
you know what
that
I'm
shit
saying?
probably kept him alive.
Hey,
Like
beer
shoot,
got nutrition in it. Beer got nutrition in it.
like sometimes that might have
Now
kept
we're
him from
messing with
slapping
her.
somebody. I
And you
don't
know,
know.
Exactly.
that'll be another one. We gotta get the word up here too. That'll be another good show, right? But I do believe in. I like when she did that show when she talked about reciprocity and stuff like that. But I always tell people, if you do something, just do it, right? You did it, it's done, right? Now the outcome of it is now what you put in the universe, right? And it come back in different ways. And like sometimes you get stuff and you get it back, but being that it came from a different source, you don't it doesn't say, oh no, this is from that, but it just came from another source. So you got to always be thankful, right? Once you keep that in the universe at all times, I'm thankful, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because the universe likes to hear you say that. So it's going to keep making you thankful. Because you keep saying thank you. Universe, oh, why she keep saying thank you? Well, let me do something else in her life. So it's going to it's going to keep you saying thank you all the time. Right? So again, it's how you start changing your mindset and what you put in the universe, because it hears you and it gives you what you ask for, but people don't know how to ask and what they're asking for, and they don't know when the universe give it to you what it's going to look like. So a lot of time we miss the bus all the time. We miss it. We keep missing the bus. It's like it's right here, but it didn't come in the form you wanted it to come in, but it came, and we
It
missed
came
the
when you
bus,
needed it.
right?
And my spirit mother says that all the time. My best friend, she says that all the time, and everybody thinks that I'm being negative or whatever. 'Cause I can manifest anything I want or whatever, and I'm like, not all the time. Sometimes the universe can only give you what you need, and it's just like sometimes you can't fine tune your vibration all the way to what you want all the time, because we're just human beings for real, and life be life. But the universe is gonna always give you what you need at all times.
Right.
Especially if you're thankful.
And then sometimes the universe gives it to you, like, let's just say it may give it to you back in the health wise. People don't realize that's part of paying you back. Like when you like somebody could be like really sick, and then you get the news that they're better, right? People don't understand that could be from all that good you did. Now the universe not gave you good news. See, it's good news from the bad news from that, but you don't equate it to it, right? A lot of good things happen, or damn, I should have went out. Okay, now I'm glad I didn't go. All of that is all your paybacks. You just don't know how universe is going to pay you back. But sometimes it just could be a child just at that moment just giving you a hug, and you was probably feeling a certain type of way, and that child just came to you. What made that child just come to you out of nowhere and just give you a big old hug and say, oh, I love you? And then you just your whole momentum just changed. You feel like a little better.
Yeah,
right?
my little Poogie bear give me hugs all the time. I'll be like, oh,
Right. That's we don't think about little things because we keep thinking about monetary gain all the time. Life is just not about monetary gain.
Yeah.
That's part of life. But just happiness and good news. Nothing like hearing some good news. That's priceless. That's better than monetary gain. The universe doesn't understand need or want, draws on what your attention is. Your focus on things you don't want, you get. Yeah, exactly. That's why I say, we have to be very, very careful what they say. The power
our
is in the tongue.
thoughts and what we say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now,
power is in the tongue.
I'm gonna say this. Now, a lot of stuff I be saying on this thing is just to trigger conversation. I'm not sure if y'all figured that out yet, but at the end of the day, I really appreciate you guys for coming up here. I appreciate Sugar Love. She's such a sweetheart, and I thank you. I thank you, Blue, for actually sharing your story.
Yeah.
Dinocracy. I really appreciate you for backing him up and saying, hey, you know what I'm saying? He is kind of toxic.
but I'm also glad that she has a better understanding, of knowing that he's been traumatized since 11. So she can let go of a lot of stuff. She can let it go.
Yeah, I can let it go.
She's now freed up. Like they could even start on a clean slate now of just being like co-parents or whatever, whatever, they could on a clean slate, right? And now that he's done told his story, now he could put it behind and be the best that he's still growing too. We all still growing until we're not on this earth no more, right? We all still growing, so hopefully we all can work on the best of us that we can be. But hopefully, you know, he's a changed man, right, Blue?
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Let me not. I'm asking the wrong person. He's a changed man, right, young lady?
Yeah.
Of course he gonna say. Of course he gonna say yeah, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna say this is that like even if a guy has needs outside of the relationship, because I'm not opposed to polygamy. You know what I'm saying? But what I will say is that but I don't necessarily like the whole like rotation of women. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna do it. Have your set family, and you guys build something together. But don't just be calling yourself polygamous and then rotating women throughout the whole situation. You know what I'm saying? That gets disgusting. You know what I'm saying?
She said the word best friend or something like that. I forgot what she said. She should leave it right there. Whatever.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said that's just my friend.
Right. Leave it right there. Just be there for each other. You done had the man since he was 17, right? Just be
Oh
there.
no, this is somebody different.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that wouldn't be cordial at all. Yeah, that would this wouldn't be that cordial at all.
God dang it! What are you doing on your
What
phone?
you underwater?
Damn, is it that bad?
Like yeah, it sounds kind of crazy.
But
I would say
What about now?
say is this is that like dude, at the end of the day, like when men want to do their thing and they don't feel like they want to be tied down, okay, you're not tied. I mean, I'm 47, so I look at life a little bit different. Because I've been around, I've been in monogamy, I've been in polygamy. So I've experienced all those different things.
You said you how old? I didn't mean to cut you off. You said you how old?
She just had you go wish her a happy belated birthday.
I'm 47 years old. I'm 47.
Her birthday was just last week. You go wish her happy belated.
Oh, happy late birthday. Okay.
Hey, and I accept cash. I
accept
30 something. What? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm 47, honey, and I've had my baby, and she's like 6. I don't know. My last, I had at 40 years old, because I was still being wild out here on the streets. So
I hope we also, the purpose of this video, so we can understand that, because they, I don't want people to think we only talk about women on here. We talk about trauma, period. This channel, our channels, is about awareness and bringing stories, regardless of what stories, bringing you information and awareness. Like DJ loves to bring like different topics, different information out there. It may not be for you. You may can learn something, but it's good just to know. Some people time it's just good just to know. Like other things out here in this world exist, right? It don't have to agree with you, but like a lot of things don't agree with me. But that doesn't mean I don't want the information, right? And we're gonna keep building with Blue. Bring your butt up here sometime, girl. You got a good head on your shoulder.
And honey, let me tell you something, Blue. Well, it might not be the same situation, but man, honey, I was molested all throughout my entire childhood. Like it was just like a molestation fest. Because my mom was going to the club and just dropping me off wherever, and it just was I was everywhere I would go to. It would just be some weird shit going on. But I would say this.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was wild. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the fuck? Honey, I remember going to the club, my mom, and there was a old guy sitting in a chair, and he showed me how to do the bar stool. And he would just rotate the bar stool back and forth. He said, that's called the bar stool dance. I'm like, why the hell I know?
On mine's the word. On mine. You on the right channel?
Huh?
It's on both. The word. You on mine's the word. You on mine's, bro. And he also has a very good channel too. I would love the Blue to go check out the word.
So now let me finish my story, okay?
I'm sorry, babe.
All right. So what I was trying to tell you is that like you're not talking to a person that have not been through some traumatic stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's the reason why I'm not judging nobody because trust me. If I tell you my story and we're gonna like I'm going to one day
Write a book. She ain't gonna
Sugar
tell you
Love. No, I'm
nothing.
gonna let Sugar Love interview me. And I'm gonna like take that and begin my initial transcripts to my story because
Yeah, she got a book.
I tell you the
It's a
stuff I've been
three-story
through.
book.
I tell you what I've been. The reason why I am so open minded about what I've done. I mean, there ain't no drug that I have not done except for heroin and crack. There's no molestation or sexual experience I've never experienced. I have been through the gambit of stuff. Hell, I've been, I used to DJ for S&M clubs. I've like been into the bondage community. I lived above a dominatrix. I mean,
Wow.
everything you could think of that a person could ever like go through. Because when when my mom passed away and my brother raised me, and I left my home, I made a point. I said I will never go back there. I'm gonna only just live my life, and that decision has made me go through a bunch of crazy bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Alcoholism, all type. The only thing I've not had to deal with is like drug addiction, but alcoholism is a drug. So, but I went through all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't have that much. I don't have judgment on anything because whatever you can say you've been through, I would say I've been through it too. You know what I'm saying? So I don't judge nobody. It's an open book with me. Um, and bottom line is that like I have love for people.
Right.
That's even when it came down to like helping people, I kind of went over and beyond because the fact that I had been through so much, I'm like, I wanted to be the person that the people that like were like on the outskirts that were all fucked off and felt that nobody gave a fuck about them. I was like, you know what, you can come to me, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? Because I
Right.
never before. So bottom line is that like at the end of the day, our experiences make up who we are. You know,
Mhm.
that's who we are, and nothing about you that you experience makes you lesser than. Nothing about what anything that you experience. No one could tell you. No one should ever be able to tell you that you were wrong or whatever in the situation. Bottom line is, it is what it is. It happened. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Through my time. And so I tend to be a little bit more like easy on people because of the fact that I've been through so much. I don't really hold grudges against people because I'm like, dude, bro, I understand. You know what I'm saying? I can see where you might have had a moment or whatever, you know.
Right.
So
Right. Right.
And I'm the fake psychologist.
and
I'm the fake therapist.
she's the exact opposite because she'd be like, man, I don't give a fuck what you been through. You said this, fuck that, and
No, that's when
Experience is the best
that's
teacher.
when you're a predator or
Yeah.
something. But when it comes down to what we're doing now, I'm the fake therapist. I'm the one that wants to get all in there.
I will say this because
Mhm.
I'm not going to really get deep into the Devon situation. If he has been molested at 8 years old, I feel in the depth of my heart, I really feel for him.
Yeah,
There's something about me that really feels like, man, that's sad.
yeah,
And in his mind, he thinks he's mine because he have not really identified. He not like it. It haven't registered in his mind that this was wrong. So some part of me was like feeling for him, like, man, you don't even realize that you were violated. You
Mm.
then now you want
yeah.
everybody else to say, you know what? And now you're screaming out. It feels good, like, sir. Like, no, honey. That might have you might have thought it felt good, but it was weird. That shit was not right. What that person
Right.
did to you was not right. What that person had you do at 8 years old. I don't care if you want to rub on women's faces. You know how many babies rubbed on my face, and I've never thought about doing anything weird with them. Come on now.
Right.
Right.
But you did it, and now you think that he's blaming himself. So there's a part of me that like really feels for him because I'm like, dude, you blamed yourself because you felt like that I wanted it. You know what I'm saying? And so whatever how he blamed is to me, I feel there's like a part of me that feels very sorry for him because I'm like, bro, you are blaming yourself for being an 8-year-old child that love to like admire the beauty of women. And you said because I love that when a woman did something weird to me, that I wanted it. And to me, that's sad. And maybe I'm weird for how I think about that and how I saw that. But to me, that's what I heard. When I heard that he said that, and then now he's trying to justify it and say, you know what? And now he's become an adult. He's not no longer the 8-year-old child that was just admiring women's beauty and like rubbing their faces that got molested. He's now an adult, and now he's trying to go through life, and he's trying to like
he became the abuser. So that's where we have a problem.
I don't know if he became the abuser. Did he abuse children? I don't know. He haven't
Even if it's just women, he became the abuser. Did you hear all that anger in his voice?
He's saying a lot of things that he believes because he believes that it will make him feel relevant. He wants attention because he probably never got attention growing up. It's more things to what I believe going through. And
he's gonna still get this smoke until he go get help. Okay, I got people to say,
listen,
I ain't got no time for none of that.
I'm not trying to change anybody's mind.
No,
because I've been molested, I've been abused.
But
been raped.
When does it stop? Just because it have happened to somebody, right? We could deal with the person, but now when you want to make more generations of that, now I have a problem with that.
But if he never got healed from his own
trauma, but now you're going to cause that to more people,
right?
When like if you go into to jail, they understand your childhood and everything. You're being persecuted for what you did. Like that story doesn't help with now that you decided. Remember, it's a decision. Every adult can make a decision. You are no longer a child. When you make a conscious decision not to get help, and now you want to become the abuser, the same way that person should have been locked up who abused you, the same rules now apply to you because the person who did it to him probably got abused too. It has to be stopped.
I just don't. For some, once he told me that he was molested at 8 years old, for some reason something clicked in my mind that had some kind of like my heart went out to him. I'm sorry.
I mean, you can feel bad, but you also have to understand that it also puts people that were molested also at risk because there is a stigma already that we will become monsters. So also you got to be careful about that too, because like people already feel like people that were abused are going to be monsters, and a lot of us aren't. A lot of us are horrified at seeing somebody else become abused, even if it wasn't a child. It should translate to you not abusing no damn body because you know how I felt, especially if you was molested. But I feel like that's so egregious.
Let me tell you how bad it is with me. My daughter would give me a hug, and I will cringe to even be affectionate to my own daughter because of the things that I've been through. Like I will hug her. It makes me very unaffectionate. That's so. Some people maybe become more affectionate. Me, it makes me standoffish. So whatever happened to me, and I'll get into that one day, but it makes me very standoffish to even when I can't even give affection to my own children. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And I feel like I'm trying to learn how to be more loving and give hugs and stuff like that. But I really, when I give hugs, it's to the side and it's really fucked up.
I'm gonna come give you a hug. And when I get down to Texas, I'll give you a big old hug, girl. I'm gonna give you a big old huggy. My sister don't like hugs neither.
I don't
my sister don't like, and I just go give her the biggest huggy.
And I've just been told you're like a stone wall.
I'm gonna give you the biggest old hug, girl. I'll give you a big old huggy. I'm gonna pinch them cheeks of yours. That's how it is.
I will be. It will be the most weirdest, awkward thing, and I will feel.
Listen. I'm good at what I do. Girl, I have a special hug. I don't know where it come from. I got a special hug. You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. I'll help you through it. I'll help you through it. That's what we do for each other. We help each other through it. Right? That's what you're supposed to do. If you can, our job as a friend, even it's good times, bad times, the job is to help each other through it. Right? At least so no, I don't like for no my thing is I don't like for nobody to either feel like unloved. I don't like for people to feel like they don't have nobody. I always try to be that person that hey, I'm the one I know I can call her. Right? I ain't gonna say you was gonna get me. You might have to call me back. But but I don't like for people to feel like I ain't got nobody. Right? We all gotta be that even it doesn't have to be like every day, but at least let them know. Like when you really need me, I got you. No judgment, no nothing. No repeating it, no nothing. Right? Because a lot of people go through this world like feeling like so alone to the point they don't want to be here no more.
Well, you know what's so weird? So even though I'm very standoffish, God gave me a daughter that's very like, hey, let me, and I'm like, oh my God, like, oh, give me a hug. Okay, that's enough. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. You know what I'm saying? Okay, hug. Okay, that's it. There's so much hugs I'm fixing to give. You know, and I have to work on. She's making me like give hugs.
She's breaking you down. She's breaking you down.
Yes, breaking me down into hugs and stuff like that.
She's breaking you down. That's
Oh,
like
that is so awesome.
that's like my son had to teach me patience. Like whatever's missing, whatever you need to do, God gonna send you a kid.
God gave me a child.
He's gonna send you a kid that's gonna make you do it, right?
Yes.
like what was you did? What you didn't do?
I can't.
And your son or your child made you do. You like, Lord, what was it for you?
She gave me the snuggle baby.
I was talking to a girlfriend right here. What was it?
No, and for me,
yeah, what was it?
I think for me, it probably had to be like just getting my life together in general. Like I wouldn't even have my own place. I wouldn't even be working my ass off if it wasn't for my kids. Like wherever I went, you know, it was something about me where people just always wanted to take care of me. But until I had my sons, like you ever just met somebody that it always just seemed like they just stood on their own 2 feet, you know, by themselves and stuff like that. It was like that for so long. And I try to imagine my life without my kids, and I'm just like, oh my God, would I be homeless or some shit? Like, but like because I am lazy, but for them, I'll do anything. It's
so
bizarre.
They made you get up off your ass.
Yes, especially with me having ADHD. Like what? I'm lazy as hell. Like that's something. Like when you have ADHD, it fucks with your mind so much. You'll just be laying down in bed, don't know. You know what I'm saying? But with kids, especially I got one boy with autism. I be in like, yeah, I have to get my ass up. I gotta do shit. You know, I'm quite proud of myself, like, cause motherhood, like, really, you know, changed my life. Like, you know, they definitely changed my life for the better. I love being a mom.
See, and I'm glad we was able to hear, you know, a man's point of view, and I'm glad he did. We're gonna have more men, hopefully, come out and share their stories, because you know we always got women sharing their stories. Hey, Shay, love.
Oh, right? Shay, I love you, Shay. That man, Shay is a sweetheart. I love her. She is a sweetheart.
I still watch Shay content. Hey, Shay. Don't say shit, please.
But let me say this: is that like even I had dudes that would tell me, "Man, you are like a brick wall," and I'd be like, because I would have that. You know, I would just shut. I know how to shut it off, like just shut
down.
Yeah, and it would be literally like straight up, you know. So like through my kids, my daughter, like I said, my youngest, because she's like the baby. She's gonna make sure she's going to hug you and make snuggles and like, man, you're gonna make me snuggle. Okay, here. You know what I'm saying? And really,
Yeah.
I'm like, ugh.
No, but my grandson does that, right? My grandson would just come out
And
of
I had to
nowhere.
like, even my daughter who's autistic, I'm learning now to give her a hug now. It's crazy. She's teaching.
No, but that's
her young
good.
baby is
That's
teaching me
good.
by hugging me to actually hug Aura. You know what I'm saying? Because I just never been no huggy, snuggly ass type person. Like, I'm like, dude, okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay, hug real quick and then get up off me. Like, you know what
But
I'm
it's
saying?
crazy. None of my kids did that, but my grandson did. Neither one of my kids, but my grandson, I love you, grandma. And just come give me. I'm like, wow. So I'm like, I'm used to the ones giving that, but to have to receive it, I had to wait till I had a whole grandkid to feel that. Ain't that some shit? None of my damn kids. I'm gonna get them all tested anyway. I don't believe they belong to me. But the grandson does, but not the son, not the kids. I keep the grandkids, give away the kids, right? Oh God.
So I would say, Blue, I would say this is that, like, man, the fact that you're like a father and you have been in your children's life, you know what I'm saying? You're there for your kids as much as you can be. That's a blessing too. Like at the end of the day, we have to like actually acknowledge when men are in part of their like kids' lives and at least trying, at least trying. So is everybody quiet right now?
What? I was reading the chat. My fault. And I know better. I'm like, I know better. I'm a content creator. I know better than to read the chat. I was reading the chat.
Okay, I sent it. I put it down here. Yeah, Shay, come up.
Yeah, I'm
And
at
you
that
can't
point.
get sugar. You can't get sugar to be quiet. Like, I love hearing her talk. Wait, she got quiet too.
Yeah.
Oh no, no, but we're gonna leave it with we started with Blue and we're gonna end it. We already told them how thankful we are. We're gonna be doing a lot more, but we're gonna end it with Blue. And this is your time. Say
Say something. So
whatever you would like to say, positive or something you want to say to men out there, speak directly to the men. And because today's your day.
Yeah, I think in general, I think the same ways that we view things for our daughter is the same way we gotta view them for our sons. And I think we say hurt people, but I think a lot of times we okay with our sons hurting people and other people's daughters, and that's cool. But I don't think that I don't think we view it from the same way when it's our daughter. So I think we just gotta kind of start to see like really start to see the innocence in kids in general and allow the babies to be babies, like creating an environment where they can actually be kids, and as opposed to you know allowing them to kind of, what is it, like free, just the a lot of the freedoms that we kind of had, just kind of slow, like dialing a lot of that back, and just kind of watching it, which I think a lot of us have kind of gradually grown into, because I think a lot of us kind of realized um, part of the problems that we had was based on the opportunity, so we kind of limited that opportunity, and you want to be stricter, it's aligned to it, because it was other people you know who did have strict parents, and things went one way for them, so it's definitely still a balance. It's kind of hard to find that balance, I think, too. But Just trying to find that balance and making sure though that we understand that abuse on is the same on both sides. Um, and not only just because it's the same because it's happening to both sides, but they both still affect the other kids that's around them, you know. So change the culture.
Wow, that was powerful. That was powerful. Now,
Yeah.
we're gonna be in that this was about him. If you want to start another show and Shay want to come up, that's perfect too, Jen.
All right. I appreciate y'all having me up.
And
Peace.
thank you for coming, my brother.
Much love, Blue. And I appreciate you for telling your story because, you know, it takes a lot of courage to do that. You know what I'm saying? It takes a lot of courage, a lot of like, I mean, no one can say that you're a FSN because at the end of the day, ain't no one gonna fix them to tell their story about like stuff like that and still stick around and hear the outcome of what people have to say about that. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
that's you, and I really appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Peace. Peace.
Peace. Shay.
Hello to the panel, chat, everybody. Hey, how y'all doing?
How you doing?
Hey.
Peace. Hey. Oh, hold on a bit. Yeah, I just actually hopped on Investing Out the Blue as my husband. And a lot of times when, you know, things are going on or he, you know, sometimes people who he kind of, you know, lean towards, you know, in these YouTube streets, you know, sometimes I'll just get the heads up, you know, hey, you know, he's here talking about this or talking about that. And I'm all about honesty and truth. And when we're telling our truth about what's going on in our lives, I don't mind you talking about me or your situation, but just be honest about it. You know, sometimes the truth can be very, very ugly. And it's disheartening because if you're going to tell the facts, I just want all the facts to be known. You know, I'm on YouTube, I'm a content creator as well. And things that I went through with him is what pushed me into my healing and my ascension. And I was able to do these things in the beginning, it started off wrong. Okay. It started off as, you know, sometimes you speak from an emotional place. But as I healed, truly healed, conversation changes and it takes a different direction, of course. And as I was catching some of the replay on this video here, you know, you guys talking now, I felt some type of a way because I hear lies. I'm like, wow, if we're going to tell the truth, let's not go on misleading people the same way I was misled. If you didn't know me personally, you wouldn't know that my content was referencing things that went on in my life. You know, again, in the beginning, I think I kind of bit the bait. You know, I think people wanted to draw me into confrontation and I refused to do that. And this isn't a bash him session. This is a let's just tell the truth.
Who are you?
I'm Shay, Investing Out the Blue. That was just on here. That's my husband.
Investing Out the Blue. You his husband. Oh, girl.
Yeah, that's the truth. She not lying.
Another person, Shay, but okay, that's cool. Okay, Shay Love. You know what? Welcome. And you know what? Let me say this: is that
but the thing is, he's not here now. Because I thought that it was gonna be another show, so he's not even here now. Because
I would say this: is that we did listen. Let her speak, and let's see what you have to say.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, it's just one of those, I just heard a lot of lies being spewed out, you know, and again, I know, you know, you guys may not understand, you know, you weren't in that situation. He's not your spouse. You didn't go through it. And, you know, when you don't know people personally, I mean, you can pick up stories and you can run with it. You know, I'm not into this whole receipt and proving things. I'm not about showing everybody this and showing everybody that. I'm a strong and firm believer in what's done in the dark comes to the light. And that's just that. You know, I'm not into the all, you know, having to drag out this and drag out that or just drag people. But when we're going to tell the stories, I just want people to be truthful, you know. And you know, like I said, where I stopped at is when he was talking about, you know, how we met and the age gap and all of this. But you know, you got to be truthful with people when you meet. Tell people your true age. Tell people the truth when they meet you. If you're going to tell somebody the truth, you give them a chance to figure out whether or not they want to deal with you. You know, if I'm a drug dealer and I'm this, if I tell you that up front, you have a choice whether or not you want to deal with me. But if you build a relationship if you start off lying in the beginning, and that you draw people into you or you get people attached to you off of lies, and that makes a big difference. And that's what I came in on. Like I said, I was just running some of the replay of the show, and it's just the lies. Okay, it's just the lies, and it's just I was.
Hold on.
Okay, Shay.
It wasn't the show really, even though he brought
Come back,
that
baby.
up, even though he brought that up, and far as it wasn't really about you. It was about him being molested as a child.
Come back.
That's what the show was about, right? It wasn't about. Now
hold on. Hold on. Did you hear what she just said, Shay?
A little bit. She was breaking up. Could you repeat that?
So
can you hear me now?
I could tell that you was not listening because you were having a lot of things going on. But I want you to focus on what we're saying. Can you take a second and listen?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear.
The purpose of the show today, it was about him being molested as a child.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Shay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear me? Real fast.
But I'm hearing a
Just
lot
real
of
fast because it's a lot of background. My fault.
Is there a way you could go into another room for a second?
Yeah, I'm going now. Yeah, I'm going now. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a way, because it sounds like it's still a baby or something in the background? Do you hear what we're saying?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just walked out of the room with them. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you good.
Okay, so Sugar Love, say what you were saying.
I was saying I understand. I don't know about the age part or whatever, but a lot of that was explained. But the purpose of the show wasn't about him or having women, or he didn't even say anything bad about you, right? It was about him being molested as a child. He was getting molested since he was 8 years old. So we was having men
11, 8, 11.
11, but either who, he's still a baby, right? And that's what led him into having toxic behavior. And he did say that, he hurt a lot of people because of what had happened to him, right? He was 11 years old and a 20-something. His friends had him drinking and smoking weed and everything by 8 years old. And these grown men was bringing him hanging out and his friends having them at the parties, all these grown women. So it was a lot of trauma for him, but they told him it was a badge of honor. But technically he was stuck there, right? So that was the purpose of the show. So you only came up because he did say he lied, because again, he was already it was already happening to him since he was 11 years old. And at that point, he's 17. He's still a child, So that was what the show was about. And he brought up, you just came up in passing, right? So it wasn't like he didn't say anything. He did say he lied to you. So that would be the truth because you just said he lied, right? Now, as far as him being toxic and stuff, yes, he was toxic. He was Arrested Development.
He admitted to being toxic. Right. So he admitted to being toxic.
His childhood was taken. And at 11 years old, you have a 20-something-year-old woman forcing him to go down on her. Can you imagine how that feels to an 11-year-old? And then he got raped repeatedly. That's what the older men taught him, had him doing, putting him in reckless situations, giving him marijuana, giving him alcohol, and smoking cigarettes, right? So that's that.
By the time
Nothing.
you, Shay,
He was already toxic. He did not know who he was. All he knew how to do was do what his brain is not even fully developed to 25. So I don't know. He didn't say anything about you. We was asking the question. So he didn't say, yeah, maybe the age difference. I don't know how much is your age difference? That would probably be like the only lie he told.
You're asking me how much is our age difference?
Yeah, maybe that would be the only lie that he told, because he didn't really speak too much about you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
we have 6.
Huh?
It's 6 years. We're 6 years apart in age.
So that part was the truth too, then, right? So he didn't tell any lie, because that's about all we said about you.
And I would say this is that when a person have experienced trauma early on, they might seem like they're faster or whatever, and might have experience. And that's what I was saying, like, dude, at the end of the day, like, these men get to know our bodies, get to know this as a young age. You know what I'm saying? And he was already learning at 11 years old how to eat. You know what? You know what I'm saying? So that's what the story was about. It was not really about your relationship with him, but more or less like the trauma he went through as a child leading up to your relationship and how it affected your
And
relationship.
others, right? He didn't get into you good, you bad, and he didn't. That was it. That was said about you, sweetheart. So I don't know which lies that you.
So I wanted to at least clear that up with you. That you know.
Yeah, I just came in. I was listening to some playback, and then the part I listened to was on up until I think about I think you guys were talking. He was talking about his age and my age, possibly, or something like that.
Right. And so let me say this. Let me say something about that.
You just said y'all are 6 years apart, right?
Right.
So that part was the truth, right?
Yeah, that was true.
And then he also stated that he lied and told you that he was older. So that part was the truth also, right?
Oh, yes.
So he admitted that. But we didn't go into you guys' relationship because it was about him and what happened to him. So I
don't want to. This may not be the proper conversation now, but I'm gonna say this. You let me know if I'm wrong. I don't appreciate how on one platform where if I'm going to tell what's going on in my life, and it can shine a light on my trauma and what I've been through. If I can shine a light on it in this way, it makes things okay. As far as like the age thing here, let me start there. It's one of those. Here it was a comfortable conversation, but then back on his platform, I remember being dogged, talking about, oh, she was older than me, and she, that, like I said, I'm not trying to take it there. Y'all stop me. I'm not trying to change the setting of the conversation, but I don't, the doubleness, the double-mindedness, where and with one conversation and another crowd is badgering me, you knew how old I was and talking crap, but then when I'm around these ladies who are going to sympathize with me, let me tell it in this light. I've been quiet for a very, very long time out of respect, believe it or not, for him.
He never did that to you. He never did that to you.
Right. That's not
he
how
did.
He never did that to you on his own personal platform.
Here.
So don't play that.
He was on his own platform.
Ma'am.
No, the fuck he didn't.
Oh, Lord.
We don't have to curse.
No, the fuck he didn't.
No.
I'm not addressing her. She's a non-factor for me.
No, you the non-factor. You mad.
But
like
to the respectful ladies on the panel, if you listen,
he always showed you the utmost respect. Period.
Okay, to the
Don't do
respectful
that.
ladies, as
Don't
I
do
was
that.
saying,
Don't
okay,
fucking do it.
there was conversations where I was dogged and dragged about, oh, she was older than me, that,
We ain't
like
never
I
say
said,
no bullshit like that. You a
if you
clown, girl.
ladies,
Stop.
why are you over talking me, ma'am? Why are you interfering when I'm talking about my
So
husband
you sitting here
to
lying,
these
talking about you
ladies?
come up here talking about the
Could
truth.
you
We
stand
never
down?
talked
But
about
he's
you as a
my
dog. You crazy.
husband, right?
Wait,
Could you
guys.
stand down? Could you stand down? I appreciate it.
No, bitch, you do.
As I
Hi,
was saying,
brother.
ladies, because
Hold
I'm
on.
addressing
Hold on.
those who are respectful.
Hold on.
GTO
My
with
brother, my
much
brother's here. We were speaking upon men. Kev, would you like to speak, please?
Yeah, just real quick. I just want to be real brief. Peace to everybody on the panel. I don't want to take too much time. I just want to address the sister Shay, if that's her name. I listen, and I say this respectfully. When we talk about abuse of children, we have to be careful to not delineate the genders, because if this was a girl,
Right.
we wouldn't be talking about the age difference. We wouldn't be talking about she lied. Of course, people who traumatized and who were abused, they wear those scars. And so just try to have a little more grace for the brother, because just as traumatic as it is for a girl, I would argue it may be even more for a young man, even though it's portrayed within the male community as a badge of honor. It's not that. It's the same psychological thing. So that's all I wanted to say. Because it's like children are children, regardless of their gender, and we have to be careful because we don't look at it the same way. Unfortunately, that's all of us. That's just our built prejudices. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And I agree. Oh yeah, I definitely agree.
So I would say this is that, I mean, I get it that you probably have gone through some trauma, like or a lot of trauma in this relationship, but
It makes
understanding
sense.
that it does.
I'm saying it makes sense now. A lot of things that a few things that I wasn't aware of came out on your panel. So of course, certain behaviors make sense now, of course. Because there's probably certain, like I said, I heard a couple of things that I hadn't heard before this point, for whatever reasons. So yeah, and I definitely agree with what the brother just said as well. And as I was, and no but with that, that's just a period there. I definitely understand, and it's truly not okay for anybody, no matter the age or the gender. It is a very serious thing, and it is more so swept under the rug when it happens to young men. I absolutely agree with that, and yeah, my heart goes out to anybody who's in that situation. In particular. And again, as I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted, I just want the same. I don't. I want him to know that he can be comfortable in his truth, but I just didn't want the back and forth. Again, as I said, if you've never been in my shoes, you probably don't understand. But don't go on be in one place talking crazy, wild and crazy about me, as if I knew about your age, I knew this and I knew that, because here you're saying something, or you're saying that I did whatever, however it goes. But here you're saying something different.
Yeah, they did. He, as you see, Sugar Love said,
right?
He knew that he had told her.
Right.
Yeah, because I was lied to about a lot of things, but that's not what this is about. But if you can understand, like just being in a social setting, if we're going to be, sometimes we like to give clarity but not tell all the truth. It's like, at least just be truthful, because just because you don't have to worry about revamping and retelling stories when you just tell the truth from the beginning.
Right,
And
hold on, listen. If a person tells us that he knew that he was being untruthful about the situation,
and he knew he was toxic.
Right. He knew that he was being toxic in that, because he knew that what he went through in his early childhood might be contributing to the fact that what he's doing right now.
He was still traumatized. Just that men, as my brother said, they don't talk about it, right? Because right, whatever you said, say it again, Kevin.
Well, just to build on what you said, and first of all, I wanted to say I just typed it in the chat, but you probably didn't see it. Thank you for at least, because immediately, instead of trying to make an excuse, you said, I understand. And I thank you for that, because that's what a lot of times we don't get as men, as victims of these type of crimes and abuses. And so if he lied, understand where the lie came from. And now you acknowledge, you understand that. And in his mind, his truth is his. He owns that. And I don't think that it's about blaming anyone. I believe that it's just so many parts of his story that it's going to be other things and other people and events that are included in that. And so again, you know, when you're traumatized by something, it takes you a long time to even recognize that abuse. If you talk to abuse victims, that's a whole process. And then coming to grips with that, and then dealing with that, and then trying to become the best version of yourself. And in the meantime, you're having relationships that intersect with you trying to heal. And so again, I would just say to you, whatever it is that he may have lied to you about, it's what you said that I heard that was key. You said, I learned some things today that I never knew. And I think that, and I don't want to speak for Blue, but a lot of the reason that you may not know those things is because this is what men are afraid of, is that when we say things, it'll kind of be turned around on us. And wait a minute, is that everything? Is you telling the whole truth? Is that everything? And I see you ain't telling everything. You telling the part to make yourself look good. And that's what makes men afraid to come and have these conversations, because it's difficult enough as a man, because you're told.
Sometimes they block it out too, like women do.
And do you know how hard it is to tell those truths to the person that you love the most? Because at one time, you know, you all had a relationship. And so, you know, I again, and I'm not trying to, because you probably went through some things being the partner of a person who went through abuse, but because you didn't know, and because he didn't know how to express, I hate for you all to clash against each other, because I think you were both in a position where you just didn't know how to deal with the situation that was there. And so, you know, that's how I think that's how we move forward. And I, again, like I said, I just want to say thank you again, because it doesn't seem like you're an evil person or a mean person, or you're trying, but I think it's things that you didn't know. And I think it's things that you didn't understand, and it hurts you. And I think now just being able to hear and digest and process things in a different way, I think a lot of those feelings will go away. Just give it time to process, and give yourself time to understand that maybe what you were angry about, you'll have a little more compassion, because you'll have a fuller understanding. It's easy to be mad at someone because they lied to you, but then sometimes if you find out that person lied because that person was abused and beaten, and so they felt every time they told the truth, they would be physically beat, you know, and that's an experience I went through. And I would ask this person, why do you keep lying all the time? And they would get beat for telling the truth. And I didn't know that, and I felt so bad. And so that's I think a lot of these situations is what happens, because abuse is such an ugly thing, and it's such a taboo thing in our community. And especially, again, as an adult man, it would be hard for me to tell my wife, who I've been married to 25 years, a lot of things. But I think if we understand what abuse does, I think it regardless of gender, I think we'll have a better understanding, and we'll be a lot more we'll be in a better place with each other, you know, because I think a lot of men too don't understand the psychological and emotional abuse that women go through. So I know it would be difficult, because most men don't tell their women about sexual abuse. You get it? And so it's you know, all of this is new territory for everybody.
And this is at 11.
Yeah. And you got to imagine this, you know, you got an 11-year-old kid who had to readjust his thinking at years later after he was abused. He didn't realize he was being abused until he grew and he was older. And so you got to understand what Suge said, arrested development is a real thing.
We had that made him feel like, you know what, that I was abused too. Like, you know, when we had the conversation with Javon and he was abused at 8, He's like, well, you know what? I was abused at 11. It might have took up until now that he's like, well, you know what? I was abused at, you know what I'm saying? It so sometimes it take that to like bring that out of a person to realize why they're doing stuff, how they're doing stuff, everything.
And then make sure you catch the whole videos because you might hear, you're gonna hear his whole complete story. Because I do an interview from the rooter to the tutor, right? I go deep down, so you're gonna hear the things that upset him really deeply, and you will understand him a little bit more, and then you can let some of that go.
Context is everything.
Right.
Context is everything.
I will say this is that I will apologize if I kind of went in hard on you as an older woman that was with a 17-year-old. If he didn't tell you how old he was until a certain point, I'll give you that, but we also have to understand that even once you found out that there's that age gap, and you don't understand that there's something that happened beforehand that triggered all that stuff, that even the way that he was behaving in that relationship might be triggered by the initial situation. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Oh yeah, I understand because I remember even telling him, after the fact, like there's no way. I mean, just being real. I'm like, there's no way we would have even went there, if I would have known that age gap there, it's just no way. For one, women mature a lot faster than men for the most part. And, it was just one of those things where our moms it's just one of those things that I was just kind of brought up in, and just the different problems and stuff that you can run into when there's a major age gap. Not always, but it can happen. And I do agree, when we're honest up front, like all of the toxicity that went on, and I guess what's most disheartening is I understand why he would maybe withhold that information, but to continuously grow. I'm sorry, not but, because I don't want to downplay anything. So but is not what I'm going to say. As he downplayed that, or maybe not came forward to that, he grew in toxicity, and of course that's going to be frustrating for anybody. When you're holding on to something as egregious as what he went through, and you're just consistently growing in toxicity. It's like, at what point do we think about our partner that we're hurting? Because one thing about toxicity, it leaves ground for all types of other negativity to creep in when you're already toxic. And that's what I dealt with. Have
you ever been molested? Just
what? Hold on.
Have you ever been molested? No, let me finish what I'm saying.
Have a lack of compassion now.
Have you ever been molested?
I've been in a situation. Now I can't necessarily say molested. It didn't get that far, but
okay.
I was compassion.
Hold on. So,
oh my God.
Let me talk to you real quick. This is Monica. So
I'm listening to you. I am.
So molestation has a whole nother level of a mental thing that it takes a toll on the person mentally. So that
I agree.
You might not you'll shove it down, right? But it'll affect your relationship. Like I said.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I have a hard time even hugging my own daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll hug my daughter, but I don't do too much because I don't want to seem like I'm molested. You know like I'm like, I'll do that.
It's only one in here.
Go too far with hugging too much. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so I want you to understand that even though it might seem be like, oh, okay, this happened at this time, it still affects you even later on in life. And so it affects how effective you are. Either you could be like overly whatever, or you could be under. You know what I'm saying? So right. So
and then at that point in time, what I would like to add, right now, some people, if it's still up to him to heal him, right? And if you feel right, but I said you it only gets real toxic because you thought you couldn't save him or whatever. So I tell people, if it's toxicity and you feel you don't know why, but you know they need a healing, then you are to not judge them, but let them go heal themselves, right? If it stayed toxic because you stayed in it, right? So some of that blame go on you too. It's not just him.
Oh, I definitely understand that. Oh, I understand. I
Right.
understand.
So, right, because if you know it's up to people to heal themselves, right? You want them to get healed, but you can't. That's not in your hands. But you say, you know what? You've been through some things. I'm not going to hold this against you, but you need to go and do whatever you have to do. We have to give each other a grace, as I call a grace period, right? Give each other a grace period,
Right.
right?
And I agree, you have to definitely heal through it. Because see, from my understanding, from what he would tell me is he liked older women. He liked having sex with older women. See, I got a different scope from it, after the fact. I wasn't aware that it was a molestation. See, I've never, like I said, I heard a lot of things from being here. I was told a different story. No, I always liked older women. I liked, being with, older women in my younger days. And of
But
course,
you
that's
see, that's the
different.
easy
I
way.
didn't.
That's the easy way to
Right,
tell you. I'm sorry to cut you off.
DJ.
See, for a man, the way to ease into that conversation, and I'm just telling you because I've been a man for 50 some odd years, it's hard to come to your woman and say, hey, babe, I've been molested. You'll go, hey, babe, I've been messing with older women since I was like 14, 15.
Right, because it's a different way to heal, is to even offer of assistance in healing to somebody when
But see,
oh my
that's
gosh, you were
women.
molested. You see what I
That's
mean?
it.
That's a whole different ballpark.
But that's not. How do
And
you
that's
say
why.
that though? How do you say that? It's not
But
the
that's
easiest
why
thing to come out the mouth. Go ahead, Kev.
That's why I've been showing you the nuance in the conversation. You saying, I didn't know. You just heard the story that, hey, I've always liked older women. But in a man's mind, it's easier for us to tell you in that way than to say, hey, I think I was molested. I didn't look at it like that when I was young or growing up. But I think that's the reason that I'm, promiscuous with a lot of women, or I have relationship issues or whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's
right.
Just,
and would you really understand that? Let me just be real. Like you guys are in a relationship, right? And he says that I have been molested, and this is how I feel that maybe I'm very promiscuous. Would you understand that in a relationship with a guy? Like for real? Like be honest? Like
hold up.
To be honest with you, yes, I would. Yes, I would. I mean, my upbringing was
No, this is where you didn't listen carefully, right? Now, how old did he tell you he was?
He didn't. We were just kind of like,
that's
we were
what I
kind of
was
like, we talked a lot over the phone. We would see each other often, and we would, but we never really even talked about age. And then by the time I did ask him, he lied. I think he told me he was okay. I think he told me we were the same age. I told him how old I was. That's what it was. I was 23, and I told him I was 23. He said, "Oh yeah, I am too." That's how it was. I'm like, oh, okay.
So at that point, if he said, listen, you're not listening to yourself. He said, I love older women, right? So if both of y'all the same age, you would not be the older woman, right? So
No. Let me elaborate on that then. He didn't tell me that before. That came after the fact. After I found out he had lied to me about his age, and it was a laughing off type conversation.
No,
that wasn't before.
You said when you told him your age, right? He said, I'm the same age, right? But then he said, I like older women, right?
Not at the same time. That's not the same timeline. That wasn't.
Okay.
Listen,
He said, hold on, guys. He said that
told you
I'm
that
legal.
afterwards, right?
He said I'm legal.
Okay, same thing. So once you found out, and he said like older women, right? Now you still being the adult. Now, regardless of what he said, you are now still the adult. Now is what you do afterwards.
I mean, we had a great relationship at the time. By the time I found out his real age, like I said, we were in a committed relationship. And by the time once he found we having a conversation, you know, I found out his real age, and he's telling me he lied about it, and he kind of chuckled about it, because I remember when I met him, it was his cousin with him at the time. We joked about it after the fact, because I'm like, your cousin and everybody lied with you, you know, saying how, you know, you were of age, you know, the same age as me, but
But
I
ma'am,
didn't know at the time.
right.
If that are you following me?
Listen, but
That was
you
part of
still
why
have
he lied. Like, I
no,
lied
no,
because
no.
maybe I like
I
taken.
get that. I get that. But once you
Mhm.
find out I am the adult, he is underage, at that point, you have a choice to make. So if you choose to say, hey, we got a good relationship, you can't hold him to that no more. You can't say he lied no more, because now you know, like before, now you know. So I'm in too deep. It doesn't matter. I still love him, but now it will be on you. Now you got to say,
I mean, I
you know
never
what?
held it over his head after the
Right.
fact.
And so,
I've never
right,
held it
so
over
you,
his head.
right, so- but you're still saying he lied. You can't say that no more, because at that point he lied, but you still say that means you accepted it and you chose to
I give
move
it to
forward.
Stan, but I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I
Okay.
get
I
exactly
don't think you
what you're
understand
saying.
what
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying
Kev.
here.
Go ahead, Kev.
Listen, you don't have to be right. If we're not making you wrong. I think
Right.
that your whole point of view, your whole perspective is why you're not actually hearing what we're saying, is because
Don't take
you're
that,
in
Kev.
defense mode
Don't
about the
take that,
fact
DJ.
that you were messing with someone who was underage. We've established the fact through him and through you. He said that he lied about his age. Listen at the point that I'm making. When I said conversations are nuanced, as a woman, if you want to learn your man, like the older women used to say, he told you he likes older women. If you were 23 and he said, oh, well, by the way, I'm the same age, wouldn't you think, well, why would he be dating me if he just told me he liked older women? That's what I'm saying about listening to the nuances. And then and again, that's why I said, let's not get caught up in about who's right or wrong.
Right.
It's not about that. Nobody's blaming you for what you were lied to about or what you were misled about. So don't be angry about the things that resulted from that, because if you were a 23-year-old man, you would not be able to sit up here and tell 4 women that you didn't know this girl was 17. There's no way you would be able to make that argument. But let's not get caught up in that. Understand that you can't be angry at a person who is damaged because they bled on you a little bit. You didn't cut him,
Right.
but he bled on you a little bit. You understand what I'm saying? It's like if I date a woman that just came out of an abusive relationship, she's gonna flinch sometimes, even when I'm not making an aggressive move, and I can't get angry at her for that. I can't say, you know what I mean? You only do what you know at the time. But the fact that this man is trying to have a conversation with women about the subject of abuse, not about his ex-girlfriend, you were just part of his story. You intersected in his life through this journey that he is going through, healing from that process. So don't personalize it. Like him and I might have met, and I might have said, man, I let that dude come stay with me, man. He stole a pair of my Jordans when he left, man. I put him out, because he wouldn't clean up after himself.
Okay,
Now,
DJ.
I could say that, and all of those things may be true, but then if I understood where he came from, his backstory, and understand he didn't have anybody, he didn't have any family, he came from social services system, then I might go, oh, okay, you understand? And so that's all that we were trying to explain to you. It wasn't, and I can't speak about what he said or what you heard somewhere else, but I think that we can keep doing that all day, but what we have to do as a community is understand when we come across these kind of situations, whether it's a boy or a girl, how do we deal with these situations best so that when that person does understand the abuse and processes through it, then they can have a healthy relationship. But as long as we're still arguing about what you did while you were messed up and going through your healing process, it's hard for that person to get to the next space. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to beat somebody up for the mistakes they made while they were messed up. You were in a messed up state of mind. You were in a messed up situation. Your heart wasn't in the right place. But now that you're understanding and you're healing and you're trying to change what you know is wrong, you know what I mean? Moving forward is what we have to look at, because abuse has so many layers and it's so different. It looks different in every person and it manifests itself. Some people become promiscuous. Some women close themselves off and never deal with a man on an intimate level for the rest of their lives. Some men turn into, sexual predators, vapists, and some men become reclusive. Some men become angry and violent. So it looks different in everybody. And our job really is not to critique how bad they were when they were messed up. It's to say, okay, how do we help you now that you're in a place where you understand what it is and you're trying to move in a certain way? What he's trying to hear our voice and we're trying to hear his voice so that we understand him and other people that we may, because it helped me. Now I know how to talk to my young boys that I mentor. And that's why I was telling you about nuanced conversations. When my young dude told me, oh man, I don't like none of these girls in the center, man. I like older chicks. You know, my first question was, what's the oldest girl you ever was intimate with? He told me 19. This kid is 12 years old. Because I understood the nuances was saying, oh, I like older girls. That wasn't the conversation. Why do you like older girls? You're 12. You just started liking girls, period. What makes you like older girls? Because that's the first intimate encounter that he had with a female, not a girl his age, 11 or 12. It was with a 19-year-old girl. And so by me understanding that nuance of that statement, that's the point I was trying to make to you when you were saying, he made that comment to you. Men, we say things in code all the time. We're not going to come out and say, hey, babe, I was touched on, or this chick, made me, go down on her.
No, hippie.
We're not going to say that to you. We're going to try to say it to you maybe in the way that he tried to express it to you. Hey, I like older women. Oh, yeah, why? You young. What made you like when you start dealing with older women? Now that might open up a deeper question. So that's just where I want us to get to. And I'm not trying to preach at you or come at you in that type of way. I was just wanted you to understand really where we're coming from. We're not attacking you and nobody is blaming you. Nobody's looking at you like, oh, you were messing with a dude that was underage. No, nobody.
Oh, no, I don't look at it like that at all. Yeah, I don't look at it like that at all. And I do understand everything you're saying. And
like a predator or you
right.
took advantage
I
of a young
understand.
guy.
And I even understand why you say why a person may not want to speak on it. I get it. But on the flip side, the ugliness that does result, though, when we don't speak about it, you understand, to go into a marriage, to start a family, that's a major commitment when we're sitting on things that we don't want to talk about, to take it to a next stage, to start a family. And we have all this unhealed trauma that's unfair. But I understand too, like you mentioned, hey, well, I went through this. I understand that, but it's unfair to both parties. If that makes sense, it's unfair for you to withhold that information, and it's unfair for the other person to go into it blindly.
How long was the information held?
Oh, I never knew about the molestation until I was just here.
How long did you find out his age?
I want to say probably about year 3, maybe.
Oh.
So it was a while, and I forget how the conversation started out, but it was about year 3.
In 30. Wow. Right?
Ma'am, say that again.
So you was 20. He was now 20. And you were like 27?
20. If he was 20, I was 26. Yeah. I was 26. And he was very articulate. Like I said, he seemed, very well spoken. Not saying that he's not. But, sometimes you can pick up on certain things. I mean, I know me, I can't speak for anybody else, but normally you can pick up on a person's age when you're talking to them, you get to know them. And again,
can I say something real quick? Like, all right. So say if there was never an age difference and he just got molested when he was younger, wouldn't you feel like that would like play a major role in how he deals
Oh
with it?
yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So,
Oh yeah. But I'm just finding that out. Now a lot would have made sense.
right now we're focused on like age difference, but
Well, I never focused on the age difference. Me, once he told me, it was just like, I mean, I was upset for a minute, but like I say, we hadn't been together that at this time, this many years. It's like, okay, you know, and to be
he
honest
never
with you, just
told.
like
So, okay, so the issue is he never told you about the abuse that happened to him when he was like 11.
the only abuse I knew about was an abuse of, I mean, I don't want to put business out there that he hasn't, but I didn't know about a molestation. That's a whole different ballpark. Okay.
Right.
I know.
So now, so now that you're hearing that, and you're now that you get to hear that, how does it make you feel?
It kind of makes me feel bad for him. It makes me feel bad, firstly, that he went through that, because that's traumatizing. That's a traumatizing situation. And that on top of the other trauma that I know for a fact he went through, because he shared with me, to combine those things, oh my gosh, like it's completely different, you know. And I could understand why.
With that understanding, right? So with that understanding, right? Understanding that you went through this trauma of abuse at 11 years old, right? By women, right?
Right.
Would you say that you probably, if you probably would have known about that, then you probably would have treated the situation different?
What situation? Elaborate.
I would say your relationship. Would you have a different understanding about how everything went? Like, okay.
Yeah, I would have a different because I would understand that, okay, like I said, molestation is traumatizing. It revamps the way you think. It revamps the way you see life. It revamps the way you see people, you know, especially the sex in which you were molested by. A lot of times men who are molested by women, a lot of times they end up hating women. You know, they're very promiscuous, but a lot of times they have a strong dislike for women as well.
So when the age gap was mentioned, it wasn't even a month. He said in the comment, Blue. He said it wasn't even a month before that information was given to you. How old he was?
It was definitely much longer than that, but I'm not even.
Well,
you're a little invested, but like I said, it was years later, you know, as I was saying. And but yeah, I would have handled things a lot differently. I would understand the hatefulness. I would understand hot and cold. I would have understood so many things mixed in with a lot of other things that he had going on. Had I known you were molested, but like I said, that's something he had to hold from somebody.
So you're saying he was being hot and cold. He might have.
Yeah, there was the hot and cold. There was the, it was just the emotions. I mean, that fluttered literally. And a lot of times I didn't understand where they were coming from. But again, I've always been, my upbringing was different. Okay. I didn't have those same hardships as him, as he mentioned. And, as I said, things that I know that he personally told me himself, I didn't go through that. So I was always brought up to have more so show love, be able to show love to people in those situations. But I can't show love in something that I don't really know about. Again, that's a big thing.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Shay? Or ask you a
couple? I'm here.
I'm feeling two things. First, I'm feeling like you're very, 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 very stuck on the fact that why didn't he tell me? An abuse victim tells you about their abuse when they're ready. That's the easiest way I can say it respectfully. And so I don't think don't personalize it like we went into this marriage, we agreed on this, and he wasn't if he would have told me I could have handled. We let that part go. Also, this is what I want to know.
Well, no, I was actually answering her question on that. I don't hold that. It's not a grudge or anything. I kid you not. It's not a grudge. I don't feel any type of a way like that. It's just my response would have been different. You see what I mean? You need a lot more. You need a lot more.
You would have understood.
You need a lot more if you're coming from that background.
You didn't understand, like you said, the hot and cold. I get that part. Here's what I want to ask you, and I want you to keep it as real as you can and answer to the extent you feel comfortable.
Absolutely.
I feel like regardless of everything that's been said and what you went through, I feel like it's still something that's unresolved with you as far as you goes. Because I noticed earlier, and not to even like say it in a way of shade, but I noticed you said my husband. Is there talk to me about that part.
You come and make
well, that's when the noxious lady kept interrupting me, going so hard in the paint when I'm trying to reference something that I know about.
I was saying, as far as I can tell, there's still something as far as the way you feel about him. What's unresolved with you,
right?
In the way that you can articulate it. And I'm on mute. I'm gonna listen to you.
Unresolved between the two of us.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it would make sense to me. I mean, it will kind of turn into I don't want to steer the conversation to where I'm completely pointing a finger, if that makes sense. It's not necessarily things unresolved with us. It's just there's things that maybe it's the Trump, finding out what I just found out here. Maybe that's why he, is an inactive parent. Maybe that's why he neglects our kids. Maybe that's why,
Do you
you
still feel like you love him?
Oh, I definitely love him. That won't change because it was real. You don't stop loving somebody when you love them for real. That'll never change. Yeah, so I love him.
And I want you to understand that the reasons that you feel the way about all of the other aspects of your relationship is so prominent because of that part. And that's all. And that doesn't make you a bad person at all. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. And that's why I said, and I respect the fact, because I think you are an honest person. Because when I asked you something earlier, you answered it honestly. And I think that's an honest answer. And I think that, you being able to understand that, yes, I still love this person. And yes, I was conflicted because I didn't understand why this person who I love did X, Y, and Z. And so now it's still going to be another little process for you to kind of reconcile those two things. Understanding that the reason he was hot or cold or didn't do this or didn't show emotion or is inactive is because of a lot of things that he went through. It's going to be, you're going to have to balance, those emotions as far as being able to allow him to, get better at what he knows. Anything that I'm sure he falls short in, I'm sure he's aware of. He's a like you said, he's a very bright, intelligent man. And we all know what we need to fix in us. And I just want you to give him the opportunity to do that. Even if he's not as present as he should be right now, even if he's doesn't show the right emotion to you in certain situations, the fact that he didn't reveal certain things to you that would have made you and his relationship better, allow him to grow into that. Because I don't think you're a bad person, like I said, without knowing you, but just from listening to you speak, your demeanor, same with him. I just think that this is what happens in everyday life. We don't understand the people that we are with at the time. And then later we have a different perspective. Had we had in the beginning, things might have went totally different. So
right.
Yeah.
Can I say this real quick? Because there is like an elephant in the room, and that's why I got this comment up here. Is that as you guys have been separated, he did have another child.
I was trying to avoid that, but you're right though. You're right. You're right though, DJ. But I was trying to, even when I was trying to say far, because it was nice and peaceful. I was trying to say far away from that.
Hey, listen.
I was trying to stay far
in the midst of
away
this
from that.
Oh my God. And see, I would even like for him to understand, because even with that going on, and that's a whole different topic. But maybe that's also why, here comes the outside kid, but why abandon our kids? They're big kids. They know that, dang, daddy don't answer the phone. A kid asks for something, you don't come through. You break all these promises for children that are here, and they know what's going on. Of course, I'm not saying no, don't neglect where you are. I never treated him any kind of way, even when I found out. And I think I knew about that girl's pregnancy before he did. But again, another story. But maybe his trauma, maybe he feels like, wow, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe his trauma really does play a big part in it, but it's so much, you guys. It's just a lot, y'all. It's a lot. And
okay. Now you got kids.
So hold on. Here's the deal. Okay. So
you got kids from too.
No, hell no. Hell no.
All right. So there is
still got your chain.
Another child that we heard in the background, and that would probably hurt your feelings to hear this going on. And because you guys are married, I don't really know a lot about everything. So that probably, that would hurt you. It hurts you. Tell the truth. It hurts you, right? Does it hurt you?
When I first found out, yeah, it did. Especially when especially when you're playing the fence. Again, maybe a lot of, like I said, now that I feel a lot different hearing about the molestation. Maybe, it changes a lot because your mind is totally revamped in a different direction.
That's
it makes a difference.
That you just give. You said, hey, now that I know this, I can just sit back and look at things differently. Thank you for that, because 90% of people cannot do that. That's not to say that you're wrong. You have to change your mind. But as long as you allow the possibility to say, hey, there were some things that went on that I didn't know about. We're not trying to make excuses for nobody. We're just trying to understand how we got where we are so that in the future, we'll recognize those things. When you hear somebody say something that you'll go, hey, you'll ask that next question. And then right. And again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut y'all off. I'm on mute. I'm listening though.
And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. So, are you saying that since he's had this baby, he has not contacted you at all for the babies that you have at all? Period.
Oh, no. Even in the process of, I didn't tell him I knew about the pregnancy. Again, like I said, I knew probably before he did. Okay, but in the process, I figured, okay, we'll see if he, at this time, we're still in communication heavy. He was still back and forth at home, working out of town, but he was still, coming here. Not being aware that I knew that, but again, we were still in our separation phase. Okay. And to have these mixed signals though, you're here, we're talking about this, there's plans about that, but all along you probably had a different agenda because, you have a baby coming. And so in the beginning, I guess I was giving him the time to at least come and tell me about it, which he eventually did, maybe a month or so before the baby came. He finally told me. But as I mentioned, the girl reached out and told me long ago. Okay, so I was aware of it. I had time to heal from. By the time he brought it to me, I healed past the whole hurt of knowing about it. There was a lot of time in between her telling me that could possibly be his kid, and then him finally coming and tell me. Okay, so. But the thing to me is once I started setting firm boundaries, all of a sudden, it's like, now I don't deal with my kids, again, I'm not trying to get too personal. Y'all kind of pulling stuff out of me.
Listen, let me tell you this, okay? Because I have a child, right? And her father is with another woman, right? And
right,
they love each other, right? So he ended up just by proxy, because by proxy, by location, because they're more closer to each other in location where they are. He ends up spending more time with those other children, right? Now, but he still loves Offset. He'll still call Offset, and you know what I'm saying? So here's the deal, is that does he still call his children and be in their life at all, or is he just completely absent?
As of currently, he's been completely absent. Completely absent. They call, he don't answer the phone, or there's an excuse. He's not calling. My kids are big. My kids can speak for themselves, honey. Again, that's why I said I'm not trying to necessarily go there, but we're having a conversation.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Okay, so the children are older in like different like levels of like maybe like junior high.
How old are they, if you mind?
They're 9, 6, and about to be 4. So 9, 6, and 4.
Okay, you got 3 kids from him.
Right.
They talking age.
I get
They
the
talking age.
questions.
They talking age at this point.
I
They
get the
talking
questions. You know, I get the questions, you know, why dad doesn't call or why dad don't return phone calls, you know. Again, and I really would like for you, please don't, Blue. I see what you're saying in the chat too. I'm trying not to even throw you out there like that. I'm trying to really be respectful here. And the truth of the matter is, you just got you kind of just went far left, and I'm trying to be respectful as much as I can be. And you know, I've always been respectful to you. You cheated long before we separated. You were messing with people long before I had to put you out for what you were doing. Now you're on here pretending in one place and not in another place. Let's not do that. Don't be being disrespectful towards me in the comments when I'm sitting here being as respectful as I can to you on the panel. Okay? Like, seriously. Because I don't want to go there, because that's not what this is about. Maybe your trauma is the way you acted. Maybe your trauma is why you got overpowered by darker things and came at me the way that you did. But don't do that what you're doing in the chat, because I'm trying to be respectful here talking about this. So yes, you neglected your family. You did that. And you rode the fence for a long time until I set boundaries. And that's just that.
Okay, all right, Trey. You know what? And you said what you had to say, man. That was straight up. Okay. So, and I understand that, like, you know, he has children that are in like grade school and this, that, the other, and then you guys relationship like broke up, and then he ends up going somewhere else, having another child. That could be very hard, man. You know.
And I never even spoke on it. I never spoke on his child, knowing about it. I'm out here. I do my thing on YouTube. I never spoke on it because that's not what it's about, and it's his business. That was his business.
Let me say this. You've been harassing her and her family.
Well, I was hoping I was hoping she passed that too. God,
hold on. If she's your wife and you have a kid, I would be harassing you too. If you were my husband,
I would just may say that, Genesis.
You had another child somewhere else, honey. You better be glad, man. She listen. I listen. You don't even want to know what I would do.
Now I get that, but this was not about. We could still talk about
but
that.
It wasn't about that. But I'm just saying that Blue, she's your wife. If you didn't ever walk down the aisle, it'd be one thing. If she was just a baby mama, you say, well, she's just a mean baby mama. She's just doing all it, but y'all married. So if I'm married to you and you are somewhere else having a baby somewhere, honey, I'm going to raise the fucking the hell under high. It's going to be a fucking tornado. Like, you know, you understand?
I'll come past the house and just act crazy. I'm fighting everybody. Like I'm ghetto. Like
no. Hold on. In life still, we have choices, right?
Sugar Love is going to be the reasonable person here. If I was married to you,
I wouldn't have never been reasonable.
Straight up.
In life,
no. I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna let Sugar Love say what you gotta say. If I was married to you, and then you had like another baby, and then was neglecting our children, honey, I would be raising all types of ruckus.
But that don't, number one, bring him back, and I ain't gonna get her money. Right?
Right.
So all of that is no need for that. Like, she's a 40-something-year-old woman. Now, in her 20s, she could have done that. She's not that age no more. She's 40, right?
Just because you have
I'm 39 years old, to be exact.
care how
I'm 39.
like
She's
shit.
39.
emotions
You know
are
what I'm
emotions.
saying? No, hold on. We all been through stuff. Hold up.
Your
We all been through
Okay.
something. What I'm saying is you're 39. That's something you do in your 20s, right? Sometimes you just gotta
bullshit. Bullshit.
You let it go. You let it go. Go get your
Whoop
support.
your ass.
And you
I'm
move on now, and you move
Yes.
on with your life. You
Bitch,
you only got one life. I'm not giving it. I'm not gonna invest myself being stressed and mad. No, let it go. Let it go. Let it do what if that's what you want to
let
be
it go, and you
fine.
still got kids to take care of by yourself,
No,
man.
you
They
wanna
don't let it
still
go.
take care, no, you
raising
go
men.
take care of your business. If you want your child support, go get your child
I'm
support.
fixing to
If
whoop
you want to
everybody
go to court and get visitation rights, you do what you have to do, but you let it go.
Can I just say one thing real quick?
And now, so even if
like
you
I
fight,
say, let it go. You know
even
what?
if
Let
you
it
can do
go. Go
all
ahead,
the fight, I done been there, done that,
said I
with
like to let
plenty
it
of ass, and guess what? You still ain't got nothing. So what was the point? Right now that you older, it's the age of handling your business. Let the man go handle your business. Handle your business. Okay, I will see you
love is
in
older and
court.
more mature
If
than
you
I
don't
am.
want
and
to
she
take
might
it to
have a
court,
point.
then that would be on you. Like, no, these weekends, these are the days you're gonna have these kids, right? You're gonna have them these days. You're gonna pick them up. We're gonna get this all done by the court. That's taking care of business. So whereas she's protected and them kids are protected, and you cannot do whatever you want to do because now you're violating the court order. At a certain age, you got TCB.
We can't ignore emotions and how people feel.
No, you're gonna still have the emotions, still gonna feel bad, but now she's giving.
Do all
She's
that,
taking.
what you
She's
saying,
taking.
but I'm just
She's
saying,
taking away her time to heal by worrying about him. She has to heal, right? He said, "I got joint custody, so come get your kids." That'll be that, right? Now, if you got joint custody, get the schedule. Now, moving forward, let's get the schedule together. Now she has to heal. So don't give him any more of your time. You take that time, you worry about your kids, you do you, and then you find things to do.
She right about that, Shay. You know, she is the voice of reason, but I understand why you was going on. I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna say this is that you done went through your hell raising moment and stuff like that, like about to kick some ass. The shit didn't really garner nothing, so the best bet is to like fucking do what Sugar Love said.
Oh, I've definitely been, I know Sugar Love is, team. I know she, I'm gonna leave that where it is, but I've already been handling my business, and if we're going to put it out there, like that, him saying he'll have joint custody soon, like I said, I'm not a receipt type person. I'm not about trying to just ruin anybody, but we went back and forth with this text messages and all about what I'm not going to do for my kids. Take me to court. We went to court. And you moved to another state to avoid child support. That's what you did. You never paid child support. You were ordered to pay child support last year in November. I haven't received one dime. And I have the text messages. You told me I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, take me to court. I asked you, are you sure? You told me yes. We went to court, the judge made an order, you skipped town to avoid paying child support. You haven't paid me child support one time, and you can say lie all you want, but the deed is in the writing. You are behind now almost a year. I haven't received a dime in child support. I'm not here to blast you, but if you're going to continuously sit here and try to say I'm lying, Blue, just don't do that. I'm accepting the counsel that people are giving me, and you could as well. Okay, you didn't give me one dime of child support, and I did what you said. Okay, let's go to court. We did that. You didn't show up. We were supposed you went against the grain completely. It's almost as if you wanted me to lash out and be evil towards you. I've been holding it down. I've been taking care of our children by myself. All I wanted you to do is to have a relationship with them, because it's traumatizing to have a father present, no matter how bad or good he is, and then all of a sudden he vanishes. That's traumatizing for a child. You dealt with it yourself, so I know that you were traumatized from that also. So I'm not on here to spill the beans, but if you're going to make me spill them, here they go. We did what you asked, and you refused to pay child support. On top of that, you went and got another woman pregnant who's now been reaching out, talking crazy to me as well. I mean, what are we doing here? I have moved on, but he is my husband. Yes, I still love him dearly because I never stopped loving him. Am I still a fool? No. Do I still fall for the love bombing? No, I do not. I have gotten past that. But I just want the facts to be the facts, and not you trying to be here sympathy on one area and then in another area you bash me. Be you and tell the truth. That's it. And as far as telling me what I shouldn't, I don't know if that I may be taking this out of context, but I'm going to worry about my family, because even in separation, I know what was being talked about between me and you. I had to wake up. I had to go to God. I had to get in the proper mind state myself from dealing with all the things that we went through in our marriage. Again, now not being aware a lot of the reasons why you did what you did. I'm not holding to it. I've heard it. That's it. We can't change the past. You're saying you'll have custody soon for kids that you don't even call. For you, I mean, I'm just saying here. I'm not trying to go back. Let me stop looking at the comments, because I think you really want me to spill too many beans, and I'm not. All I'm saying is this: be real about the situation. We're kind of getting off our way off here, but you did me dirty. Okay,
and this shit a long time ago. Like, this shit got long as hell. But let me tell you this: is that I mean, I don't know. I really want you guys to work it out.
I know
it's all about what's best for the children. And what's best for the children is to have a cordial relationship with their mother. There is no way around it. I want what's best for their mental. I do.
How are y'all going to co-parent? That's why that was what my
that's what we want to hear.
You have to want to be in their lives. You have to want to be in their lives in order to co-parent.
Blue, can we move forward? Okay, can we move forward? Like, okay.
And Blue, don't be mean. Blue is a what's he, a Scorpio or something like that? Scorpio.
Scorpio rising, Capricorn.
If you don't stop,
Capricorn sun.
The Scorpio ass.
You can't put that man moon
Scorpio rising, Capricorn sun.
Y'all not just gonna do that. Y'all not gonna.
The sun is what you see.
No, but back now.
The sun is like the
reality.
The personality.
Reality,
that's
though.
What we see.
You got to understand. Again, we started off talking about a person.
Obviously, that's the stubbornness in there. So
when a person is healing, it's going to look crazy a lot of times.
Right, everything is cool to your attitude and all communication shut down. Are you? What's your? What's going? So bottom line is, y'all need to stop that. Y'all need to grow up and stop all that bullshit. It's kids, bro. It's kids involved. It's not just about you and him anymore. There's kids. So
absolutely, I agree.
Y'all need to stop all that bullshit and whatever y'all got going on, because it's kids. And then now it's even more kids. And you probably gonna have even more. I don't even know how old you are.
I think
probably gonna have more kids.
Well, I think, and Blue, you do owe this to her, even if you did say it before. I think you owe this woman an apology, right? I think she's waiting for a truce for you to validate her feelings. I think that's because I'm a woman too, right? For you to validate her feelings, even though y'all together or not together, just like she can apologize for, not understanding you when you was going through stuff, and now she knows and she sees you different. See, a whole clean slate just now have been open. So it's up to you if you want to take it, because she did say now I know things about him I did not know before, right? So in return, you can let a lot of that go too, right? And then now, have that talk with her. I'm not talking about what you did before. That's in the past. No, Apollo, she's not playing the victim. Y'all still legally married and you had a baby on her, right?
Can I say this too real quick?
I'm gonna go. But go ahead.
Sorry, I'm
I'm
gonna let
not playing a victim, bro. It's like y'all both like.
I don't think. See, that's why I didn't want to, either one of y'all to read the comments or whatever. This is what I'm trying to say to you. And listen, and I'm gonna just keep it short and sweet because, and this is just from somebody who's older and experienced. I'm not telling you that you're not entitled to child support. What I will tell you is, through my experience, when the child support is most effective is when the mother and the father can come to an agreement outside of the courtroom. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'm not, if that's possible, if it's possible, go about it that way, because you know what it looks like to the kids. There ain't nobody had to chase my daddy down. He would, I was, my mom let me know he would, and vice versa. And then he would feel like, okay, even if the relationship didn't work out, she's not trying to, break me for the rest of my life. She's trying to work with me. And it's a good look overall. It makes the kids feel good. And it'll ultimately make
that would be on him though, if he's going to.
I get it. I said, if at all possible. I'm not putting it on nobody.
And again, we tried that route. I tried that route. Again, I did. Again, maybe it was him. Again, like I said, I know a lot more now. Maybe that's why he was stubborn during that time when I would ask for, hey, maybe if you could just help. Maybe if you could just do this, bi-weekly. But no, I got fought tick for tack on it on what I was going to do and what I wasn't going to do. Again, maybe that's why. Maybe all that trauma wrapped up in him means that.
Just stay open to it, because
that kind of way. I don't want a man on child support. The court system cares nothing about a man, especially a black man.
As that trauma unwinds, it looks different. So and like I said, I can't be mad at you. You said you gave it the possibility. Hey, if things work out like that, so that's all I can ask. Because like I said, in the long run, it's always better. And I'm gonna shut up.
I swallowed her. She thought I did and did foul shit. Like, bro, you're going into the past. We're right now. It's 2024. It is Friday, June 28th, 2024. You're going back into something that didn't even move on. Like, bro, whatever happened in the past, erase that shit, move on from it. Right now, we're here today. Okay? Y'all need to grow up right now, here today, on this day, right? Whatever the hell happened back then, y'all need to stop it. This whole conversation is the past. No, it's not. We talked about the past, but now we're talking about right now. We're not talking about the past no more. You know how quick we stop talking about the past? We could just say, you know what? The past is done. What are we doing right now? You guys have children. You have a new baby. I heard the little punchkin munchkin in the background. It was so cute. It was like, oh my God. Bro. And she says she's willing to be okay. Like, dude, like, don't keep being upset with each other. Stop it. Like, stop being upset with each other. Y'all need to chill out and stop being so mad with each other, man.
No, honestly, it sounds crazy, but I'm gonna tell you, I think they're gonna be all right, because I think they two decent people. I really do. That's just the feeling I get. I never met either one of them. I can't vouch. I don't think either one of them are messed up people. I just think because of everything we talked about at the time y'all intersected, it went this way. But I really think, honestly, I think both y'all have the maturity to come to a better place. I just think right now, because everything is relatively fresh and things like that, I understand. And then you have the situation with the new relationship and child and things like that, and still, so I get that. I don't hold you for nothing, but like I said, as a matter of fact, I applaud your composure, because a lot of women would have been in blacked out and they wouldn't be trying to be reasonable at all. That's why I said I think eventually y'all gonna be okay, because I think you understand a little better. Not that you just are saying, okay, well, you can do whatever, but I think that you are fair enough that you're saying, okay, you know what? I can now understand why he did. And I think over time too, he'll see probably that, no, she's not against me. And so, yeah, let me do this, that, and I think y'all gonna be all right though, for real. Just don't get caught up in the moment.
So, okay, so
yeah, I was never against him.
I'm gonna say this real quick. We had this conversation already. No, you didn't. You didn't.
No, we didn't.
You didn't talk to her about the things that have happened to you in the past. you guys did not really have conversations like that. And so therefore she didn't understand what the hell was going on in the relationship. So
And I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be as real as I can be right now. Like, honestly, I was so busy picking up the slack, not knowing, and this is no blow. I'm being honest. One thing I'm gonna do is be honest about it. Sometimes you have to be out of situations and looking back to see just how dysfunctional it was. I don't know if anybody can relate to that, but sometimes you have to heal past so much, then look back and say, oh my God, that was completely dysfunctional. And when I look back on some of the times where, I was just basically doing things alone by myself, I can look back and see that. But at the time, I looked at it as I was holding my family together. Whatever he lacked, I picked up. When he lost the job, I picked up more hours. I never looked, and by me not knowing about trauma and all this other kind of stuff, I just went into mommy and daddy mode. All I was focused on was keeping my family together, trying my best to, just make sure we never went without anything. So a lot of dysfunction that I see now as I've been healing up and out of things, it's a different ballpark when you're looking back. I even say, oh my gosh, Shay, I had to heal and fix broken things in myself as well, even to be able to have this conversation. And at the end of the day, again, not to go back to it again, but open communication is everything. And I know that probably wasn't something easy to talk about, but if we can talk about it to strangers on the internet, I would have liked for you to have been able to talk to me, your wife, about it as well. We were in a commitment, not the internet. And a lot of issues didn't come into play until a lot of negative, situations came with associating with certain people on the internet, letting other people into your lives, letting other people in your ear, So I'm gonna tell you right now.
Hold it. I'm done with it. Y'all right. I did witchcraft on he beat my kids and tried to ill her. Y'all got it, whatever she says. What are you talking about, Blue? Now, what
she really is Jehovah's Witness, and she's upset because Blue, he want to do E5. He want to do the same religion that DJ Genesis has. That's why. And she was going on a run. That's what the comment come from. That's what we're talking about.
Who is the y'all you talking about? I don't know what the hell is going on here.
No. It's all good. He said he done with it because
y'all right. I don't know nothing about that. He beat my kid. I don't know nothing about that. I tried to ill her. I don't know about that. Y'all got it. Whatever she says. Well, what are you talking about, Blue? I didn't listen. That's your wife, not mine. Who are you talking about?
He's I don't know. I guess he giving up. I'm just saying where the witchcraft thing comes from. Because that's part of the reason why they didn't work out. Because she goes with
on the dark. It's funny how.
But you did say something about it though. You said something about a darkness taking over Blue, and I knew exactly where that reference came from.
I don't understand why you have so much to say about our marriage, sister. Like, why are you so heated? At one point in time, you came at me so sideways. You don't know me. You don't know him.
I don't have a problem with you. Shut up.
Obviously, you listen to how you talk to me. You don't even know how to be respectful. You're the only person here.
Don't mention me. I was trying to explain Blue comment. Now you coming for me. If I cut you the fuck out, you're not gonna like it. Because I cut you the fuck out before, and you didn't like that.
You had a whole campaign going against me at one point in time.
I was fucking him. I never fucked him, Shay.
You were talking about that.
Let's talk about how you're a fucking liar, and you got your wings split all throughout these YouTube streets, and that's what the fuck you mad at. I was explaining his fucking comments.
You posted all of that.
Be real. Oh, bitch, please. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna let you have that because it's not even what I'm about.
No, you can take somebody else's energy. That's my friend, and I always told you he was my friend. You was mad, bitch. I got a recording, and you putting your fucking hands on Blue. I will release that shit today. Y'all was in the car, and you fucking slapped the shit on him, and he was scared as shit. Bitch, I got that recording. Don't fucking play with me, because it can go real fucking left. I will get active on this bitch, just like I was before. He asked me to do it because he knew that you was fucking escalating. You had motherfuckers threatening his calling his phone, threatening him, threatening to fucking
This
kill
other
him.
lady
And
is
that's
a
why the last interview,
non-factor. It's
Blue
who
said
she
that he
is.
had threats. Because
Somebody
you
who
had
wanted
niggas
my
trying to run up
husband
on
very,
him
very
at the end
much.
of the
She's a
fucking day, bitch.
non-factor.
Don't fucking
And
play with me. I will release that
when I
recording
pour
and
into her
fucking
nonsense,
embarrass
this
you,
is what
bitch.
she
Because that's
does.
what the fuck
That's
Blue had
it.
me do. Because he already
You
knew
were,
I was going to
oh
have you
my
on this
God.
bitch
Can I ask you a
crying.
question? Let me
Because
ask you
you's a
something.
fucking abusive ass bitch.
Hold on.
Don't
Let me ask
fucking play with me,
you
bitch.
something.
Don't play
Why
with me
did
because
you
I know what the
email
fuck you
me?
did. I know what
Why
the
did
fuck
you
you did.
email me
Okay?
telling me to
Don't
leave my
have me
husband
release the
alone and that he
recordings,
wasn't going to
Shay.
change?
Are you
Why
putting
did
your
you do
fucking
that?
hands on my friend,
Why
bitch?
are
Like I
you
said,
upset?
cause you like to put your
I
hands
never
on
put
niggas
my
and
hands
then
on
try to play
him.
the victim. Bitch, you know what you did to Blue. You know what the fuck you did to him. You was going to have a nigga try to kill him. Okay, and I got text messages to prove that shit too. I'm receipt
Okay.
tweeting out this bitch. Don't play with me. Oh, okay.
Drop it then.
Okay.
Drop it. That's fine. Drop
All
it.
right,
Go
well,
ahead. Also drop.
do it
Make
and
sure
then
you
tag you. So
drop
stop playing with me.
everything else. Make sure you drop everything
Okay.
else, honey. Along with your emails to me in regards to my husband. I remember you telling me how he was about nothing.
That's why I
You
came up here
telling
and
me
said
he
that,
was no good.
bitch, I told you
You
go get
telling
that
me to
money.
leave him alone.
Like with Shay, I'll release that shit too. I was mad at Blue. What are you talking about?
Exactly. You have an issue,
When did I
but it's
admit
fine.
I wasn't mad at Blue, bitch? Listen to the whole
Why are you
conversation. I came
upset
up here
with
because I was
me?
mad at Blue. I said in the chat that Blue got toxic ways, but bitch, you is on camera putting your fucking hands on him. So don't play with me.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Girl, I'll release my own fucking email. Ain't no shame in my game. I was on this bitch going off
Well,
on
do
you because
whatever,
you're
honey.
toxic.
Do
What you need
whatever
to do
you
is protect
feel
them fucking
necessary.
kids because if the predators hiding in the
Wow.
fucking Kingdom Hall, bitch, I know about that too. Don't play with me.
Man, listen, this is not like a panel of like people, women dragging each other down. Y'all need to figure out how to not be yelling at each other. Stop it.
I don't understand this. Like, you're taking things completely out of context. We're having a very cordial conversation here. The only one who's upset and acting like a third wheel right now is you. And I have no understanding why. Okay. Whatever you feel you need to do, go ahead, honey. Trust me. You should know that by now that you can't provoke me. You've tried over and over again.
You just trying to provoke me. I wasn't even talking about, I was talking about
truth.
Blue comment. Shay, don't talk to me.
Duly noted. Duly noted. Now back to the conversation at hand, to the panel. As I said before that all even came out of nowhere.
What we're
that's
going
just
to
bad.
do, we're
closing-
going to breathe. We're going
closing
to breathe, and we're going to continue this separately at another time. We're going to breathe right now because I'm on my.
That's right.
I done finished all my ginger ale. Now I gotta go on out to this daggone store, right? Well, hopefully, shut up. Hopefully, all of y'all can get it together. But we would definitely continue this separately, right? In your page is Shay Love. That's your page.
Yes, ma'am.
We would definitely come check you out. SHAY Love.
I talk about my healing journey on my page, and of course y'all are here now, so y'all will know a lot about what I was talking about. If you didn't know my personal background, you would not know that I was referencing anything to Investing Out the Blue. When I very first started on my healing, I remember mentioning his name a couple of times in the beginning. That's because I was coming from a place of emotion, and I think I actually took that down because that wasn't the way this should have went. And as I started to heal more and get closer to God myself, you don't need to name people to go through healing. So I started referencing things and I turned all of my pain into a healing thing, being motivational to other people, speaking on things that I went through in my life. Again, if you don't know Shay personally, you will have no idea who I was even referencing because there was no reason to speak his name.
All right, I'm going to definitely check you out, right? And again, if you want to speak upon the healing part, you could definitely come back. But this has We all, Kev, you know how our shows go, boy. Always expect the unexpected. It never fails. Like that.
It's
Right
always
there.
somebody.
You know how it go. Like, but even who I want us to leave on a respectful note. And I do thank you for coming up here. I just wish that it could have went.
I appreciate you keeping me here and not booting me. And again, yes, I love my husband and my family. That's something I would never downplay. And
Well,
again,
then
yes, things
then you
I
you
leave
gonna
here with
have
a different insight. I
I
do.
think you better let it go. Let it go. Right? Let it go. Right? Right? That's the true Haley. But DJ, you got to take us out of here. I'm going back live again. I'm going back live again in about I know, right? The baby run out of the damn ginger. Right, I got to get something else from the store too. I always keep a 2-liter. My son bought me some. I'm gonna need another one for the night. I'm gonna drink it like it ain't nothing. Right, but even who I'm coming back in about 40 minutes. Right, I want you to go take a breather. All of us take a breather. Right, all of us take a breather. Woosah. I have no dog in this fight. I just hope for you and the kids. Who's making that noise? Kev. Is that Kev?
I think he fell asleep or something. That's weird.
Wait, mute him for a second. I can see that's coming from him.
He already muted.
I don't know where he's coming from. Somebody's sleeping.
Oh,
all right.
That's in the shade background.
Oh, so
that's probably my AC. I'm seeing. Okay, I'm sitting under a vent. Yeah, it's probably my AC blowing into the phone.
Oh, hopefully, for the kids, y'all can get it together. If not,
Absolutely.
have the type of visitation rights where y'all don't even have to speak to each other, right? Y'all can have a mediator when it comes to the kids. But you know what?
Right.
At the end of the day, a lot of mothers have taken care of their kids by themselves. You won't be the first.
That's right.
You won't be the last.
Won't be the last.
I've been doing this for 36. My daughter's 36. I've been doing this 36 years. And she still won't leave me alone. Right? She still won't leave me alone. Then I got my baby. And guess what? That's okay too. But you got to find a way to be your peace and find a peace of mind. And a lot of things you're going to have to let it go. And never repeat it. Never repeat it again. Right? No matter whom, what did what. Everyone here could tell you a horror story. We get through it. Once you start healing, it doesn't even exist no more.
I agree.
Make it to where I would never say you did it. No, I wouldn't no more say you don't want to see your kids. Hey, that's not even no more. Don't even say that no more. People know what they do. You ain't got to keep reminding him. He's a grown man. He know last time, but I'm saying that's the best way of healing is each time you could just drop different layers, drop a different layer, leave another layer on the floor. It's not an easy job, but at the end of the day, try to be peaceful. And then, maybe if he sees that, you let it go, maybe he'll come back a different way. But I would never argue with him again. I would never have to settle a score with him again. I would never do nothing. You don't have to drop nothing. People know what they're doing. So the best way to get over this is that you don't got to keep reminding a grown person what they're doing, because either they're going to do or they ain't going to do. Right? So
that's right.
Just have acceptance of where you at, where this is at, accept it, and let it go.
I agree.
But remember, it's not going to be an easy road. Piece by piece, day by day, or week by week, or month by month. But you're in a healing process, And then
I agree.
if your page is helping you tell your story, after you tell it, don't say it no more. Once you say it, if that's therapeutic, say it. Don't say it no more. Because you got to, if not, you're going to be the one giving yourself high blood pressure, stress will kill you. You may have a stroke. All these type of things take a toll on your body. And you got babies to live for.
Oh, that's true. That's absolutely true. And that's what pushed me more into healing every day. You know, again, I agree with everything you said. I've been through I think I'm finally at the point where healing, I don't think you ever stop healing. I think it's just you refuse to go back to what made you need the healing, because it is an ongoing process. And, you know, again, when there's, you know, strings attached, and then, you know, a case as such, you know, children, you know, assets. So, and what, so I do agree. And, yeah, I mean, I don't have a rebuttal there. I agree.
Yeah, baby, we all been through things. He's been through things, you know. So then, like I said, a lot of it takes, regardless of how you put it, like I tell every woman, it takes two to tango.
That's right.
A lot of things that's being said or done, we all participate in our own downfall. We all participate. Everything that happens, so we take part. We take part. We in there. Like now, if you was for to leave it alone, right? And they ain't got nothing. They got nobody. You know, you won't have no phone calls. You won't have no text. You won't have none of that no more, because it takes two to tango. So you have to remove yourself, right? So then now what you're gonna do? You got no more text from me, no more calls from me, no more nothing. When you want to call me, I'll answer. I'll speak to your kids here, right?
Right.
Like I tell my son when he grown now, I say, it don't matter how me and father get along. You and his relationship is your relationship. Anytime that man knock on my door, I will open that door. Anytime that man want to see you or take you, he can come and take you. I will not call and bother nobody for nothing. But if you want to speak to him, you got the phone. Now it's 50 ways to get in contact. You know how to dial a number. If you don't want to dial a number, that's fine too, right? Because at the end of the day, that's gonna be the relationship he had with his kids are now gonna be on him. You can't force that, right? So now he gotta get ready for the older kids, right? So, but you don't play no part. You don't play no part in that, right? But long as you know, hey, that man called, here is your father. You want to speak to you here. You want to take you out here, right? But up until he called or whatever, that name will not be mentioned, talked about, or anything. And you go on with your life.
I understand. And you're right. You can't begin. My healing started when, just like you say, you have to accept your accountability and your roles. When you're in a low vibrational state, that's what keeps you stuck. And until you can realize and make the proper adjustments and work on you, I had to work on me, find out why I accepted this or why I accepted that, build on me and grow. That's the only way. And what I seek is exactly what you stated. A relationship. I don't worry about the relationship between me and him right now. We have children who, no matter what, I understand. Like I know I don't mean to reiterate it, but I understand even why he handled them some of the ways he did. You were messed up. I get it now, you know, but moving forward, now there's certain things I don't feel the need to bring up at all. You were coming from a broken place, so you behaved in a broken way. And I get that, you know, and by me possibly being broken from things I've gone through in my life, I accepted the behavior. I didn't know any better. You know, I can admit that, because I couldn't heal and grow from what I was going through until I could. So you're absolutely right. And again, it was never a badgering thing. We have to just be mindful of who we let get into our psyche when we're going through things, because it can go bad. Bad association is just that. And I really think that played a part too. Right. So yeah, a lot of things went into it.
I think you better let it go. Let it go.
I said it in the beginning. I have to respect people that leave space for something to change, but also understand if something is what it is, you have to deal with what it is, not what you want, not what you hope it to be, not what your dreams were. It's a balance. That's You know, that comes with age and experience sometimes. Sometimes it just comes with, you know, spiritually. When you understand yourself in a certain light, it's just certain things that is not going to be able to, you know, penetrate your
That's
bubble.
right. Yes.
It's
Yes.
just not, you know, like people that's like on bullshit, I'm like bug repellent to them. They don't come nowhere around me. I don't know if it's my facial expression, I don't know if it's my mannerisms, my body language, but them type of people don't even gravitate toward me. They don't come around me, they don't say nothing to me. And that's because of where I am, you know. But I get it. And I think that, like I said, you know, you've done what 90% of people can't do. First of all, accept responsibility for the part that you played in it. But also in that, not being so hard-hearted that you can't go, you know what? How do I expect a broken person to act? If I know that now that I know, I didn't know then, but now that I found out, now it makes perfect sense why they was acting like this. Because that's how somebody who would be broken and traumatized and needs to heal would do. And that's a great thing to be able to do within yourself. Because like I said, in the long run, he don't probably realize it, but it's gonna help his relationship with his children. Because I don't think you're gonna hold it against him. Like I said, neither one of y'all, he don't sound like a bad dude. I don't know what's going on, so I'm not gonna get too much into the personals. You and him know better than all of us know. And we don't need to necessarily know. But what the lesson I think that we can take from this is not just to be like, oh yeah, they was dragging each other. It's not about that. It's seeing the results of what happens, one, when our children are abused and it's not addressed. Two, what happens to us when we don't recognize what abuse is because it's been made taboo in our community, so we don't talk about it, especially the little boys. Three, what it's done is shows us how left it can go when it goes untreated, unrecognized, undiagnosed. This is what happens in a relationship when people don't address and recognize and acknowledge their traumas and the things that go on in their life. So it's not about, I don't take the drama, you know, and just coincidentally, I stepped out to take my dogs out. So I missed the whole thing. The last thing I had said, it sounded like we were in a good space. I walked outside and came back in and it was a whole different, but I just said that to say, these are things that are going to help us as a community. Sometimes we have to learn our lessons through other people so we can see where not to take it. I'm sure there's some ladies that were sitting and they could relate to everything that you and him was going through because they've went through it.
Right.
Especially a married woman. They're gonna, that's why I said that to you. Like I said, I take that serious. I've been married 25 years. So I heard you say earlier, you was like, my husband, that's my husband. As you should, because and I get it. And so there's so many dynamics, but I that's why I was just pointing out the little things. And it's like I said, it's not about the drama and who did, it's about understanding like, wow. And I admire you, like I said, as a woman, because a lot of women can't stop themselves in real time in the moment. You know what? No, I'm not saying none of the women here.
Ain't nobody thinking about you. That's Carter.
I was going to say
That's
the chat.
Carter.
The ladies
That's
here
Carter.
are different.
You know that's Carter.
That's her little bad animal. But yeah, but no, you were able to, again, you don't have to take away from what you went through because you went through something. Even though he was traumatized, you still suffered the results of his trauma. You get what I'm saying? Right. So we can't take that from you. But I admire the fact that you as a woman were able to say, wow, you know what? Now that I know, as mad as I am, and as much as I didn't understand about why he was doing what he was doing, just in that moment when you found out, oh no, it was more than he didn't relay that to me. You were able to still go, you know what? I can deal with him different and I can look at this situation differently now. And that's commendable because most human beings can't do that. And a lot of women can't do that. And that's why when you get with these men and women go, what's wrong with him? They're angry because they've never been able to talk to a woman and say, hey, I was touched on when I was little and it kind of messed me up, but I ain't know who to tell or how to talk about it because I didn't want nobody to clown me or look like or think I was gay or whatever. That's what that boils down to. So that's why I keep commending you for being able to do that because women don't understand that will open something in a man with them that they don't even understand and realize because when a man can be able to come to you in that type of way and be totally transparent as opposed to trying to talk about it because you need to get it off your chest, but you don't know how that person is going to take it. You don't know if they're gonna look at you sideways now, so you just put a little slickness on it. Yeah, my babysitter, that you know, when you hear dudes say that all the time, they were molested. When you ask them, what was your first sex? My babysitter, yeah, man. See, I was like 10, 11, my babysitter like 16, 17. Yeah, my big sister partner, they was molested. Those are the dudes that have emotional problems. Those are the dudes that don't know how to come and be totally transparent to you. That's why when you do everything you can as a woman, as a wife, as a girlfriend, and go, why is this nigga still, why is he still doing that shit? I'm doing because they don't know they have what we did today. They've never been able to do that. That's why I said this is valuable, not for the drama, for all the, at least that's what I got from it. So
yeah, and I get from it too. Like other things have occurred, you know. So at least, like I said, same thing he's basically saying, you know, you take it as it is, right? But it still affects you too. But, you know, again, understand it and then let it go, right? He has moved on. You have another baby. He's moved on, but y'all still legally married at the same time, right? So you're going to have to make some choices. You got some choices to make, but just make sure your heart is not hardened when you make these choices. You know,
Oh yeah.
it's nothing you can do about nothing. You know, the baby's here. And I don't know if they're still together or not, but you know, we just trying to get this resolved and people can walk away with a lighter heart, you know, a lighter heart.
Right.
And
Right.
get some of that up off you too, because you still didn't deserve a lot of that neither, right? But that comes with it, you know. So
Yeah.
you
and
heal.
come back over here because we don't do all that screaming normally. This usually the vibe, and sometimes you need that because life is crazy. And
Yeah.
sometimes we come over here and we just laugh. And even though we talk about serious things and it might get heated, like Suge said, Suge is always the voice of reason. She always bring it back to center and say, "Hey, what are we here for? What is this about? We're gonna try to end this, or we're gonna try to get in a space where we have a good feeling about what we talked about what we discussed, or we gathered ideas on possibly what to do, solutions, how to fix it, how to move forward." So
Yeah, and again, you know, she's gonna put my link in there. You know, my channel is Sugar Love. We got, you know, both got love there. And then don't forget DJ Genesis, subscribe to both channels. Right? Come on in. You know, hopefully if y'all see each other again in this chat, hopefully y'all get along. But you don't have no more to prove, baby.
Yes, ma'am.
You ain't got nothing else more to prove. You ain't got nothing. You done said all you can say. And when you keep saying something over and over and over, it's going to become insanity after a while, right? Because there's no results. It's going to become insanity. It's going to drive you crazy, right? You're going to keep saying, well, let me get this straight. Well, hold up now. Let me get this straight. And use a liar. And use okay, how long you going to say that, right? You ain't going to make nobody tell the truth, right?
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? And then when you do that, you might see that he sees the change in you, right? Y'all may not get back together, but then maybe it can be a start of communication. Sometimes you have to like leave it alone for a little bit. And then when y'all speak upon the kids, get a mediator or whatever. But, you know, leave. Don't call him. Don't threaten him. Don't beat him up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, never that. Oh, never, ever that. Never that.
Okay.
Never that. Again, like I mentioned, you know, like I stated, especially with some of the studies I've did, again, that's a lot to not know. Again, and my heart is, like I said, it's really disheartening because I don't even think y'all understand. Like
No,
that
we
takes me back a little
understand.
bit.
I do.
Yeah, it took me back a
understand.
bit hearing that. Yeah, it would
You
have
didn't
changed
do.
so much.
Yeah,
I
but
could have related.
as far as
Yeah.
the age wise, you didn't do your due diligence to find out. right? You got to eat that too, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did. I fell for I was some strong love bombing. I wasn't paying attention, I
No,
guess,
even
but
even before the love bombing, because even me working with
yeah.
kids, right? I tell them kids the minute I say, I don't care how long y'all been friends, right? Because you know when they come there, I don't care how long y'all been friends. I said, at this point, you may have been 17 yesterday, but you're 18 today.
Right.
This child's still 17. You are
Right.
now an adult. This is a minor, right? Right. You didn't do your due diligence. Even I don't care how much smart a person, it gives you little clues. But as I
Well,
tell them, but hold on, I work with a lot of boys and I work with a
Mhm.
lot of girls. Where's your ID? Right? You can't go back and change that. What's already done is done, right? But we got
Right.
a habit of getting with people, giving. You know how many girls been with guys, and how many guys been with girls? They done got pregnant by this guy and everything else, and then they broke up. And guess what? They only went by nicknames. They didn't know the man's name, first name or the last name, because we didn't do our due diligence, right? We fallen in love so fast, we forgot to say, hey, what's your name? Or show you where your ID at, right? Little
Yeah.
things, right? And again, that could be something. You got kids, so them are the new
Yeah.
lessons that you can teach them. You can't go backwards, but you can say, listen, I've been through this. You need to ask for ID. I didn't do that. Right?
Yeah. I
Don't be
definitely
falling
accept
in
the
love.
accountability there. I
Don't
do
be
accept
falling
the
in love all
accountability
quick.
there.
Right?
Yeah. I didn't necessarily fall in love quick though, but when I look back now, I do see where I slipped up in a lot of places. I can admit that thoroughly. Again, it's a
Right.
learning lesson. Lesson learned. I
Even
see
with your
what
age, you didn't even go to places that was age appropriate where he had to even pull out his ID.
right. But I think what the timing that we met, it really doesn't matter now, but just being busy, we didn't spend a whole lot of time together because I wouldn't have missed those signs. I know I wouldn't have. It really takes a lot of time. You got to has put in time with people a lot to pick up on certain things. And I worked a lot, and we kind of, saw each other on the weekends. We didn't get enough time for me to pick up on certain things. Do I regret it? No. I look at my kids now and I don't regret it. However, I do see my mess up. I see how, me being, goal driven, I was a hard worker, and again, the situation that I got from him was completely different, and a lot of things, me looking back, I see, Shay, well, dang, you should have spent more time. You would have saw this, you would have saw that, but I don't hold grudges for it at all. I don't.
And you know
And I
what?
don't.
And you know what else you didn't see? One of the main things you didn't see?
What's that?
Jail time.
Who? What you say? Huh. Of course not.
At any point in time, he could still, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
be thankful for that. Right? That's
I am very much thankful. I'm very, very much thankful.
Any point in time, he can make that phone call. Be very good. So hopefully y'all end it. Like I said, hopefully your heart is a little bit lighter. Like I said, hopefully you gotta do right. You got 3 kids. You understand what I'm saying? We go through it, but I'm glad you know where his mind was at, what made him, what and whom. Remember, it started off from older guys. The older guys made him sit up there and was drinking and smoking and bringing the women to him and stuff like that. It's terrible. The whole situation is just terrible. It's just terrible.
It is.
But like I said, hopefully we see you again. GJ, at any point in time, you can take us out of here. And thank you for coming up and telling your story and being very respectful. But like I said, let it go for a little bit until both of y'all calm down and y'all can come to an agreement.
Absolutely.
And then now I'll take away. I don't love you. I don't love you anymore. Got to let that go too. Right?
Much love, sister. Much love.
Love who I am. I'm loving me. love who I am. I am invincible. I am a fan. My curves and my features, God makes no mistakes. I am successful. I am what it takes. I'm bulletproof. I'm 100 proof, and I love who I see because I'm living my truth. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. A star in the making. I reach past the clouds. I'm invincible. I'm incredible, and no one can stop me. Can stop me now. I'm invincible.
Alchemize your energy, darling. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
Ooh, child.
Hold on.
Child.
It